I could see why. Yeah, anyways, yeah. I just don't know why it would disappear from there because it's not in the settings part. I couldn't find it in settings.
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
Yeah, but it's good. We're good. We've got it figured out. So,
yay!
yeah. Did you fix yourself a bite to eat or anything? Or
yeah, I went ahead and ate my third and final meal of the day. I figured that was a good time, so I'm all set.
Good. 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 Me too.
Yeah, pretty happy. Other than bathroom breaks and liquids, I'm settled in. But I go to bed early, so I'm good for I'm good for about 3 hours probably from now, 3 to 4 hours.
Oh, nice.
Although maybe I could stay up a little later potentially. Although I tend to get sort of keyed up and worked up, and I kind of have to power down, for bedtime. Oh, that's right. I had a third cup of coffee though, so I'll be good for a minute. Anyway.
Good for a minute. Good. Good.
Yeah. Now, one thing about this is it will not tell me on my screen how many are live. So once we've been going for a while, I'm kind of interested to see how many people show up. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Tommy Temper? So you may notice, if you take a look at the comments, you may notice it says Tommy Temper, but it's got do you see that little link sign? There's a little icon next to his name.
Yeah. Oh, well.
That means he's coming from that means he's posting on my channel.
Oh, nice. Nice.
But see, it actually combines both.
And you can see Yellow Cake Maker as well?
Only
or I guess you can't see.
Yeah, but she's on yours. So I'm seeing your chat, but then like both people are seeing, if that makes sense. So if I want to type at Tommy Temper or I am the Dow, I have to go on my chat, if that makes sense. But if I type something on your side and then you highlight the comment, then they can all see it, if that makes sense. It'll take you a minute, but you'll figure it out.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you'll figure it out as we go.
But the screen looks the same to both people. So if you highlighted a comment, both audiences would see it.
Correct. Yes, but I can't highlight any comments because I'm not administrator, and I'm not asking.
No, I know.
I'm just saying, yeah.
But those things would be easy. Like if we wanted to set it up and then take it down, right? Like isn't that just like you could assign it per event if you wanted, just like my intention was with wrenches.
That I'm not exactly sure on that.
Yeah.
But you could grant it and then remove it later, certainly.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Because that was my intention with wrenches, to understand that I really wanted to have an atmosphere where people could just come and relax, right? Like just take a load off. But then I understood, like last night, I needed wrenches, right? So I wouldn't have been able to keep up with it in the distraughtedness of it all. I guess since there's more people here will be coming, then I won't make so many references to things aren't here without a backstory. That backstory we can drop. So, but yeah, I mean, anyone knows that, like when your chat gets bombarded with inappropriate things, that's definitely why the mods are there. One of the main jobs they do, I would assume, right from the outside. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
In fact, I think some mods are so good at it that some content creators might not notice it happening.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So how many do we have? I'm just curious how many are.
Oh, 18. 18.
Sweet.
And I've got, yes. Mine says down in my chat, says 8 watching from I don't know if that makes a difference, but yeah, down in my live chat on YouTube, it says 8.
Hey, awesome. Hey, Tommy Temper wants to come up. That's up to you, but he's got his own channel and everything. So it's up to you. If you want to just do a one-on-one, that's fine. We'll just tell him we're doing a one-on-one. It doesn't really matter to me.
I mean, it doesn't really matter to me either. I'm
cool.
Game to ebb and flow.
Hey, well, sorry, real quick. Hey, Tommy, actually, I'll just grab the link. Hang on. I'll just post it on my side. Okay. So hang on. Let me do that. Yeah. Where is it? Oh, man, I'm lost. Okay, here we go. You deleted it. Oh, I see.
Oh, here, I'll put it back.
Yeah, go ahead. That's up to you there. That's smart, though. I never thought about doing that. It just never occurred to me that I could drop the link and then delete it. Pretty smart, Bexx.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. All right, give me a second.
Although I can leave it down there too.
That's up to
I
you.
see.
I
And
don't.
then, yeah.
Uh-oh. No, well, that's not a good link. Hang on. I'm screwing up.
I could. I sent it to you in your email as well.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Thank you.
If that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah. And hi, Lord Racer. Nice to see you back for the very 4th time. It's neat. It's neat to be able to greet. It's so strange that I can be like greeting people that aren't here, but I know they're obviously here. It's a Swim. Hi, Swim.
Yeah, Swim has a lot of great comments. Jackie Fox in the house. Good to see you, Jackie. Bexx here, for those who may not know Bexx, is I don't even know how many hours. I don't know that anybody knows at this point. Like of the last 36 hours, she's probably been live like, I don't know, 30 of those hours probably. What do you think? Maybe not quite that many.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I was over at Charles for a bit. I lose track of where I've been. It's quite safe actually. Relatively safe that way. Anyways, yeah, I did. I went to a few different places even before I streamed on my channel, although only one link did I hit. That sounds like I went to 3 and I only went. It doesn't matter. It's good. It's good. It's very cathartic. Do you want me to share numbers with you still?
That's okay. I've got it. I can monitor it, but real quick, just for the folks on my side who may not know, this is on the heels of Bexx wrapping up her 12-hour broadcast. And again, the main broadcast is the Bexx Factor. The channel is at the Bexx Factor. If anybody wants to join on her side, or they're more than welcome to stay on my side. And I have enjoyed in the past, certainly connecting to other people's broadcasts. And as much as Chalk Body Outline, gets made fun of and sort of attacked and defamed in a way, he used to pump me up, Bexx. And in fact, because of him connecting to my stream several times, we've hit triple digits, believe it or not, on this, the combined broadcast. I think the most would have been a little over 100 people. Yeah. So I might have, he would piggyback off of mine, but he's a much bigger channel. So,
yeah.
So that's cool. So I kind of like seeing, how high can we get the numbers up? But then, with OTW being live and then Paul Unslaved will be live, then, that's going to limit it. But I bet we can hit, I bet we can hit 45 combined, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see. It'll be fun.
Nice. It'll be fun.
I get competitive, I like to see just what's possible. So. But yeah, if Tommy wants to come up, Tommy Temper, he's more than welcome.
Yes, he's just popped into my chat to subscribe. Said he subs, so I'm going to subscribe back here.
Great. And shout out to VC, who said he enjoyed my stream from earlier. Yeah, that was basically me doing a Nightmare Dystopia podcast episode, pirate radio for the zombie apocalypse. And then Ghost of Provo Kid is in the chat. So we're doing something right when the Ghost of Provo Kid shows up. And I saw your hey Provo, I caught that stream you did. I can't remember what it was, but it was one of the lives that he did, and he did not leave it up, and I caught the end of it. So it's always good to see Provo Kid around, or rather, sorry, may peace be upon him, the Ghost of Provo Kid. My apologies. That's the Ghost of Provo Kid. But I think, Bexx, I can't tell you what to do, but if you add me to your administrator, some of these comments on my side, I'd like to be able to highlight them. But if you want to do it, it's up to you.
Can I do that while you're on stream?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's
if you do, I'll just talk if you want to do that, and we'll be good to go.
Do I? Yeah. I need to leave?
No, you just have to go into your StreamYard and do it. You don't have to leave here.
Let's see settings.
If you're on a computer, I don't know. And shout out to Anton's Bag Boy. I love this. I like going live this time of day. This is cool.
I think I might need to hop out because I'm on my phone.
Yeah. you probably have to. Well, I think you can maybe. I don't know. I'm a kind of
Let's see.
loopy
Let's see.
myself. So
You take the lead. I'm
all right,
gonna um see if I can do it from my tablet.
cool. Sounds good. And if not, just don't even worry. If it gets to be too arduous, we'll just worry about it later.
Okay.
It's not that. It's not that pressing.
Mhm. Well, and I do
Yeah.
appreciate at this many hours in, I don't mind if you I know I'm the one that invited you, but
Oh
I
yeah,
do
it's all good.
appreciate
You're welcome.
it.
Hey, yeah, and VC says he'll never get tired of discussing how much the fake pandemic angers me and the insane people going along with it. Indeed, VC. My synapses are burned out, or I thought they were. I got quite angry this morning, I must say, based on and I was already cranky old man, and already something's in the ether, certainly. You know, for me to sort of fall off my square because most of my synapses are burned out. But thankfully, I haven't completely lost my humanity because the notion of a panelist on Bexx 12-hour live stream earlier this morning talking about you know his grandkids, his grandbabies, two young girls having to take fake pandemic tests, and then I more or less spurged out for an hour and a half about you know now we're allowing children's lives to be dictated by a piece of plastic that comes in a cardboard box, for God's sakes. Like that's the now that's our master in some ways, and I'm bowing. Not only am I in some ways not only are we, some of us, okay, not only are some of these people, I shouldn't even attach this to us, but some of these folks are now bowing. Not only have they been bowing down to something lower than themselves, they're now bowing down to pieces of plastic that are delivered in cardboard boxes. If that's and by the way, as we all know, and we've known for quite some time, here we go. Exactly, VC. Don't we all know this by now, by the way? And I know we do as far as this channel, but the inventor of the PCR test said his test should never be used to diagnose uh, any virus, I believe, is what he said. Yes, he passed away in 2019. I didn't realize he passed that early. May peace be upon him. Good to see you, RT. And good to see I got cranky and got my panties in a bunch earlier, and I blocked no, but I'll be unblocking him shortly. But an advantage of the StreamYard is even though I have him blocked, I can still see his comments. So that's because I'm on Bex's. That's right. Yeah. So good deal. Good deal. Oh, I thought you were gone, but if you're back, certainly take over, please.
No, please. I don't mind. I'm here. I'm just trying to remember what I called it. I said, I know it's a guest, and I sent and asked you I sent an email, and I'm on a
Oh
slow
yeah,
machine.
yeah. I
I'm
have
trying to
to.
remember what I called it. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I can't even remember what it's called.
It's a team member. You got to add me to the team. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yep. It should be
Okay.
under your main team settings, I believe.
I did see it. I
Yeah.
got confused by naming the team then. I was like, what am I?
Oh yeah. I
It's
actually
okay.
knew all of this at one point, but I've just forgotten it. I guess people haven't been
Members.
working together so much lately, but that's all good. And shout out to Provo Kid again. I see that he was thanking me for my kind comments. Well, right back at you, sir. Well, the ghost of rather. Certainly looking forward to whatever content the ghost of Provo Kid, or maybe a new character, perhaps. Who knows? In the next incarnation, I'm looking forward to the next incarnation, or the ghost of, or maybe both. Who knows? Um, most deaf. 33 in the house combined. It looks like. I like that number. And I was talking with Bex on this on her earlier stream that fortunately slash unfortunately, I've unloaded most of my hardware that I had purchased back around, especially around the time of the George Floyd riots. I mean, do I need to be specific here with what sort of items I'm discussing? But you know, the reality of that is, and jump in anytime you need to, Bex. This is just me
Okay.
rambling. So,
I almost
uh,
got it. So,
okay, cool. I'll just wait then.
but what were you saying? You were.
Oh, just talking about going to the pawn shop and the
Oh yeah.
33 number. I've noticed, back to what we were talking about with the numerology, that a frequent number in my live chats is a 33. There's often 33 people watching, but then I am aware of the concept of confirmation bias. So, I'm choosing to notice when it's at 33, right? So I'm certainly aware of that dynamic as well. But shout out to Carl, by the way. He says, I don't know if I have enough pearls to clutch for the duration of this stream. Exactly how much hashtag save a children virtue signal is expected to go down. Well, none, Carl. And thank you, Carl, for keeping me honest. This is what I mean, Bexx, when I talk about sort of utilizing the live chat, because I can't speak for Carl, but the reality is when he very first came to my channel, if I had reacted to his chats in a different way, the reality is he might be in here dragging me every broadcast. So I appreciate him sort of taking me to task. Because I am a big believer in protecting the children. I'm always going to own that. I'll put my name on protect the children, but then it's like, how much of that are we really going to subject ourselves to also? So his comments are well taken as far as I'm concerned. So Carl's frequently been able to provide sort of a counterbalance to my hysteria, by the way, Bexx. I am, imagine being me, a very emotional, sensitive male prone to hysteria. And then at a certain point, taking all these powerful herbs for my health issues, and then, some of them Chinese herbs, and then researching them and realizing I was on a bunch of these herbs I was on in the past were, a lot of them were for women's hormones, right? It's like, but here I am, a supposedly masculine man, and I'm hysterical, sensitive, overly emotional, and I'm on herbs for, that are associated with women aging and hormones. So it's quite a surreal experience on some level, to be sure. Well, thank you, Carl. Carl, see, this is a rare a moment of humanity. I shouldn't say rare, a moment of humanity from Carl. Benton, my favorite, it is known. I just have problems expressing my feelings. Oh, Carl. Well, this is about as much love fest as I can do, but high five, brother, or fist bump, or whatever we're doing. But yeah. And Pretty in the house as well. Good to see her, as always.
I sent that link to you, I think.
Sweet. I see it.
Now, I didn't know, did I over-assign responsibility? I didn't know if it was what is the admin, or I went with the highest level of authority here.
Well, yeah, of course.
Because I didn't know if co-host would give you the what you need to manage, or if that, I don't know the difference. I don't know the difference.
Yeah, no worries. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We will figure it out. But I think what I have to do is, what do I have to do? And I'm no expert in this either, but I'll figure it out. Let's see. Enter studio. Yes, it is going to work.
Okay. And
I just had to leave and come back, and see, now I can highlight the comments.
Excellent.
It's one of my favorite things to do. I like being able to highlight the comments, so thank you for that.
Yes. Is it the format okay? Is it curved?
Everything's perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's not, at the risk of telling you what to do, let's not overthink this, please.
Okay. But I don't mind also. I won't be doing that right now. There's
cool.
Yeah. But I know that I haven't.
Sorry. Well, real quick, just thanks to everybody for being here, but please take it away, Bexx.
Yes, thank you very much for being here. I might be a little bit slower than usual, but we'll see. We'll see. As soon as I say that, I'm like, challenge is on. Okay. But yeah, I wanted to say that I wasn't sure. Also, I've never figured out how to get the people back to the regular size, but I've enjoyed putting a picture in the background that sort of matches the avatar. I make those pictures. I know people can't see exactly what oh, look at that. Look, you've done it.
Yep.
Cool. Oh, see? Voila. Yeah, that's better.
And Big Drink Tea in the house, living his best life, certainly. Oh, I wanted to remind Big Drink Tea real quick. I almost emailed you earlier, sir, and then I got sidetracked. He's going, I hope I'm not revealing too much of his business, but he said on a stream, I believe, that he's going to be going to California for the first time soon in his own vehicle. I want to remind you, if you don't know Big Drink Tea, they do have agricultural checkpoints when you enter California. It's not going to be a problem, but it can be unnerving, because the first time I drove to California, I had no idea that this was a thing. You will be passing through a checkpoint with where the government, the state of California, is going to want to ask you various questions. And It's to ensure that you're not bringing vegetables and fruit into the state of California. So please be aware of that ahead of time, sir. Maybe not, and I have no idea what your habits are, so I'm not accusing you of maybe being in some type of state as you drive a car or an automobile, certainly. But just be aware that they will be stopping you when you enter California. Although, I've found my experience with checkpoints is that if you behave as if you know that the checkpoint is there and you expect to be waved on, then a lot of times they'll just look at you and just wave you through. Also, that happened to me a lot with the border patrol checkpoints, down near the border. If a person, and especially in the big truck, I would go through them a lot, and I found that the more I just expected to be waved on, I would typically be waved on. So just be aware of that, because we live in the freest country of all time. So of course there's checkpoints within the country, right, Bexx?
Yes. Although I'm only verifying not from experience, because I just was like, yes, there is. I'm just an American at heart. I'm an American at heart.
Well, we've sort of adopted you Canadians in a way, I feel like.
Oh, don't adopt the rest of them. They're freaking, they apologize to walls, people. Like, they bump into the wall and apologize to it. Seriously, you don't want them.
Oh man, it's all good. But thank you for doing this, because I don't think I would have gone live today for the second time had you not. Bexx here has a great deal of endurance and staying power. It seems she's able to just. I don't want to use the Energizer Bunny cliche necessarily, but yeah, good stuff. Yeah, Carl, I was in a bad space, Carl, and in fact, especially that I didn't even bother to sign off. I was so disgusted. I just clicked the button and just ended the stream. Right.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
I was not in a good, Carl. I was not in a good state either. Right around that time. I mean, for all the reasons of, streakers and such. That being said, Benton came over and saw that I was not in a very good space and hung out for quite a while, and look how we've turned it around. So I really appreciate it. I mean, I guess only time could tell.
Yeah, in the groove says StreamYard Viagra. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, I did. I rage quit on my own stream, Gary Baxter. You're absolutely right. It's bad when I'm rage quitting and I'm the only one on stream, right? What a mess, man. It's funny, we were just talking and talking and talking, and then it's funny how just clicking a few buttons and starting a new broadcast, it's like now we don't have anything to say. And if anybody wants to come up on the panel, they're more than welcome. But we can certainly, one-on-one if we need to. Yeah, that wasn't my channel. And good to see you, Yellow Cake Maker. And by the way, thanks for you and Bexx's work on my stream. Was that yesterday? I think it was. I lose track of time. So that was great. That you and Yellow Cake Maker were able to carry so much of the broadcast while I went around town. And it is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome to the panel Mr. Aluma Tommy. And if he gives me the business, I might play the background myself. We'll see how this goes. I'm probably due a little bit of the business from Mr. Tommy here. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Hi. Just for clarification, which of your channel? I'm confused. Which of your channels did I enter in?
Fuck, I
don't host, so I never know how this. Yeah, StreamYard is so confusing now. Because I don't host, and then there's a mix of who's hosting, who's sharing panel. And so I thought I went into Bexx's backstage, and when you introduced me, I'm like, wait, what's going on here?
I think it's Bexx's, but she gave me administrator privileges so I can highlight the comments. So.
The keys, in essence.
The keys, yes, sir.
He has the keys.
And that's not a bad thing. It's like relative to the situation. Like, OTW and Paul with the keys, that's a bad situation. You and Bexx, I don't think that'll be an issue as far as those advocating for the trade of ideas and speak.
Indeed, sir, indeed. And it is good to see you. And I was a little annoyed with you the last time you tried to come on my channel. So I don't know that I'm need to apologize, but I'm over it. Whatever I was experiencing, I'm over it now, Tommy. So
and you were annoyed with me because I was expressing an annoyance. But we don't have to get into that now. These
Cool.
things seem to be the ebb and flow of the community right now.
Interesting.
But
Would you care to expound, sir?
yeah, it's like we're in this truth-seeking community, and I feel like to do that is what demonizes you. Because if I say I'm a Sigma loner doing my narrow path, oh, Flow State can't sleep on that. He has to tell everybody we're friends, tell me I'm not a lone wolf, that everybody loves me. But then if I drop that narrative, I'm nothing but alienated and rejected backstage left and right. Um, and I don't want to use that reverse psychology thing. I think it's actually deeper than that. But it's even like Lou Bass sitting on OTW earlier saying, I love the internet because everything stays and the truth will always come out. Like, yeah, that's my line, bro. And Lou Bass is a little oblivious to how that's going on, even on him. Just like Gary Baxter, he's oblivious to these things. There's a lot of hopping on narrative trains everywhere I go. And I was sketchy about having my picture showing on behalf of your channels because my linguini pedo accusers are like in full force right now. It doesn't bother me, but it damages some channels I go to. Like I was on a channel last night trying to hear and chat about, like it was a detective talking to a dude that was in prison for a ridiculous situation where he shot a guy 8 times. And even the people in the chat, including me, were like, wait, is he just telling a story or did this happen? Because it was ridiculous, the cause of fearing for his life and how he responded to this guy. But to not get into that, as I'm conversing about it, suddenly the chat is full of people wanting to tell my dating a girl story and accuse me of being a pedo. And I just realized that, and eventually the chat moderators were like, Tom, leave and take your people with you. And I was like, well, I am going to leave, but these aren't my people and I'm not a pedo. And I exited out, but I don't see myself being able to interact with that channel over some little boys sticking to their narrative. Just like I can't interact on OTWs as long as Paul has his keys and narrative. And not that I care, fuck OTW. But it did start well this morning until the Joe Fool and the Paul got their narrative into it.
Well, and for the record, I'm attempting to be Switzerland, although I'm sure I won't completely succeed. Although with the accusers, Tommy, it's been a while, but I felt like me and you handled them pretty effectively that one time they flooded into my chat. Felt like we dealt with them pretty good. That's been a while back now. Yeah,
I agree because we dealt with them good. Then they came at me on Jedi's panel. Well, one of them did, and he got wrecked to where he was so at a loss for words. I was going, yeah, okay, you can hit leave yourself. Like, it's been fun. You got nothing else. And he'll still come at me in a new day just as hard. That's the crazy thing about this community. When I say we're Highlanders that only stab each other in the chest, we never cut each other's heads off. And that's the meta. That's the meta I'm challenging myself with, is like, so how do you deal with, what do you do? And that's the game of it for me, that it looks painful. It can be painful to attention and entertainment, but it is the challenge I've been interacting with even before addressing it with a description like this.
Yeah, and as far as Paul having the keys on my channel, I do wish that was a little easier to sort of enable and disable. You know, they make it kind of clunky to turn that on and off.
Like a Sirius XM membership. I'm still paying like $15 a month for something I've never used that I didn't realize I had signed up for through a little scammy process from a scammer. Yeah, and you have to almost literally call them live. They will put you through so much bullshit as far as just clicking to unsubscribe. that a lot of the panels and forums I've researched say, yeah, you literally have to get someone on the phone to unsubscribe from SiriusXM.
Yeah, a scam, just like almost everything else. But I did want to kind of bring Bexx in, if you don't mind, Tommy.
Oh, she'll go to spite herself. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think we just did.
I've been known to come on to be like, Bexx, shut it the fuck down. Like, get some sleep, have a meal.
Bro, we were almost there earlier, but I feel like she's in rally mode now, perhaps.
Yeah, one night it looked like I just ditched her one night, but my battery had died because she was just pulling them hours, them real battery dying hours.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You should read the descriptions of the videos I have up when you have a chance. Lumen taught me it's pretty funny.
I saw the one you mentioned me in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you're mentioning both. Oh, you have to. I changed the heading. I can put it on back on the. Anyways, I put the links in the description as well. It's worth looking. There's a little story in there. It's kind of funny.
Okay, I'll check it out.
But how could I? My point is, how could I not be rallied? I just wanted to say, like, it's exciting to be here. I know I'm on my own. I know I'm on my own channel, but it's like this co-host, this administrator thing is kind of cool. I feel like just turning the keys over. I did. But how could I not be with you guys here? Like, it's a real honor to hang out with you guys. Like, I mean, I know it's not all like fanfare. I'm just saying, but it's I really appreciate it. Like, I know you guys better than you know me because I've watched you, right? I've listened to you, and
that's kind of the full circle of like the truth thing. It's like me and Benton weren't going to delve into the thing we were referencing of the irritability, but that was my tension. Is like Benton had been on a break, most likely for health issues, and when I come back, it's like first time he sees me, he's like, I don't know if I can handle Tommy today. And then the second time I go back to see him, Paul just sees my name come up in chat and muted me right out the bat. And that's my issue with some key combinations. It's like, I know Benton doesn't feel that way on a regular basis, but what's he to do about it? What was I to do about it?
Well, I understand that. But I know here, I was going to say, okay, a couple things I wanted to say. I know you can add keys to an account. It's not very expensive. It's per key, I think, if that's what we're going to call them. I also wanted to say,
it was just giving your password to someone.
No, you can only give at least one added member on the level of paid stream I have. There might be more that come in. You might get more with the next level up, but you can also add members and a cost per member. I think I noticed. I don't think it's very expensive. I also wanted to say that I think that if you comment in your chat, Benton, because you're commenting in my chat right now, that might your own name might come up.
No, he's addressing when it's him. Or you're not typing the parentheses, right?
No, I'm typing that. But if Bexx doesn't want me posting under her name, I'll do as she suggested.
No, it's fine. Oh, you can post over here. It's just that your audience won't see it unless you highlight it because you're in my chat right now.
I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yes, you're
welcome. That was a situation when I came in talking about, is this Bexx's channel or Benton's? One time I was on Paul's channel asking for the link. He kept dropping it, and I kept going, dude, I don't see it. I swear to God, the link is not here. And what it was so many people were restreaming him that the thumbnails, I just thought I was in his chat, but I was really in a different channel's chat while he was dropping the link on his chat. And I had to figure that out before I could hit the link and go up.
I'm going to just address a comment here for a moment in my chat. Dean, I love you so much. I do welcome you coming up here and even having a discussion. But I would, before you do that, I think that there's a little bit of, maybe I don't know if I have the stamina right this moment to address the whole like program orange man bad thing that seems to be like dominant in the ability to take on a scenario, even if someone you may feel has personally wronged you. I would say that, but even before I encourage you to hit this link, I would say that maybe you could go watch, before you come in and share your opinions of things you've seen on other channels. I'd appreciate it if you could maybe go watch the first stream I did with Tommy, and maybe give yourself an opportunity. In fact, anyone who might have some, I'm not saying it's like a big deal. I'm just saying, like,
and no,
had a conversation.
I want you to save your breath, Beck. Dean Kendall has been one of my haters longer than I've known you.
Well, then
and
I'll say,
literally this narrative game we're talking about.
Well, yeah, and I'm saying that's why I'm saying you do yourself a great service to just go learn something about someone. Just go learn something about, like, I asked him all sorts of questions that have nothing to do with whatever you've seen him talk about before. So, and that goes to anyone really. It's like, if, I'd encourage, at least during this broadcast at this time, I know for me, I'm only speaking to my chat here, that I just, I will disregard any comment from here on in. And also, you're just wasting your breath. So,
And you can acknowledge them, because it's hard for me to keep track of the steady flow of haters. So I don't mind seeing it, because I need to recognize whenever I'm on a different channel and they might be like Johnny Carsoning it up with me. Some of my haters like to come in and just schmooze like nothing ever happened, and they're cool.
Well, and that's where I would say, sorry to interrupt Illumitami, but Dean's leaving, and that's fine. But I would say, I would strongly encourage you, Dean. You know me, I've helped you talk you off other ledges, and helped you calm you down. We're in the midst of doing actually, Dean Kendall and I are trading my surplus high blood pressure for his deficit in blood pressure, and we can use Illumitami as a means of a conduit for us to do that, Dean. Like, yours gets elevated when he's around, and mine gets depressed when he's around, and we're good. So,
and that's the individual's responsibility. It goes along with feelings. It's like people want to say iceberg out, which I do for the meta of the games. But if my heart rate and my stress level were really in danger from that, that would be my responsibility. Just like people tell me, calm the fuck down, when I'm like, no, it's I'm doing a thing. It's a meta show. But that is part of the meta with Dean's comment there. He needs everyone to know he's leaving. Just like Chalk Body Outline, every time I show up, he needs everyone to know, oh, Tommy's here. I will be exiting, in the hopes to influence others as well. It's part of this game I'm talking about, where that is the spiritual attack. That is the spiritual warfare. To try and narrate about someone in the hopes to getting the whole community to get on board. That's why we say a certain channel is culted the F up. It's not that he is so much a thing. It's that 130 people that file in line and say, yeah, what he says is what we believe. That's the narrative we're going to go with.
Yeah.
I'd like it to be just fun channels of people hosting and doing their thing, but we see it's spiritual warfare, it's meta warfare, it's traveling to other channels to perpetuate that.
But that's where I would say the Bexx factor comes in a little bit here, in terms of, like, honestly, the kind of time I've spent with Dean, I've been there and witnessed the infractions. I understand the upset even, and the insult, perhaps personally, like how you feel. I've seen it, but I would also say, Dean, that, you trust me. Like, it's only like 2 hours. Watch it at 1.5 speed. And honestly, give yourself a chance. Like, just give yourself a chance to hold a slightly different perspective, because the spiritual battle is yours. Like that kind of animation against a character, against a person, and holding it and demanding that you be seen about it. Like, it's that programmed hatred narrative that came with the character that was the apprentice, who then got elected to be the president, in the whole world. I'm just saying, I'm not saying you're a Trumper. I'm saying people have gotten programmed to get on each other's bandwagons. And the more people that are, that can be programmed, the more people that are pointing a finger out at someone and being like, bad man, bad man, bad man, everybody does it, and it's a running program.
Can I address some of these comments you're screening? I can't lose in this war swim, because I can admit I'm wrong if I get off the truth train, but all I can do is stand on truth, and then it's just long game. Long game wins. What each individual has the responsibility of is to figure out Are you standing on truth? Are you promoting letting the accused speak their side? Or are you just playing the narrative game? Because when Jillian Rachel says I trigger people, well, I say as closely to factual what I see as I can, and that's what triggers people. Anybody can do that, Jillian. I am not a troll. I occasionally will troll if I see, oh, this is a riffing session. We're just talking shit. This is an entertainment session. Yeah, I'll play that game. But as far as getting down to brass tacks, like the narratives about me and the narratives expressed that aren't true, I'm always open to saying my side of that, and that'll win. Because I say when I'm wrong, I acknowledge when I've fucked up, and I don't do that a lot anymore because I have in the past. Like, I don't have to say I fucked up as often because I'm only acting in the experience I've lived.
Well, hell, Tommy triggers me half the time. I mean, what are we even talking about here?
And that's why I'm still cool with Benton, because he's man enough to most of the time hear me out. The times he hasn't, you saw, we just came to an understanding right here. That like half my issue recently with him was he came back from a hiatus only for me to experience him and the effect that Paul has when you give Paul your keys. And I'll even say for London Man, for as much as I backed London Man and Z in that battle when the Paul thing was happening, how did Paul mute people from London Man's channel if not to have had some kind of wrench or heat? Yeah, the awkward. Oh, I thought Benton was doing the awkward whistle. That was a good timed siren in the background. Like when I asked how did Paul have any kind of meta power over London Man, and I thought you were doing the awkward whistle because he obviously gave him something.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'm with you, Tom. I hear you.
Oh, is Jackie streaming, or is this
Yeah,
a
just
pre-recorded?
yeah, just in case anybody wanted to cruise over there. I like to promote Jackie's channel when I'm able to. So
Yeah, that's
just
cool.
as a reminder.
And it also shows that you're not hung up on like current live numbers. I agree that we all can just go wherever, watch whatever. That's also why I stand against chatters. They're like, I wish we could change the subject. Try another Zoom call. Try
Yeah,
another Zoom call, distraught chatter.
exactly.
I'm currently working on a video to address the back in the basement lady that I went on last night. We were having a good oppositional civil back and forth, and I feel like StreamYard's had shit connection this week. And I understand that I didn't have a video, I wasn't cammed up for anyone to see my face freeze still. But she had asked me a question that I thought I was replying to. And in hindsight, when I went back and watched it, it was like, no, I was already froze up about to get kicked. And she still played it like, oh, look, he left. And then went on the rant of, look, I'm going to push back. I'm going to push back on ideas. And if you can't handle it, like, it's like, no, I just froze up and got dropped. By the time I got back, you had wrapped up that stream real quick, because that was the first time I ever started getting emails in real time of like, hey, I really love this pushback you're giving back in the basement. And so obviously I was wrecking on rationale and logic. And that's why she wrapped up real quick, because I think she did understand what I was saying. She had no place to go with it and wrapped up the stream. So I hope there's a round two. Oh, there's more lies and narrative in the bottom. Hecklebus will say Illumitommy's intent is to strike your channel. He's oblivious to Paul was kicking me from replying to the strike accusations. I said right there, like, no, I went to a channel, I said that I struck you, and look how you're losing your shit over it. But he really got struck on that video for using footage of monkeys seeing themselves in a mirror. And he doesn't have, he has proof. He has the YouTube thing saying, hey, this channel from the footage of the monkeys, they have a copyright claim against you. But he can't prove that I struck him. Like, I'm not gonna lie, people. I've told a couple white lies in the strategery aspect of things. I went and told a grab 'em by the pussy version of that girl I dated at a not classy age that was still legal. And you saw how my Lauren De Laguna interaction went over people jumping on that story. I've also said while Paul had me blocked and muted and using my picture to where even Bexx was saying things like, Bexx, I'm not going around saying that. I got to see if I really like why you think this. Yeah, that was
Oh,
him.
I haven't gone. I meant to find you that timestamp, actually. I think I took it personally when you might have been speaking, not to me, but to the other person on screen.
It's okay. It's okay. And I haven't went to look for it. It's not a big deal because we're sitting here talking about it.
Yeah.
Just like
When
anything
I,
with Benton in the past, it's like, well, we can
Mhm.
still get on a channel and talk about it. It's fine. This dude
Yeah.
doesn't realize how lost in his own sauce he is. He won't even let me say now that I was just saying I struck you, waiting for this to happen. And he's so wrecked by the possibility of that being true that now he has to clutch to the narrative that Tom is striking channels. The same way he
Mm.
took my story and now it's plural. It's multiple young girls at that hairline of legality. He wants to say I did that on all kinds of occasions because I only did once. And now he's saying Tommy will go around and strike everybody's channel. He went on a whole mob rant of like, hey, if everybody goes and fucks with Tommy's channel, I can't stop that. Like, it's it's too big circle for me. It's like that's what slows down my content is one thing I could put light on just does an avalanche of like, man, I don't even know where to start and where to go because everything out of his mouth I can call out and show the contradiction. See, the tribe is OG season one or pilot cult, and he's had me blocked and muted to follow and hate. It's like this is all on the individual. If you people want truth, you got to go find it yourself. I don't have to defend myself. I don't care to like make sure all P's and Q's are crossed, all I's and T's are dotted. But it's like up to you if you want to know you're saying truth or not. And don't daps Christos. Christos is also lost in his thought. Like, weren't we here on this
Dude, yeah.
channel talking about what the definition of culted the F up is? And then
Mhm.
one day later, he's in OTW's chat saying, oh, Tom exploited himself. Tom has really showed who he is. Like, no, Christos, you're lost, bro. And I'm more than happy to have you come up and we can talk about it like men.
Mhm. Yeah, I would love that. I would say that just to be clear that my fist bump and emoji are because of the holy cows, specifically the holy cows, and then the awesome idea to do a stream with Benton Bexx.
Yeah, and I don't
Specifically,
hate
yeah,
Christos. I think
yeah,
I mentioned the last time he was up here, like, Christos,
not,
I
yeah.
don't hate you, but I don't know why you're so culted the F up because you are. And if you come up, I will be civil and nice and show receipts because you're culted the F up like we would expect a young man with not much foundation to stand on yet, not much square as others that are older and more experienced. You might want to like Hecklebus is worse, Christos. Hecklebus is older than all of us. He's still a jackass and doesn't know it. So you're not a Hecklebus, Christos. Even Jimmy Shively, I've done all I can do to still leave that branch out to eventually get you on a level of look, man, you're not a bad guy, but you're culted up. You're a follower. And anytime you want to come to terms with that, I might be able to get you there and still not leave you wanting to hang yourself. So what I always said about Paul is I'm trying to leave a window open so that when he realizes what he's been doing and who he doesn't self-delete. Because this game he claims we're in, yes, we're in it. He's just so far into the sauce, he forgets he's the one that's wronged all these people. He's the one that's fired that first shot, and it's been a year and a half of people either responding accordingly or just leaving the metaverse altogether. Trace B, if I timed you out, it was on London Man, probably for a good reason. That's the only place I've ever had that ability, and I was very decisive with it. I stand behind everything I've done. Tribe, look out, you're agreeing with me. Well, maybe not to agree with me, but I'm civil with Carl, trying to show him that he acknowledges the socialism. So I guess his mistake is he's constantly trying to group up with me on projects when I'm like, bro, I stand openly on not being socialist. I am pro Jesus path. I don't know why Carl thinks I would ever like he comes at my home field channel. Like Hoax Wars is where I say, oh, if I got a home base, that's it. And he tries to ask me to get down on hoax attacking projects. I don't get it. And Carl, you got a little bit of truth there recently when I said, yeah, we can manipulate people when it's obviously a comedy video that we're just clowning around. But Carl was trying to manipulate words and audios into incrimination with like small mustache type groups. And Carl keeps forgetting that I've said to his face, have you ever thought that maybe you think you're exploiting us when we're running our own ops in that community? Like you want to show that Hoax Wars will go have a conversation with the handsome truther, and you're trying to say, no, that means Hoax War is a small mustache? Like you're lost in your own sauce, Carl. It's typical of young men and socialists. Benton, I'll address him too, but I can't address him when he's being a muting, blocking coward. That's why it's not a problem. I just don't worry about him. Like the D word entity, he constantly wants to talk about keeping it real, having an exchange with people to resolve problems. Well, I'm gonna post a video when I'm done with this back in the basement video. I'm gonna post a video showing Paul talking about I win all the time. There ain't a motherfucker in this metaverse that's beat me. And in that real time, I click his link to you've been blocked by this creator. Now take all your open discourse, trading of ideas, and stick it, because it's not what you're about, Paul. He's just playing this game that we've been talking about, the silencing voices, like cutting people's ears off, sewing people's mouths shut. That's what he's doing, and claiming he's your freedom savior. And this is season 4. I'm tired of the BS. I don't need any friends. My channel can't be silenced. You might not watch my videos, but I'm going to stick that truth out there. And I'm going to stop going to panels that just ask me a question, let me get a sentence fragment out and backstage me, and then reply to my sentence fragment. It's ridiculous. And it's on each of you individually to see it for yourselves, or just not be in, I don't know, the alleged book of life, because I feel like this is the battle. Do you think the end war battle, the exploitation of the saints and the Christians, do you think that's going to be under the term Christian? Do you think the Antichrist is going to have horns and say, I'm the Antichrist, let's kill all the Christians? Like, come on, people. It's meta. If Jesus said he's the way, the truth, and the life, then wouldn't all truth be an aspect of that? And wouldn't the fighting of truth be Antichrist? Because a lot of you seem to oppose truth. No, see, there's Carl's game. I just told y'all who Carl is. Bexx told you guys that we're cool and addressed you to go back to our origins. And Carl's just going to lean into that shit. He's playing little socialist cuck narrative games, just like Swim. See, when I know your screen names, even though I know you could have 20 sock accounts as my pedo accusers claim to have. Even though I know that can happen, some of you are still on my radar for how often you say things under names to where I can call you out real time like this. I'm going to let you guys bounce some of that off of you rather. Whenever I see both of you chatting, I'm like, I don't want to overtake the stream, but I have stuff to say.
Well, Tom, just something I've noticed is to some extent, portions of the audience, whether they want to admit it or not, from my perspective, seem to need this every once in a while for whatever reason. So there certainly seems to be some tension in the air. So, I don't know.
And that is the season 4. Yeah.
Yep.
Because I felt like as silly as this sounds for me to say that I acknowledge, I feel like to an extent I have walked on eggshells. I have retracted and not lived up to things I said I was going to do because I need to leave time. Like when Wizard was saying, "Oh, Tom says he destroyed me. He says he destroyed me. I'm still here." No, Wizard, I had that footage of you getting wrecked on you've dodged child support most of your life, but I didn't feel it time or a place to expose it. In the moment, I did say, "Oh, I'm totally going to blow you out of the water on this." Then, as I slowly am making videos, as the process is slow and tedious, that gives me time to self-reflect and say, do I really want to be the guy just calling out Wizard for dodging child support? And I backed off on it. There's lots of reasons I've backed off or been slow about things. But you're right, Benton. I agree. The community is feeling the stale played outness of this narrative speaking and the group jumping on to that narrative train, and they don't realize what they desire is the refreshing truth. And so I haven't official broadcast season 4. I've done a lot of soft talk about it, but that's what season 4 is going to be, is no pulling punches. I'm just going to say what is, and I'm going to show those receipts. I did have a mind for, I don't want to jump into these panels and just be the vibe crusher, the party pooper, and now it's required. We need this.
So when it comes to child support, I didn't dodge child support. I paid the child support directly to my daughter rather than going through the state. The state had a problem with
little
that.
Karmatic connection going on there, if you ask me.
Yeah. So while you've got an ID in your pocket following your daddy, whenever he calls you up to pay child support, you're going to pay it through him. I don't pay child support through a third person. If I am the grantor and it's the beneficiary that needs it, it goes directly from the grantor to the beneficiary, for a trust shall not fail for want of trustee. Fuck off, Tommy.
Now show me one baby mama in this world that, if you're doing that, will still take you to court. Show me one baby mama that's getting proper interaction and support for the child you share that will still take your ass into court for it. And you ran before you'd even hear that, because we all see you're weak. Well, not sorry. I started talking for we because I see you're weak. I see your contradiction. And really my challenge is, how much of this hard drive do I care to devote to people? Because when it's full, you have to only keep the imperative, the what your task is really about. Like most of the hard drive is Mr. Enslaved, but I've seen a lot of contradictions that I'm like, oh, I better clip that. I better hold that. And Wiz won't tell you. Maybe he doesn't even see it for himself. Wiz has gone on a number of panels in this community to express his free stamps, his money you can write off, only to have them be like, "Did you do it?" And he's like, "No," and they laugh him off the panel. And some of those are even my enemies laughing him off the panel. Oh, Trillest is here. Trillest, come up, bro. I haven't seen you since we both got a cinnamon. I'm always happy to see Trillest, because he's another one that, like, we can have disagreements or not, or have a misunderstanding, and we can just get to the bottom of it, work it out, no harm, no foul.
Well, and I would even go so far as to say, in my experience, not only no harm, no foul, but a deeper understanding and a better friendship, like, or a better, well, I would say, yeah, for me, friendship, but even before that was a better metaversal interrelation, you know, like definitely learned as a person, stronger person for it. So,
Can you bring up that Groove comment? And that's so like future watchers can see what we're talking about. Because you won't see the chat. Well, on YouTube you will, but if you download this or something, it doesn't include the whole chat. But yeah, the key element there is the contextual narration. And those things don't have to be bad, but they aren't always truth. Like context is context. It's the context we're speaking in about a subject. That's not bad, but it can be manipulated. And then narration or narration can just be speaking over a video footage. But narrative, as we say politically, that's like setting an opinion or a context, and people can jump onto that without thinking about it for themselves. And
Hey, sorry, Tom. Realist McCoy's backstage. Is that
bring him up.
somebody you know, Bexx?
yes,
Is that who you were asking for? Okay, cool.
We both just gave him props in front of you. Yeah, he's cool.
I was reading the chat, Tom, but thank you.
Yeah. What's up, Trillest?
What's up, Illuma Tommy, man?
Long time
Salute
no
to you,
interact.
man. Peace to you,
Yeah.
man. Peace to you, Benton.
And
Good
I
to
gotta
see you,
see, I
man.
What's
thought
up,
I
man? Good to see you.
subscribed
Bexx. Peace, Bexx. This
nice
is
to
what
see you, McCoy.
Bexx will tell you. This is what I envisioned for her from when she
Yeah,
started
she's
the
doing it up.
channel.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was over there on Key Norfolk, trying to just sew up some, and clean up some open wounds, that unnecessary wounds. So I'm not one. I don't like beef. I'm not here for the beef and the friction and all of that. So I had to put that fire out before it even start to spread. So I didn't
That's
get to know.
what
But
it is.
what'd you just say, Luma Tommy? That's what she said. What'd you say?
Well, somebody was like this. Did you say something about this is what I envisioned for Bexx?
Yeah, this is what I envisioned for her when she started her channel, that she could be like a bridge, a place that, because I didn't see like a female out there. Forgive me for those woman, female, lady, however, out there in this side of town with the Zetetic Warriors, the OTWs, the Bentons, the Paul Unslave, the Illuma Tommies. I didn't see a woman though. So I was like, nah, Bexx, you could be that one place where everyone can come and talk, and you know what I mean? So to see you all and just to see Wiz just come through, I was like, damn, Bexx is happening. So peace to y'all, man. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. Bexx, you built for this. Tony Taylor.
Let me address some of that, because I like that you're giving her props for being that one place people can come and talk. And what I'm trying to tell this community is like, oh, anybody could be that place. They're just not doing it. They're being tyrannical mod god assholes with their channel. It's why it's why YouTube and the panel community attracts narcissism.
True that, man. There's so much. That's what I enjoyed Benton. He called it a ramble, but I just thought he was just expressing what we all needed to hear, man. Those are my thoughts. And
to back Benton up, when I asked,
thank you, by the way.
Yeah,
when he said he didn't hear me because he was addressing the chat, when I asked you if you said that thing about Bexx's channel, I was sitting here going, wait, did I hear that or did I read that in chat? How did that information come into my head? And that was just like seconds ago, So maybe that's one way this situation is kind of affecting us, because like there's Quakers and early settlers, they've never had the experience of audibly listening while reading and being on a camera communication. There's like a lot of layers to this meta.
Salute to not know. Peace to Jack's dreaming in the building. Well, she's been here, so it's cool. Tony Taylor's in the building. Hecklebus Wiz, yeah, he came through, huh? So yeah,
he came through with the typical nothing.
Appreciate y'all, I really do.
He's one of the people I'm saving you from, that I don't want you carrying that over to teaching your children, Trillest. He says a lot of bullshit that if you can't discern why it's bullshit, you'll just eat it up. That is the
game. Lumatami, man. Well, everybody got a little piece of the puzzle, man, and it's just for us to see it or find it. I think
and a lot of people are trying to mash that piece in, even though it's a square peg in a round hole, and they refuse to acknowledge that it's not going to fit. Did you guys ever, we can use puzzle analogy or knotted rope analogy. You guys ever notice how when you are aware of truth and everyone's against you in any facet of your life, work, drama, anything, you see where they're wrong or lying, and it just feels mentally like an obstruction. But when everybody's on the same page, you feel that relaxed, open flow of truth. And these raging motherfuckers are they might not even all realize that they're pushing lies while they do it. That's half the devil, is you're working for the devil, don't even realize it.
Yeah, we all got bamboozled, man. Wrong information, constantly being lied to, constantly being deceived. So, but I think sincerely within us, we're all in search of the light. We're in darkness, and it's just we're just trying to figure this out, man.
That is the matrix, or the human experience beyond, like this thing we say we see beyond the physical. It is that, and then we are continuing to have that struggle in the metaverse. This is spiritual warfare. Oh, to address Truther Cop, he keeps following me from channel to channel, saying he'll take my silence as a whatever, and every channel I say, Truther Cop, we've always panel spoken like we're all doing right now. He won't come up anywhere but on his channel, and when he has me on his channel, he just does the same, oh, I'm gonna just backstage you before you can get your point out and keep my... And he doesn't even do a false narrative about me as much as he just kept to his show narrative. It's like he wasn't even backstaging me like Paul does to fucking talk shit. He was kept redirecting back to the convoy, the trucker convoy. I'm like, dude, I showed up for us to settle this misunderstanding, and you're still staying on your protester bit. Bexx, what are you doing? Bexx, you might not know it, but you're trying to pit me and the Trillest in one-on-one Mortal Kombat. Not Mortal Kombat, but Meta Combat.
From what I'm hearing, Tommy, we both got kicked out of the same place, huh? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's when I haven't seen you. Yeah, and so did you see me get kicked out?
No, I didn't see you get kicked out because I got kicked out before you.
Yeah, I saw you, and I couldn't remember if it was the same stream or if it was the next day. But when she was coming at me on that tip, I was literally going, oh, you're trillisting me right now. You're trillisting me. Do you see this? You're doing the trillisting to me. And she's overtaken his channel. And if you remember the meme cut, well, I just posted it as BoothTube Volume 3. The first time I met her, I said, I see what you're doing. You see his channel following, and he's been saving it for you. Now you're taking over his channel.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's all right, man. Between everything, there's a silver lining, man. I was able to move on, man. It's not a...
And it can be corrected.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I still got London McLovin, man. I salute him all day. It's just...
Dude, I ain't mad at that dude. But yeah, I'm holding him to the able words.
Yeah, it's just you ride with like-minded, man, to just keep some kind of peace, and we just stay focused on our ultimate goal, whatever is bringing us together. That's just what it is. So London knew from the jump. I told him, look, man, I ain't feeling her. And so that's why he ain't even mad at me, because I told him from the jump, you recognize energy, man, when someone's sincere or not. I remember, Tommy, though, you wrote something in the chat, though. You was like, yo, you at me and said, that, we wouldn't give this person time, but it's something along that line. You're like, man, and I just sent you the bullet mark, like, yeah, you on spot. I wouldn't get that girl.
Yeah, I mean? Americans, though, I know, I remember what you're talking about. In America, or even in person, because I'm not just going to say it's Cinnamon. On another channel, there's this guy, Jesse, the missing link. And I don't think either of them are bad people. I ain't got a problem with them being here. But even with Wizard, if you met these people in person as coworkers or something, you wouldn't be giving them all this like credibility. You'd be like, this chump, man, this fucking chump right now. But something about meeting through these cameras, we're giving unwarranted validation while also condescending people without cause.
Yeah, but it's all right, man. She's all good with me. We're not for
Yeah, it'll all
everybody,
work
you know.
itself out.
Yeah, we're not for everybody. I'm not for everybody, so I'm cool with that, man. I mean, I'm cool with that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, truth will prevail, and you just got to decide if you're on that train, if you're going to cross the finish line in that car, because any of us can. And the challenge, even if you're not battling against liars and grifters, you still alone have the challenge of, am I still speaking truth? Have I got lost in the sauce? Am I spouting bullshit?
So yeah, peace to who I can't see the name, but peace to whoever just someone just joined the panel. Peace to you all. I haven't talked to Lou and Tommy in a minute, so it's good to just exchange a few words. But go ahead, I'll be in the back myself.
Why are you going in the back? You can sit at the front of the bus. Sit up here with me.
No, someone else has joined the panel. There's a reason they joined the panel, so you want to give them an opportunity.
He's culted the fuck up. He can
frozen
be here, but
also.
Yeah, he was like season 1 unplayed cult.
Who is that? Who was that?
It was Brian O'Shea, and he hates it when I call him O'Shea.
Yo, he was a serious dude. I want to get out of his way.
No, he's not serious. He's a failing comedian that lives out of his car. And as this community says, his words. That's what they say at me. Oh, you're a pedo. Your words. Your own words. Bexx, if you lost connection, it's cool. And Benton, you better know this if it's you. There's actually a language to this arranging and removing people from the panel in real time. And I just hope you guys are aware of that. It goes along with.
Well, real quick, Bexx has been having a lot of technical difficulties today, and I was gonna hang out in the back for a minute, but I'll be here.
Yeah, and that's fine. I worked it out with Bexx last time. I said, Bexx, if you're having technical issues, it's cool. But there's this passive aggressive thing that hosts with little dicks do, where if they feel like their panel has overtaken their show, they'll just quietly remove their square. It's like the most beta thing a host can do, I think. But she was dropping out. And like I said, man, I think
real quick, Tom, I came back as soon as I saw she dropped off. So I just left because she was still here. So I'm here either way, brother.
StreamYard, I think, has been shit this week in a technical sense.
Yeah, my phone totally crashed. I was trying to send a back chat and my phone just like, so it's been doing it enough that I thought I should just restart it because you guys were all holding down the fort. So I missed everything though. I've missed everything since I left. I heard nothing. I did have it running on my other device so I could chat in Benton's chat and my chat, but I didn't figure out to turn the volume on. Forgive me.
That's how I've been helping troubleshoot, because I watch the chat through an alternate device, which is YouTube, and then we panel through StreamYard. So I can see, like, when doing StreamYard on a phone, it's smooth as butter. We're conversing, no lag, but then in real time, I'm watching YouTube buffer, and I'm watching the chat be like, oh, it's buffering. Or if you got copyrighted in real time, I can be like, oh, YouTube just dropped out. We're still live on StreamYard, but YouTube dropped out.
Yeah, I always have even on my phone. That's why it's so small. I wish I'd actually used my tablet for when we talk, because then I would have been laughing at some of the filters that you used more, because I'm looking at such a small. I have my YouTube chat at the bottom and my StreamYard on the top of a fairly small phone. So, but I don't panel without looking at. I don't typically panel without watching the YouTube chat, in addition to having my own control panel up here.
That's why I'm a dirty slut, because I'll pee anal raw with panels I've never met. Like, I'll just pop on a panel I never met and I'll pee anal with them. No protection.
I actually remembered. I remember jumping up. I think it was. I don't want to get the. I actually don't know who it was, but I remember just recently since we were talking, that I remember going up on someone's panel in the middle of the night, maybe EBTs. I don't know. You were on the panel and I hopped up.
Ooh, late night.
Yeah, it was late night.
It adds to like.
And I was out of my territory a little. But I saw you there and I came up to say hi. And all I remember is, there being a bit of commotion at some point. And you're like, Bexx, cover your ears.
Oh yeah, earmuffs, Bexx. Earmuffs.
Yeah, earmuffs.
Yeah, I was feeding somebody beans. I remember what you're talking about, but I don't know the specifics. Yeah, that was a cool
night. I if it was someone else's channel that would be offended by that statement, I mean no offense to whoever may be offended.
I think it was just after we met. And when we met, I'd been like, yeah, this is pretty, here's my metaversal experience right now. And then the next day you showed up in the middle of that. Yeah. So I was like, oh, earmuffs, Bexx. Earmuffs. I didn't know you were going to be here. I'm throwing down right now.
It's funny. So did I miss any, what did I miss while I was gone?
It is, I wouldn't know what to recap, but it is worth going back over. It was me and Trillest reuniting, which led to more. Actually, this is representation of what we're talking about. It's how my head goes big circle when people say I derail and get off the subject. It's like, no, I see all this as the whole. It's gift / curve. It's like there's stuff I can miss right in front of my face. As a child, I used a car toy with light up headlights to look for that toy in the dark for like 10 minutes before I realized it's in your fucking hand, dumbass. I miss stuff right in front of my face sometimes, but big picture, like the aliens on the movie with the girl from The Office, yeah, I kind of see that real time all thing. Not like God, of course.
No. Yeah.
But what I've experienced, what I've seen in my life, it shows like as big circle most of the time. I'm not saying it as like a privileged better than people. I'm just saying, there's give and take. It's not always a good, like looking young as a man, never advantageous unless you're trying to cruise for younger girls, which I don't even girl anymore. So there's no advantage to looking young at my age. Like every job I've been management at, I just have to show the employees that I'm not the punk kid that's managing them. So I always have to restart as a new manager. Every new job makes me pay my dues as if I'm some young kid new to the workforce, and as if they didn't see my resume when I got hired. But yeah, I can't think of an advantage to looking younger unless you're cruising for younger sexual partners.
Yep, it's logical.
And we see where talking about that's gotten me in this metaverse.
Yeah. Well, I know I'm just keeping I was just looking at my description in my last video. That's all. It's hard. I'm just going to say I've referred to you as a metaversal archetype. And I know people will think that's like some sort of icon. No, it's actually people are going to take this word the wrong way. It's actually like a sigil. It's actually like a symbol of something that is not just you, and I see people make that connection, the people that are really, even, I'll say it because he put himself in the public eye to be pointed out this way. Like Dean Kendall and I are very close, and I mean, no disrespect. He I know though that if he went and just watched, right, that just a conversation about not any of this, he would see that what I'm saying is true. Like that people get on some sort of bandwagon. Like I actually described more than that, in my description of the video, right? And I guess that's what I'm not a troll.
Hey, I'm gonna back you up. Bexx, it's okay. You don't have to ramble.
No, I was gonna say I'm a troll, but I was sort of like I saw Canadians misbehaving before the 2020 election like crazy. Okay, they were down there trolling the Republicans, rah-rahing the Democrats. Like it was sick. And I would go into
this is what's bringing America and Canada together. It's how I acknowledge Truther Cop's presence here. He is showing the relation between what Canada's dealing with their protesters and how it relates to here in America. And now the two sides of protesting are even interacting. Yeah, Truth or Top doesn't even investigate what our situation is enough to know it, but he is doing his thing pretty well as far as addressing and putting out what is happening. But you're just, a lot of the problems in this metaverse is the change up of terminology, because what you're saying is me being a sigil. My lore term for that is panel walker as opposed to panel hopper. Like in my lore, panel hopper are these people that just want to get cam time, want to be seen and heard, but panel walkers are going around looking for where their value applies to the conversation at the time.
I can see that. And I know no one would normally deem themselves an archetype anyway, you know, because it seems like I've got you on some sort of pedestal. That's not the case. It's that the archetype is, where do we direct our mass hatred, right? And how can we continue to display the inability to listen, to reason, and at the same time, like, how can we display that? Because that was trained during the whole Orange Man Bad, right? And how can we display that so we can all get together on it and support each other on it without using our own reason? You know, because every time that guy screamed fake news, and I'm not a Trumper here, okay, but these two wings of the birds have changed direction a little, you know.
Listen, you're doing the thing I see in myself. Like, even I ask myself, why do I have to, every time I want to reference Orange Man for a thing, why do I always have to lead in with, now I'm not an Orange Man supporter? And that's the psyop right there in itself, because everybody, unless they're full on Trump train wearing all the shit from head to toe, you're either that or you tiptoe into even mentioning, like, oh, I don't want you to think I'm this. So that's, I mean, how do we look at ourselves and say, hey, we've all been psyop? Can you?
Sorry. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, because I was going to say just the fake news. I didn't mean to highlight these comments. I was trying to highlight Not Knows comment, Walker Bexx Ranger.
Hey, you do you, girl. You do you, girl. But when you said archetype, is that the word we'd use if we say, okay, everyone partaking in the panel community is partaking, and you will naturally fall into a thing according to how you participate?
Yeah.
So that we would say archetype.
Yeah. I that's what I would use. I usually am good with these words. I haven't actually looked that one up, you know, but yeah, it's an archetype is like something that represents something. You know, it's not just you, right? It's not just you, even if you can be antagonistic, you know, and that's where I was just going to say with this Orange Man Bad thing. The whole thing is that just pick the concept fake news, right? Even if you don't go and research what he was directly pointing at when they were clipping his words out and making him, you know, making some of the, you know, videos where you're not getting the whole story. Also, he was pointing out at the media. We could say maybe he wasn't, but still, we know the media is like a communist country here. Like, you know, all the media people are saying the exact same words, right? So that's fake alone.
Now, now that's the thing, Bexx. Like, this is the layers to it. Is he was right? Like, we all agree the media is corrupt. There's Operation Paperclip, but because Orange Man said they're fake news, now when you say fake news, the socialists just, oh, you're just Orange Man. So that's layers right there to the psyop.
Yes.
And you're free to share Carl's comments. Carl's free to comment, but like I've told him, man, if you're just going to be the archetype of full-time chatter, never panel, never show your face, and push socialist ideas from Canada on Americans, like, you're only going to get so far. That weight doesn't go far with truth and like reality participants.
Well, that's what I did a podcast with with a Republican just before the election. I met him on Facebook, and we had a lot of common views on other things, but we'd never met. And I did my research, and I catered to his audience, you know. But I got on there, and I started with the idea that Canadians, okay, have no sense of patriotism without Americans. Okay, there is no sense of a patriotic Canadian without being better than an American.
There's a good reason for that I don't blame them for. It's because they're a default country. They had no deciding war or struggle. It was just, oh, I guess we're over here and we'll do this. And
they're not yeah.
Because they are. I commend them that over the jab time and the COOF thing and the lockdowns and the business shutting down, I think their protests stood up harder and more active than Americans did. But I also don't want to slander America too hard. I feel like our protests have been digressed because too many of us are equipped to do the last protest, and the reason that you have nonviolent protests, because we're so capable of the last protest one does, it's why we don't get into the nonviolent as much. Like if I'm getting off my couch, it's to put those plates on and find out if my side is going to live free or not live at all.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Carl had a comment, said something about he's lived in communist countries. Dude, this country was founded on beating communists in the field of battle. I don't have to live in a communist country to appreciate this country and to acknowledge that it is falling to inner communism, eating it from the inside out. Like, the thing is, Carl, truth is truth, and I see you playing games. Just like Christos, I don't hate you. I'm not mad at you. We don't have a feud. But our interaction shows you're not all about truth, and that raises a flag for me.
Yo, this chat is, I can't even kill. What's going on? Bexx, your chat is moving. I looked up, there was like 100 messages. What is,
We've got two chats. We're streaming to two streams right now. Benton's also.
That explains it, because I'm seeing some names also that I didn't recognize that would normally, I didn't see normally in your chat. So, okay, that explains. All right, salute to everybody. That's great. It's good to meet you all. Yeah, I see.
Oh, Carl. They're familiar. They're familiar. Don't treat these plebs with that much respect. They're still the trash chat we know.
And I respect us all, man. We're all in this.
The chat together, man. The chat is the earth of the metaverse. It is the ground, the foundation that we build on. It is the reason we show up. It is the support. It's the numbers, but it's also where the shit lands, where the bottom of your boots scrape. It's just, that's the analogy.
Yeah, man, we all trying to figure this out. That's what brings us all together right now. We know there's an agenda being played on us, but yeah, I don't want to go down that road. But salute to everybody. What was I going to say? Damn, I was going to say, yeah, forgive them, the Lumatami. They know not what they do. Aren't you a Bible guy?
So, no, I don't have anything to forgive them for. I don't have anything to apologize for either.
I wanted to say an archetype is a very typical example of a certain person or thing, an original that has been imitated, a recurrent symbol or motif in literature, art, or mythology, right? So we're here in the mythological. It's not mythology right now. We're living it, but in the future, it's mythology, right? Like unless it's there to be verified, but I'm not going to get into the different levels of scripture. Like, I'm not saying we're doing something scriptural, but in fact, all the book of life is always being written, right? Like, we're participating in it right now. So I would just say that, a very typical example of a certain person or thing. So the archetype of it's definitely.
Can I address the comment you got on the bottom of the screen? And I want to talk about what you just said too. But Carl, you're the one saying you're socialist, and I agree. Small Mustache was socialist, and even Karl Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto. I think you're young, Carl. Like, this is what I get. If you want to be a troll, okay, then you're just a troll. But there's no logic to what you allegedly stand on. It's like a loop. These plebs are the same who have said Small Mustache Party had socialist, its name therefore is socialist. Yeah, Hitler was fascist. socialist, and socialism is the precursor to communism. That's why Karl Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto. That's how it's a trick that can be played. Socialism sounds all Jesus-y and love thy neighbor, and it only pushes you into communism. So on the archetype thing, I agree that people are archetypes, but when I was naming like panel walker, panel hopper, chat poop, hosts, all
You're
those terms,
defining, you're defining archetypes right there.
No, they're not archetypes, because that was an aspect, and I am looking for the word. I originally relate a lot of stuff to like RPGs and Dungeons and Dragons, so I would call those like classes, like fighter, thief, cleric, magic user. But I agree, people are archetypes on that definition. But I'm saying my words for those classes, I don't think I would say those are archetypes. I'm sorry, chat. The chat knows that I usually follow the chat, and Trillest is right. I can't talk and keep up with the chat today and eat.
Praise God.
Well, I do, but I think a couple. What was the word again, Bexx? The thing I said. My word. Archetype.
I'm sorry. Yeah, archetype.
I think a few archetypes are using that praise God term in a blasphemous way when it's like sarcastically at the end of a weird situation, or just to like move the talking point. Like the same way Muslims don't draw God, I think the same logic would apply to like, oh, you just say praise God whenever, you know?
I do understand.
Yeah.
It's like
but that's how things like this get instated, is in like a trending place where people gather and get into rhythms together. It's part of the meta spirituality type stuff. Like, are you aware of yourself? Are you keeping your mind in control?
Quick question for Bexx, because I'm glad I got the opportunity. I've been meaning to ask Bexx. Bexx, what's your relation to the Islamic faith? Because whenever you say Muhammad's name, you always say peace be upon him.
Well, I appreciate the question. In my spiritual journey and my understanding of the Abrahamic religions, and my own talking to a good friend for many years that I made in Morocco, I realized that I sort of was on this natural journey of Islam, which is just the way, right? In terms of understanding religion outside of a book, right? Like he and I talked a lot just about my philosophies. I asked him questions, the same questions I'd asked of my Christian friends, and I presented some of my theories to him based on the differences between that book. And I've studied the differences between the stories, right? Because you've got, say, one woman in one story, Rebecca has Jacob in one story, Esau in another religion, and in the third religion, she has twins of those two names. Like, it's interesting to me to figure out what the secret each one might have that the other doesn't have. And so I do feel that, in my understanding of things, that there were a variety of prophets along the way. And I feel it's respectful. I did at one point take my first tenet of Islam. I don't even know what it's called, but Shahada. I acknowledge that.
Shahada. It's called Shahada.
Thank you. I just acknowledge that I do believe in a source and in a creator, in one creator. I do also understand the role of Muhammad, peace be upon him. And I do understand the roles of these other, they don't deny the Christ. And I'm not trying to say that I'm a super religious person in terms of even knowing all of this lore. But to me, I understood that without a book and just a dictionary, I had already understood all that. I may find the timing a little bit different. Like, to be honest, if I were to sit down and really talk to a bunch of theologians about about what I believe, I think I've understood with what I've studied in the differences of the faiths. I don't have as much Jewish understanding. I haven't looked into that as much, but there's something about these Abrahamic religions, not just, they were set up by, the Kabbalists, or, they were infiltrated by that. There's actually, I have my own theories on what things were called before they created this. I don't even remember what it's called. I learned it in a Trivial Pursuit game, but this was all done in Egypt. These churches were all created in Egypt. And at least the deals, anyways, I don't want to, don't quote me on that. Okay. I do my research mostly for discernment.
Don't let the chat get you down.
Yeah. So
it's okay.
Wait.
Okay
no,
it's okay,
Tommy, I got this. Tom, hang on. Do it more. When they say you talk a lot, do it more. That's my opinion.
No, you don't got this, Benton. It's good that she talks a lot whenever there's no one up here, but then when there's the panel, maybe like me, like myself, maybe she could be more aware, because I'm only cutting her off to help her, because I tell people to cut me off. When I first met you and Trillest, I was like, I'm sick of you guys shutting up every time I boost your opinion that you're saying. Don't let me stop you. And then when I'm talking too much, cut me off, And that's part of the culted up, is everybody wants to say Tom does a thing, and now every time we don't agree with him, we can just say, shut up, you overtalk people, get him out of here. So yeah, man, people don't realize the meta I'm aware of in this community.
In fairness to Bexx, though, that question that I asked her, I do think that it does call for some sort of backstories or whatever you want to call it, to give up, because it's not like I've noticed that she does it a lot on the panels, and I hear it, and I was just shocked by it, by like, oh, she's always says it, peace be upon him. So I'm just like, does she follow that ideology?
And that kind of seems like just a thing. Do Muslims also add that in? Because it seems just kind of like,
yeah, they do that after every prophet, even after you mentioned
prophets. Yeah,
okay. It seems almost like a sneeze and kazoo type rhythm,
Yeah,
like just that habit of, you follow that up with peace be upon it. But I know a Muslim guy. You probably know the Machine Lies. He just says a lot of peace be upon people as they're exiting or whatever. And we need to get back with him one night, but whenever his personal ordeal is cleared up.
Yeah, and I did just start using it, actually. I haven't used it. I mean, I probably have at different times, but it's just I feel like it doesn't. Yeah, it's hard to. If I sat with a Muslim and debated it right now, they might not agree with me. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. It's just for me. I've answered the question.
Okay.
It's good.
Let me address some of these comments, especially Truth or Talk. This fucking narrative game that we're talking about in real time, these chat cucks are sitting down there playing it. Like everything Carl's saying, oh, is this anti-Muslim, long-winded narrative? That's not what it was, Carl. And for you to say that is like the people saying, oh, Tommy's here, I'll be leaving. And then Truth or Cup, you say you're God and freedom, and you got Carl's your backing. The open socialist guy is who you are relying on. You guys don't make sense, and you know it. That's why you're not coming up here. And I won't bitch you out like this. I'd be happy to see you come up, get a little truth, nice and calm and civil. But this is season 4, people. I'm sick of this bullshit. And Bexx, I told you women predominantly aren't funny, and I'm telling you you talk too much. Is that a problem, people? We're still friends. We'll get through it. Oh my God, everything has to go perfect or it's war. Hey, Carl, I wish you'd join panel, but you won't, will ya? And we can only guess why. As much as you latch on to a story about a relationship I tell in full confidence because it doesn't bother me, you latched onto that. And then Hoax's tattoo. When's the last time you saw anyone getting up someone's ass for their tattoo, Carl? That's a rite of passage. We all know we fuck up with tattoos. There's a lot of girl and guy names on people that they'd take back if they could. And you latch to it like a weak little beta.
Illuma Tommy, man, you are, man, you're
We're friends because you see it. We're friends because you see it as you're at a loss of words. I love you, dude.
Man, you got this thing, man. That's why I think we're all waiting for you to host, your panels.
Yeah.
And, oh man, that's gonna be straight content. Plus, you've contributed to a lot of people's channels, and so I really think we're all gonna, balance it out.
And that's what I believe it was. Like, I feel like I was one of the first people to conceptualize what's actually going on, because people were already giving me shit for seeing me everywhere. Or look, like Gary Baxter, Tommy equals infiltrator, emphasis on traitor, doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. How can I traitor someone when I've always just been an individual standing on truth? There's no backstabbing there. But I've always gone to panels being told you go to panels too much. It's like, what are you going to do alone if no one shows up? We are, like, the same way I say the chat's the foundation. How many of these hosts can just stand alone like Days of Noah? I'll give Days of Noah props. He goes 6 to 8 hours at a time by himself. Not everybody can do that, Like, even I admit. Like, if you put me alone, if you give me the stage and I wasn't already on a rant, you put me alone on the stage, like, I need someone to bounce back and forth with. I'm not just going to conjure content out my ass.
Yeah, that's the comment I was responding. Christo says that Tommy is a pioneer. Definitely, you're a legend in your own right, Tommy. I'll give you that, man.
I appreciate that, but we need to acknowledge, out of my love and not hate for Christos, he was just on OTW talking about how I'm all that traitor, showed his true colors and shit.
That doesn't take away from whether you're a pioneer or not, though.
Yeah, but what?
Yeah, but I'm trying to get that boy straight. I mean, some people I've written off. Some of these people I've written off. I'm still trying to get boy, though. But it's not always the condescending thing. He's 25. I mean, if he died today, we'd say he was just a kid, and it wouldn't be condescending, Do you know why you got to be 45 to be president? Because you don't know shit till you're 50.
I thought it was 35. Okay.
Carl, these panelists would make terrible AA sponsors. Just terrible.
Well, most chatters are AA. Maybe not even graduates.
I love it. I'm sorry. It's funny.
How would we make bad AA sponsors? I've done meth. Like, I stopped meth, and I've done it with people to help them stop, to show them, like, because when they say, "Oh, you're off," it's easy for you to say, "I mean, pass me that fucking pipe." Like, I'll show up every day till you're not hitting it,
And Benton, when was your birthday? Yesterday? he said, "This is my favorite stream since my birthday." So your birthday was yesterday.
That's funny.
What happened on your birthday, Ben?
I streamed all day. Got a bunch of super chats. Paul was here. It went great. I had a good time. It was the best birthday ever.
Dude, the one time I stream, I just front like it's my birthday for the super chat. Then you feel like he only streamed once and then he disappeared. No, well, I've been considering doing a little streaming, just because I realized if hold on, I'm burping. If StreamYard gives you the free X amount of hours every month, I was like, well, shit, if my phone can handle it, I probably should have been using those. Like if you don't have rollover minutes, you're just ditching your phone minutes every month. Well, back when that was a thing. But yeah, I'm thinking about it. But my thing has always been, I want to be the person that's guesting everywhere else. I don't want to ranch. I don't want the mod god powers, because I shouldn't need them. But if I do host some panels, I will say I'll show you guys how I think it's done properly. Like, I'm not gonna let somebody sit there and just go yeah, 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 but I'm not gonna boot people because they're pushing back on something I've said. and a lot of these chats, I appreciate also that you're putting front screen chats. So many of these people not 60 minutes ago were hating on me for doing what I'm trying to do here. But you put them in a different house and they'll hate you for it. But I love the internet too, Lou Bass. The truth does always win. The truth always comes out. And you haven't even hit the truth that you're still showing your face after my Never Call Paul video. You don't understand the part of the Never Call Paul video that straight called you out. It doesn't bother you a bit. So tell me about credibility and standing on your name and shit. And Capricorni, I appreciate your support. All you got to do is tell me which chat profile you are that I fucking hate, because someone's already achieved that. I found out who the Tao is. I love the Tao. I hate his alternate thing. And I knew that would happen. I always said it would happen. That's why I hold the chat at the shit dirt of the earth. Like, as long as you're always chat, any number of these names could be the same person. You don't know it. I've already played that game on Xbox. It's how I wrecked a whole crew of kids and psychologically separated them. I haven't seen them on that game since. It was a lockdown. It's how I learned that you can do these meta psyops. It's like I saw bullies, I strategized against bullies, and I disbanded a group of bullies. Like, some kids' parents paid $60 for a game, and these guys are not giving them the full value of that game, kicking them out of fascist petty reasons. And I wrecked them. I just, and this is why I don't sock account here. If you ever see me with a sock account here, it's only to have an alternate thing to pop in and be like, hey, I'm muted, or I'm blocked, and then I don't have to rely on people to convey that message. But I will never try and fake my identity. I have dabbled in, if I can filter in the right lighting, I'd like to go on panels and fake as somebody for hoax wars reasons, but I'm never going to like carry myself as an alternate identity. I don't want you to trust my picture that doesn't prove it's me, and I tell you I'll never also be that guy. So that's what Paul didn't get when he wouldn't let me finish. Paul's going around right now saying I multiple times strike his channel. I'm out to have his channel taken down because he leaned into a soundbite I installed for him on a panel I knew would get back to him. Like, you can use the birdies against, like, if you're in Game of Thrones and you know people have little birdies listening and reporting, you can feed those birdies things to exploit their masters. And Paul is so deep in his own sauce, he won't acknowledge that's what's happening. And I even did it before. I gave Moose's channel the grab him by the pussy version of a story where I dated a girl, and it got back to him that way. It came back at the Lauren De Laguna interview, and I did it again after telling him that's what happened. I did it again. Yeah, look at him. He's wrecked. He's got me thumbnailed up and everything. Dude doesn't even know he's failing. Like, he won't go past this current called him out because it's not me. Too much of this community is aware of who he is and what he's doing, and this is where it stops. You don't save face and then continue. Like, he can be prosperous. He can find a new thing and get a new type of success off of it. But all this Christed standing on rights and freedoms, it's done. It's like Lou said, the internet doesn't forget. He will not traverse any further on this board.
Hell no. Nah. Are y'all saying that that's, oh my goodness. Are y'all, wow. Gorilla season.
He's calling me a snitch. He's portraying homosexual activity as monkeys with me.
What happened? How come I no longer have the keys?
Hell to the no.
Oh, no. It's just because I'm hosting talk.
Oh, hey, quiet.
Okay.
We're rehosting. This is a rebroadcast of the Bexx Factor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that makes
he won't
sense.
know what to do with himself. What are you going to do, Polly? Without the keys, what are you going to do when I get to complete a sentence?
I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to leave soon and do my broadcast.
Yeah, you're also being very respectable compared to not 60 minutes ago when you were.
Yeah, I have no respect for you. I'm being respectable to the other people on panel and whoever's broadcast this is. I think you're a piece of garbage.
Right. And that's free for you to have that opinion. And I know the truth will come out either way.
Right.
Hi, Paul. I'm Bexx.
How are you?
Nice to meet you. I'm good, thanks.
You as
How are
well.
you?
I'm blessed, ma'am.
I'm glad to hear it.
Wait till you disagree with him once that all comes to an end.
Yeah, I got to start in 13 minutes, so there will be no time for a disagreement. I'll see you folks later.
I disagree that I'm
Trillest McCoy.
Did you make that thumbnail, Paul? It's okay if you're just getting started.
If I may make a request, you guys might want to take that over there if that's okay. If he's
no, it's
live.
not going anywhere. He said he's leaving.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's probably I'm going to kick everybody and just talk to Bexx most likely when Paul goes live. Just so you know.
Well, then I'd take that key situation. But Bexx, she likes to go for days. She likes to stream for days.
I'm going to talk to her, brother. I'm going to talk to Bexx. I'm going to be selfish and talk to Bexx one-on-one.
Okay, that's very considerate of.
Okay, Tommy can't find another panel to manipulate and snake his way into to be heard and seen by everyone. Man, what a shame, huh?
So you should make some videos showing those.
Right, go search for someone else you can manipulate, try to endear yourself to, so you could run a campaign on YouTube. You have nothing else to do with your life. I'll see you later, loser failure.
So I'll just cut that in with all the footage of you.
I'll see you later, loser failure. Another day online for free, hating and acting like a slave.
What's your show
Everybody
about
knows
today,
what
Paul?
you're up to, man. It's not going to go any further.
Paul, what's your show about today? If you don't mind sharing.
It's not a show, it's a broadcast. It's pretty much the same
I'm sorry,
loop within a loop every day with various differences, but you know, we just kind of talk about current events, historical premise,
spread false narrative,
spirituality, psychology, sociology, whatever comes up. Do a little bit of entertainment.
All right, sounds good.
A little bit of mounting. You know, every once in a while we'll mount a pathetic, weak little slave. Like you can see right there on the thumbnail.
Narrative form,
see that large gorilla mounting that pathetic, weak little slave?
Yeah, that's not real, Paul. Do you want to see some Photoshops? If Photoshops are going to be the game, I'll destroy you on Photoshop.
I'll see you guys later. Baby. Good luck with this pathetic cretin.
Later, Paul.
See you later, Paul.
Appreciate y'all letting me up here.
I won't see you, Paul, until you follow me again, because you got me blocked and muted while you hate on me, loser failure hater.
Salute to everyone in the chat. Bexx, appreciate you letting me up here. Benton, good to see you. Good to meet you. Lou, Tommy, always. Salute to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day. And
later, Trillest.
Peace to everyone in the chat, man. Salute to y'all. All right.
You too, McCoy. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming up.
Trillest, can you go to one of my videos and just link your channel just in case? Because I thought I was subbed and now I can't find you.
Oh, it's okay. I will do that.
All right.
Appreciate your support. Thank you, man. Always. Peace, everybody.
Peace.
Ooh, that was a. See,
so what do I say to a guy like you, Benton? Like, I don't hate you. I'm not mad at you, but it's like, what more can we consciously talk about, and then you just flip it in real time? Like, that's why you intrigue me. I just can't wrap my head around that.
Yeah, that's how I feel about you, Tom, and it's not a bad thing.
But I'm always willing, if no one's backstaging me or cutting me off, I'm always willing to, as painful as it is to listen to, I will have that out and explain in full receipt and detail.
Yeah, I get it.
Can I add another dynamic here, perhaps? Just
sure.
Equalizing, perhaps, like not equalizing in any way, shape, or form, but I was leading towards this when I was talking to you, Tommy, in one of our previous discussions, that if you wanted to host something and have the keys on my channel, I'd be more than happy to host that with you, you know, and let you have the show, right? Pop up.
Remember when you said that, Ben?
I do, and that very much. Yeah. Well, let's talk about it. Yeah, that almost happened, and it did not happen. But yes, I vividly remember that, Tom.
And it didn't happen because I just said earlier I never wanted that. But the one time I did want it, is when I emailed you about, hey, that thing you got coming at you, would you like me to make sure your channel gets the final video it ever gets and the explanation of why? And it's not that you didn't want that. That's fine. That was your choice. But then to have your key wielding daddy tell me I don't care about your situation, that's why this metaverse, like, it truly is spiritual warfare.
It certainly can be at times. Definitely. I don't have an explanation for you, Tom. I really don't. Anything I say is going to sound like an excuse, so I really don't know what to say.
And I'm not trying to it's like what people think is me coming at people. This is what I thought we were all like. When we look inward, I thought this is what we do because it's what I do. Like whatever you've heard me bring at people on here, not half of how I am on myself, you know?
Yeah.
That's how I was raised, in that superstitious level of grocery store lady from the myth.
Well, and Tom, I think you know that I'm going to reflect on this, and I'll make whatever corrections I need to make. But that it is what it is right now is all I can say.
Oh, that's what it always is.
If there's
good point, Tom. Good point.
You got to say ED.
You got me there, sir. Yeah. I mean, I'm damn near at. I'm on the verge of speaking almost entirely in cliche, so I'm glad you.
No, but that's what I love. Like Robin will tell you in the chat, everybody hates that saying, but the thing I love about everybody hating it is it not the truth though? Is it generalized? It's like, well, it very much is what it is. It's like on Cowboy Bebop, whatever happens, happens.
This is where I would say though. I understand. I think I understand your mission. Like I at least to the best of my ability, I have a good sense of things. But how does a anti something exist without the something?
Oh, that's I know universe you live in, the dichotomy.
Yeah. So there has to be a sort of. I mean, I know it's not a handshake. But there's a metaversal, there's a metaversal binary, right?
Oh yeah, that's my thing. Is this metaverse? It's like metaverse imitating reality, which kind of is reality. It's like I've been telling a lot of haters lately, like, excuse me, sir, I'm a human on the other side of this portal you're speaking into. Can you treat me like a human, please? And it's caught some people off guard, like they really in the moment, like, oh, I forgot. It's just like when you're in your car, like that's a guy behind the wheel of that other car over there that you're almost wrecking in your road rage. But I'll also acknowledge that road rage is real and how it happens. It's like if you're trying to balance an egg on a spoon and run across the field, anybody that's trying to infer on that, it's going to raise your tension. And you're moving a large, heavy vehicle at high speed. So when we, whether purposefully or mistakenly, kind of sway each other in that, it pisses you off faster because I got my fucking kids in here. That's what the essence of road rage is. It's not just people are assholes because they're behind glass and metal. And thank you, HMFIC Steve, for your anti-tribe contribution. Thank you. I make this vow for today that once I leave this Bexx channel, no one will see me anywhere until tonight's HMFIC Steve.
I
think Steve has a subject for tonight. I'm gonna go in with the intent of going with Steve's subject. But everyone knows if you want to come at me, that's one of the free range places to do it. So be aware if you're there to disrupt Steve or not, because there's 2 free range panels I know of. Steve and the Machine Lies. I go to each of them because they're my friends, intent on going with their subject matter. But if you come at me, I'll Doc Holiday that shit.
All right, Tom, you want to get out of here or do we have to kick you?
Well, for your eternal soul, I'm going to leave because you don't need any more karma by kicking me.
That's true. I'll
catch you guys later.
Thank you, sir. All right, brother.
Be careful with them keys, Bexx. Careful with them
Yeah.
keys. Benton's cool. Benton's cool, but you don't want to retroactively key on over to that large crying child.
Yeah, my intention is to like to use the keys per event as needed.
Yeah, I don't think
I would never tell you to waste your time watching an episode of OTW. But if you watch today's, just watch the part where I'm there. Watch how Paul treats me, and watch how different it is compared to when he came here to try and manipulate into your good graces and talk shit.
Well, see, this is all right, Tom. We're gonna wrap it. We're not gonna wrap up, but yeah, thank you, Tommy, for being here. Much appreciated.
I do look forward to further conversations, Illuma Tommy, about this and other matters.
Well, and just my thing, Bexx, is this is your broadcast, so you can pull rank on me anytime you want. But what I typically do is when Mr. Unslaved is live, if I choose to stay live, I typically just direct the audience to his broadcast, which is beginning, anytime now. And then if I feel like overlapping with his, I just typically, do a solo or a one-on-one. So I feel like the people who want to stay over here and listen to me and you, they'll listen to us. And most of the folks will probably find their way to Unslavious, most likely.
Yes.
So I found this to be very effective overall. And a lot of times, if it was just my broadcast, I would probably wrap up right now. But I didn't really get to talk to you during all of that because the shit, it popped off so fast, right? What did you think of that? That was probably your first time experiencing all of that, I'm assuming.
Well, I've watched a lot of it, but I did come in from this end of the street into understanding the whole dynamic of I don't want to, of this format of this what these streets, I guess, So I have watched the dynamic. I have, I'm a long, not, I pop in and hop along streams and sort of catch up. But I haven't spent as much time watching, being directly over at Paul's. And I did appreciate how respectful he came in. I knew it of him. I knew he would. I expected no less. Personally, I'm a little bit more like you that way, in terms of even if I'm creating these, videos with this, like, hey, this is our first one-on-one, like, and it's kind of dramatic the way I'm presenting it. Like, it's just because of, I could go back and find interactions with Tommy and I and make a little metaversal lore, but that's not what my channel is about. That's just where I've started here right now. And it was nice to meet him. I would be very content and more than content to learn more about what he has to say, person to person as well, just for my own discernment. But I'm not in any way like, anyways, I'm not trying to take a stance. I am trying to take a stance on.
Well, I'm going to take a stance, Bexx. The reality is, whether Tom likes it or not, I am going to continue to show respect to Mr. Paul Enslaved. And he will probably have to do something to me personally for that not to be the case. And unless I give him an actual reason to do so, I doubt that will happen. So it is what it is, Tommy. But I'm also going to continue to show Tommy respect. So it's
and that's what I'm sort of saying too, is that, I don't need to have, I may have created, the concept of just for fun, just for the drama of it all, this concept of this archetype. But, Paul also is an archetype then, that they can't have Illuma Tommy as an archetype without Paul being one. And I know that some of the rantings I've gone on my own channel, I have a lot of experience understanding that, being up against the system, right? And I come in from an economic perspective, from an applied, post-education poverty perspective, which most of us probably do. And also a philosophical perspective. I talked about it earlier on today's stream, where if it was yesterday or today, because I've been up for so long. That being said, it's what I'm trying to say is like trees in the city have more rights than we do to exist. With their heritage status and stuff like that. So, my stance is for people to look at people and make and learn to see who they are and to listen to what they're saying beyond how they're saying it, and to not get caught up in mass thinking of any sort, which is why That, I mean, I think I've stated that clearly. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, if I didn't, I do want to bear in mind and let the crowd know at this time that we actually have no idea how long Bexx has been up. She's talking about she's talking about herself in third person. She's going to start using the neo pronouns Bexx and Bexx self, and but not in any. Yeah, again, I'm probably running at about 60% and a little bit sleep deprived.
Well, I've got an idea.
Intoxicated, yeah.
I've got an idea, if you don't mind. How about a short break while Mr. Unslaved goes live, and that'll give the chance to the folks who want to make their way over there. And then if you're up to continue, me and you can, after maybe a 15 to 20-minute break, we can reconvene if that sounds okay to you.
Okay. And you want to just put up the broadcaster's been taking some personal time thing? Leave it up?
Yeah, or we'll just play Paul in the background and they'll figure it out.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, just let it play.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So meet back here just shortly after 1. Oh, yeah. You're 3 o'clock your time, I guess.
Yeah, right? Top of the hour. Yeah, that top of the hour would be great.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. I'll go freshen up.
Wonderful. All right. See you in a few.
See everyone then. Okay.
All right.
And lead a virtuous life. But there is hardly any discussion about the habits we already have that are entirely negative for our lives. Epictetus said the following: there are 2 vices much darker and more serious than the rest: lack of persistence and lack of high mastery. Persist and resist. Epictetus knew that the key to living rightly is to persist and resist. To persist means never stopping to make an effort and act correctly, even when we don't feel like it. It means developing new ways of acting that make us better. Creating good habits is not easy, so we need to be persistent. The other key is to resist. Resistance means avoiding temptations and bad habits that destroy us. In this video, I will talk about 6 habits that we all have in our daily lives that we should avoid if we want to live fully and happily. Before we begin, I would be immensely grateful if you leave a like on this video, as it helps me spread this philosophy to more people. If you don't want to miss any videos, subscribe and activate the channel's notification bell. First, stop wasting your time. I have this to say. We complain that our days are few, but we act as if they were infinite. Seneca thought a lot about the duration of life and came to the conclusion that many of us do not truly live. We simply exist. We waste our time doing things that bring us nothing and postpone what we have to do when we are lazy. We act as if we will live forever and do not realize that time is the most valuable thing we have. Nothing guarantees that you will be alive tomorrow or that you will be in a position to do what you desire. In the words of Marcus Aurelius, you could stop living right now. Let this thought determine what you do, say, and think. Let this reflection on time make you not waste it and value it as it deserves. The first step to living a good life is to start taking the time we have seriously. Second, stop emotionally clinging to things. The Stoics believed that we need to learn to let go, not only physically but also emotionally. If you made a mistake in your life, do not torture yourself with it. Learn from it so as not to repeat it again. Guilt and regret do not help. This does not mean that it is wrong to feel these emotions. These emotions help us understand that we acted wrongly. But once we understand that we acted wrongly and learn from the situation so as not to repeat the same mistake, we should not allow these emotions to continue tormenting us. We all make mistakes. Do not suffer excessively because of them, and always look for ways to grow from the error. Third, stop procrastinating. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations the following: "You could do something good today."
All right, folks. Whoever wants to stick it out, we'll be back in about 10 minutes, just so y'all know. So, mainly just wanted to give folks a chance to file over to Mr. Paul and Slaves broadcast, because that was going to happen either way. So, I found it expedient to just sort of facilitate that process. And yes, I understand Tommy's not pleased, but I'm sure Bexx and I will discuss that. And then the reality is, Bexx, if she wanted to, could have absolutely just decided to have this go another way. So in the future, perhaps she will. I don't know. But, as far as I know, this was Bexx's first foray into, such an active live chat, the combined broadcast, 60 concurrent viewers, actually damn near 70 at a certain point. So, Tom, thank you for participating. In reality, other folks such as Drew, aka Chalk Body Outline, also Burn Eye, by the way, both folks that I'm not necessarily on good terms with, have pumped up my broadcast in the past. So, I'm always looking for the opportunity to do that for others. So the reality is, this is more about Bexx at this point today. And I certainly, you may have noticed me promoting many smaller, so-called, right? My channel's laughably small as well. You know, promoting smaller broadcasts as I'm wont to do, right? Okay, Tom, that's believe me, I understand the implications of what may or may not be happening here. So, yeah, hopefully we'll be able to work it out. I would hope. I think I might play some of Carl's videos for Bexx when she returns. I'm not sure she's entirely aware of the lore, right? But I can't account for that, Tommy. I don't know. We're not on speaking terms. I don't know if you've noticed that, Drew and I. That is, and I'm, as far as I know, we're never going to be. And you know, the reality is, I'm still a huge fan of his content and his channel. Although to some extent, I don't really know what the hell they're doing over there. Hell, I'd still like watching TBE some of the times, and certainly EBT. Big fan of EBT. So I don't know what to tell you, man. It is what it is. Again, as didn't you say? Yeah, it always is. Yeah, exactly, Tom. But yeah, exactly. This is some of this is about introducing people to Bexx as well, and hopefully, Robin, if you get a chance, please subscribe to Bexx's channel if you're so inclined. I enjoy her broadcasts very much, and in fact, her and I may be collaborating more in the future. It's hard to say, you know, how these things will go, and maybe the three of us. I don't know, but the reality is, I'm usually not live this time of day. Now, when I'm on better internet, the fact is I will probably be on with Mr. Unslaved much of the time. My internet is really not good enough at this point. You know, although it's working for now, right? It seems like every time I go over there, it stops working, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, as it always is, right? I disagree, Tom. I don't agree, but you know, I'm certainly willing to entertain your perspective, sir. Certainly, but and this is the part that's draining, Tom. You're not wrong, but this is very draining, right? Cool giraffe. Yeah. Who are we talking about, Jax? I'm a little bit lost. Indeed. Very, very well said. No. And somehow I don't know what happened, but the realist McCoy is a very cool guy. I had him on block somehow. I don't know. I must have been cranky, man. I don't know how he was on my block list. So I've cleared him. I cleared No from my block list, and you know, sometimes I just get tired of reading certain people's comments and I block them. So anyway, it is what it is. Nothing personal. Well, oh, he did? Carl went private? Really? Bummer. Bummer, dude. And look, we can bring Tom back. It doesn't even matter to me at this point. Yep. All right, Tom.
I'm going to work on my video, but while Bexx is on her break, I visually will all caps for like visual catch the eye, but I don't want it to portray me screaming. I'm just saying it's real simple. Like it all breaks down to the simple baseline of truth. It's like, yes, I am draining, and then people say I run marathons, that I'm like the Energizer Bunny of this stuff. But it's that tied knot, that obstruction that I don't have to deal with. When I'm speaking truth about what's happening with your interaction between Paul and now Bexx, that's a zero energy use. It flows naturally with truth. And you are drained to clutch tightly to your fallacy you desperately want to be the truth, and it's not. You could do your channel and just do it. You can stream when Paul streams, and if you weren't cucked up to him, if he came at you for it, you'd have the community to back you. But you're like some people are like the 2 or 3 businesses that are going to pay that protection fee, and now the whole block has to fucking deal with the mob because they wouldn't all just say fuck you and your protection fee. Like, you just need one day for everybody to be roof Koreans and the mob's not a problem. But because a couple people will mob, now it's like a constant infested, festering virus. It's the smell, Nia. Like,
well,
that dude only had me thumbnailed one other time, and I thought that he stopped because I fucking loved it. It will be framed on my retirement place, on my off-grid land. I loved that Photoshop. I loved it so much he wouldn't tell me who made it because I wanted to shower them with props and tell them how much I loved it. And even Michelle told me that, no, that's not one of mine. So he's making today's thumbnail and coming at me simply based on his own fallacy. And I tried to tell him the truth and he doesn't want it. So what is it that everybody's so loyal to? What is this truth teller Christed being? Because that's why we're enemies. He's not that. Like, we are the typical narcissist empath. And I'm not even saying I'm an empath because I never really bought into that stuff. I don't fully understand those terms. But when I looked at narcissist versus empath, oh, that's definitely us as much as we are alpha versus sigma. And we live it out every day. And that's why I keep saying it's not about him. I'm looking at about 200 people that I'll say the truth and they don't get it. And that's what intrigues me. That's what the Talcottian would say is fascinating.
Yes, sir. I hear what you're saying, sir.
So when you keyed up, cucked up, wanted to say Paul's your daddy, I get that. That's fine. You're free to do that. But this is one of my homegirls from that London thing. And you're just bringing them over to her house now. And well, in that big picture shit, I know you don't think it's anything, but as far as wanting a neutral community of like people sharing ideas, I suddenly see you like causing problems for that by doing this.
Well, let's hash it out when she gets back, Tom. I'm that's fine with
me.
Well,
it's me and you. I mean, that's what we're hashing out.
Okay, that's fine.
Like, did Bexx ever have any notion to get down on some Paul keys? Like, I didn't even know she gave you keys. I don't understand.
This is temporary. It's just for this broadcast, Tom. Tom, it's just for this broadcast, as far as I know.
Well, I don't know. She said it's a pain in the ass, or you said it's a pain in the ass.
No, that was me. I'm pretty sure she's gonna take them away at the end of the broadcast. I'll remind her.
That's fine, but there's still the premise of, like, temporary or not, there's still like the logic here. It's like, I don't even know why you gave your keys. I don't know why anybody has to give keys unless it's for some kind of like showing of a thing or trade of power. Like, I don't even think there needs to be as many wrenches around this community as I see. But you see how many people desire one and go seeking them.
So
Bexx is back.
I'm back. I'm so clean. Oh my God, I feel amazing.
I feel anybody as dope as you?
Is anyone what?
As dope as you? You're just so fresh and clean?
Well, yeah, I would hope that they would feel as dope as I feel right now. I can only speak for myself. I think I'm pretty dope.
It's a song. I don't know if you get songs in Canada.
I'm sorry.
You guys are pretty castroed out. I don't know if songs make it through the borders.
I really appreciate your concern, Tommy. I know, and then I would also say, just first to address the diplomacy issue with Paul, in civil wars, which I'm in right now. I'm a woman. It's not, I know that Paul and I could talk. I've always known that. But I also know that.
Are you sure about that?
I would assume we could have a one-on-one. Yes, no problem. I mean, whether he would want to or not, that's another thing. But I'm just saying, could he and I have discussions and come to common ground on some things? Yeah, for sure. Now, that being said,
I want to be the horror movie guy. I want to be the horror movie guy. You don't know who you're talking about. This isn't over. It's still happening.
Now that could be my own, I study people. I haven't spent a lot of time studying him. But I have studied a lot of the people that, filter out from there. When I think about the when I think about how I approached coming out online, and I already had some guidance, right? Like, I just mean, and I don't mean guidance, but I already had been advised subtly, let's just say, on how YouTube politics works. And I felt like I didn't understand.
No, this isn't YouTube politics.
Yeah. So I just mean, but I'm trying to keep
a narcissist that is seeking power among a select group of channels that we call a community. Hands down, I will not give on that. And if anybody challenges
and I'm not talking about Paul here. I'm talking about in my own coming to have my own channel and having had, been in so many other channels where, they've given me forums and, and definitely uplifted me and invited me out, and there was a level of a lack of desire to conflict any things. But I also know that that
conflict is fine. You're over-explaining, Bexx. Let me re-rail us. The way this meta is imitating real life, and the way I challenge Carl and these people that say, Tommy's lost, he doesn't know what's going on. I love to have zero information because I have the baseline of truth and rights that we are all entitled to as humans, and that's the baseline you can judge everything.
That's where I would say I was getting somewhere, and my stories might be a little bit longer, and usually if I'm not so tired, I will land my plane, right? Especially
but that's what I'm saying. It's not really about Paul.
Yeah, but it comes down. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not pointing a finger at him right now.
Real quick, Tom, you got a head of steam, man. Just let Bexx talk, okay? Please. Please. And I'm going to
come back, Bexx, because that's case in point right there. I'll see you when it's just you, Bexx. Go fuck yourself, Benton.
Tom. See,
I do look forward to further conversations.
He's unreasonable some of the time. That's just a fact.
Well,
he's
his
not
concern for me, though. His concern for me, it has never been about, I've expressed jokingly, like when I'm riffing and stuff, I'm, my little Reswathian nation over here, right? Like, don't come after me, because I'm just like, I know that I'm associated with and have people with and have watched and have gotten into the lore, like now I tend to watch on this fringe, like the morning show, and then dip in. I used to dip in and just sort of see where people had been. And I kind of watched the players that I'd made aware of on the channel that I hang out the most. That being said, I was introduced to two different projects of my friends when he invited me onto his channel in a short time, one being an artistic project. Well, both are artistic projects, but one had a bunch of metaversal players in it. I had no idea who any of them were. I didn't know how we'd gone. I was new to this panel thing. I'd just been in the chat over in one little corner for like 2 years. And I was, in my desire to understand how I came to interact with Tommy on that same channel and how he managed me, for lack of a better way of putting it. He directed the conversation. And I've said this many times, right? Like, he could have just directed it in a totally different way. And he, I assume that he chose not to because he's a decent man, right? He wasn't out to just make a point, and not because of optics, trying to not attack a woman or something. And he may not even remember that moment as much as I do, right? But I'd been watching people, from there I went out and watched and studied. I wouldn't say study. I was privileged to see, men in their private spaces, right? Publicly private. And my point is that even before, just in understanding everything and being relatively neurodivergent and not wanting to understand the social dynamics that was being presented to me because it didn't make any sense to me. And yet I understand there is a level, we won't even talk about our little streets. We could talk about the truther community and the 70 and 120,000 following churches that people have been directed into, and the level of tyranny that exists on that front, down into those people who don't realize they've been steered into very narrow topics for 2 years, watching the same hypnotic information, in a way that, other content creator channels actually feed those channels their information. They're so busy. And yet McCoy could have given a good example if he felt safe here of being in a situation where having a discussion on a teeny tiny channel. As a new channel, he had a discussion on a teeny tiny channel over yonder, and it got up, and it was not good. Like, I'm just saying, you know, some medium channels took on a really big channel, and whew, I don't know anything about it, but we can talk, in my opinion, tyranny, you know, on in many ways in this community without isolating this dynamic, you know, even though this dynamic is obviously part of what we made today. And I'm not, you know, obviously I'm willing to talk about it, but, you know, that's even in the metaverse, we're a microcosm of the bigger problem. And we do have a chance to do what we're doing. So I was fearful of men trying to impress Paul. That's what I was fearful of a cult, of people trying to impress him, thinking somehow I say something, you know, where I'm like joking over on my channel, someone cuts a soundbite, presents it to someone I've never met, you know, and I would be in a situation where now I've got a whole bunch of men coming after me, and I do risk that, you know, but you know, for some reason I was putting it on the archetype at the other end, right? Like, where I was like, oh, well, you know, if these people are going to behave this way, you know, somehow he made that happen. Now, I guess this is the subtlety in which we're talking about, because I know he didn't tell them, he wouldn't tell them to, right? And in fact, if he knew they were doing it, he would, you know, might make some funny memes that we might get into some discussion over it, but ultimately there's no way. I know that guy would not come after me, you know, for being you know, for associating with Illumitomy or yourself, or even in any way, you know, put my channel in harm's way. I don't believe it. You know, I just don't believe it. Maybe I haven't looked at people close enough, but on that same note, because of that, you know, because of the people and how they perceive what's going on for him, I've never hopped up on that panel. I hardly hang out in that room, and indirectly, because I was concerned about the ship, you know, not the captain. I actually, you know, really, and not just on that channel, like it's the smaller channels that, you know, that are growing as a result of that. You know, it's just this weird dynamic, you know, like I just want to have my channel. And I like talking about this.
Sorry, hey,
you know?
Sorry to cut you off. But
it's okay. I was going on.
So, well, I'm patiently waiting because I want to offer you the chance to bring up Tommy if you want to talk to Tommy, but I'm either going to have to do a one-on-one with you, or you're just going to have to talk to Tommy. And I'm not trying to put you in the middle. I'm just saying, I just don't have the energy to continue dealing with Tommy today. It's because I'm ill, right? And I hate to try to use that because I sort of have a built-in excuse now for, it's like everything I want to avoid, I can just, now all of a sudden I'm sick, but that's the reality, right?
Yeah.
So,
but let's say, you know, blessed be, you were well again, right? Then I would assume when you've been that unwell, that your actions to maintain your wellness are the same as taking care of yourself when you're not well, right? Like, because now you value that and know that you're vulnerable, right? So,
well, but the point I'm making is I'm happy to not be on the broadcast right now and have you bring up Tommy, but it's your broadcast. You're going to have to make that call. I can't make that for you, or it's just me doing my broadcast, if that makes sense. So, because here, but real quick, just so you know, if I'm live around the time Paul goes live and there's 60 in the house and then he pops in over here, that is him reminding me that he's about to go live, right?
Yes. Yeah, I knew that.
So here's the point I'm making. I'm not going to have 60 people over here when he goes live. I'm not. Everybody else can do whatever they want. See? And if Tommy doesn't like that, it's.
But he's already started, right? Like he's
yeah,
going.
we're good.
And we're good.
Yeah, because we could. But here's what I'm saying is, now we're back to the numbers we would probably have if we went live while Paul was already live. That's the point I'm making. So exactly. I'm happy with this. So if I don't like, again, I'm happy with the day's live streaming. I don't need to be here. But if you know, so if you want to bring Tom up, but you're going to have to make that call. I'm not able to.
Yeah, well, to be honest, we both know where. I know how long I've gone without sleep. I also understand where my day began.
Sure.
And where your day began, or where where we were both at when you hopped on the end of my last stream. And I think that with all the energies that we've had up here today, that it would probably be also best to maintain my wellness by continuing the dialogue, the metaversal tyrannical dialogue at a later date. I want to address that, and I hope that would be. I assume that would be Illuminati would be open to that. That being said, I do intend to. I don't know anything about co-host versus highest level. I don't even know what kind of moderative abilities I gave you. I was doing it quickly, and I wanted to know that you had, access. Like, plus, given what had happened last night, not knows 20 hours to go. Sorry. Given what had happened last night on my own stream that had me so upset this morning, there was an aspect of feeling like at times I wouldn't mind having someone, be the person that lets people up so that I don't even have to look back there. And I'm not saying that I'd want that all the time, but it was a good exercise for me to see how that works, to engage in conversations that, to be honest, like, I would say that I could potentially, I'm not going to say that, but yeah, I could potentially have backlash from myself, in different aspects of the metaverse, and I don't mind that. I know that Bexx can keep a stream going for I know that I
no kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding. So,
and not only is it
quick,
just go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Well, what I'm saying is
sorry.
Part of my intention here was I know if I go live, then it's going to pump up the numbers, and then some of those people are going to hear you talking, and they're going to like what you're saying, and they're going to subscribe to your channel. And you probably just got, I don't know, 5 or 6 new subscribers. I'm assuming. I wasn't keeping track, but some number of new subscribers from this. So that's what I'm facilitating. But at the same time, I'm also going to facilitate not having 60 people when Paul goes live, and that's just it is what it is. Now, here's the thing is, real quick. If you figure out how to get 60 people over here, that's great. That's not my issue. I'm not going to be here, and then that's just my choice, right? And Tommy doesn't like it, and I know Tommy doesn't like it. And I hate backstaging Tommy. That's a course of last resort. But he's got a head of steam going. He's keyed up to some extent, although he's not going to admit to it. And it is what it is. This is what it is. So, and I understand also. Your normal audience isn't here to listen to me talk about these dynamics either. So I'm sort of looking to you to kind of take the reins, but I need to communicate that to you as well, if that makes sense.
Oh, meaning that that steering the conversation in a different direction in concern
I just don't think you're aware of some of the dynamics, and it's not your fault. How could you be? So I'm just sort of filling you in on some of the dynamics, but Tom will have his own version of that. So,
but I've wanted to do that as well. Like, I don't, I know you typically start your walk around 1. When you walked around 3 or had your broadcast around 3, then I could hardly ever see you live because 3:00 my time in the night. So that staying up till 1 and it's been nice, and I know that there's been times where I've even put in my stream, come hang out till 1, and then crap happened, and it wasn't worth coming over and bringing that kind of energy of even myself in the chat, right? So, but I intend to actually try not to. I'd rather hang out with you for an hour before I go to sleep, than have a stream. Yeah, where it helps. It bookends me nicely in my lifestyle, right? Hello, Christos. Nice to see you.
Hey, I just want, this is not me saying, oh, if I never shared channels, this wouldn't have happened, but I'm glad basically that I took the time to share your channel and Charles on Benton's
man,
whatever stream that was.
Hey, sorry to cut you off.
Chain effect.
Christos, sorry to step on you there, but you manifested you manifested this to some extent, sir. Certainly.
Well, I know Christos very well. We've hung out on many, many panels. I mean, we don't know each other personally well, but that being said, we've hung around each other long enough, and I've seen Christos behave with great integrity, calling out people twice his age, and righteously. That being said, I also really have enjoyed studying the people, and Christos knows that as much as I may not know the players, I've got a good handle on probably 40% of them. There's a lot of them, and it goes back a long time. So, it feels like it. You could watch, you could never catch up. So, I appreciate, and then so yeah, I mean, most importantly, I appreciate you introducing me to Benton. I had been, you know, admiring your type of stream. I was like, I could do that. I was like, yeah, I could do that. You know, that's what I want to do. And I hadn't seen anything like that. And then on top of it, you know, to be quite bold, I was going to change my name because it was hard to spell and stuff. And I was going to do it the night before the Do Better Content, you know, the stream. And I just felt like, you know, as much as in the world metaverse of imaginary threats, you know, sure, there's a paranoia that when you don't actually know people and, you know, there's this whatever, this ability, I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that I was so grateful that I was in safe hands being taught what can happen out here, like, you know, and also being shown without being shown, you know, a lot of lessons. So I'm really grateful for it, Christos. I think you read the room well, you know, and it's a gift to be here with you guys, you know, so it's true. Let's, you know, not to get it all.
Yeah. I'm just waiting to see if Christos was going to jump in.
Mm-hmm. He might have wandered.
That's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, thank you, Christos. Thank you, and apologies for stepping on you there. But I wanted to give you your props. So yeah. But
and you, Benton, for sharing my channel and for helping me understand that, you know, as much as we've watched a certain kind of networking occur out in these streets, and I have watched these huge channels. I've watched them since they were little, 5,000 people. I've watched so many of them that I stopped watching them like 2 years ago because I feel like I'm in tune. And also I see the ships being steered to such narrow focus. I don't think people see that they're actually having a lot of repetition in content from a lot of the really big, say, truth seeker panels. And even before, I wouldn't have felt safe saying that. You know, people like, which ones, right? You're like, holy crap, because people are actually that loyal to, you know, channels where they don't actually have an opportunity to hit a panel and go up and meet someone, you know? So where was I going with that? So yeah, my point is like you're networking with people, you're sharing, you know, different channels, you know, that's why I say, you know, in my descriptions, I gave credit to everyone that was on the stream. I described things in a lore kind of way, you know, and it may come out like suddenly like, who's this lady, you know, and why is she so obsessed with Illumitomy? That's not the case. I had tons of streams, you know. I do really respect Illumitomy. I really did want to meet him, and I'm grateful that this sort of looks like, oh, has she come in to be some sort of I don't know, you know what I mean? That's
Bexx,
yeah,
Bexx.
yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, I hate to do this. And I'm not correcting you. This is just my way. You can, but you don't have to justify yourself. And I know you know this, but there's no reason to justify yourself to these people.
It's true. It's true.
I mean, we are. I mean, you, not me. Forget about me. This is not about me. You are in some way providing a service to these folks. In my opinion, I'm speaking only for myself. So,
a service, like even just in terms of the content.
Well, now we're back to the social isolation, and people, it becomes a hang to a certain extent. I've seen the dynamics. You know, if I'm going live at 3, I might be up at 12:45, and I might not post in your chat because sometimes it's 10 different people saying hi to me, right? Like sometimes I don't want to just make everything about me, so I'm here, but I'm not really saying anything. My point is, I've seen the dynamics, right? So, you know, and I'm not expressing myself very well in this moment. But,
no, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I think you're doing a great job. So
thank you.
You know, again, I do my best not to give advice or critique. So all I'm going to say is, you know, I hope you keep going is the only thing I would say.
Yes. And I do plan to. I love this, you know. It's a lot of fun. It's neat. I already knew that unless people were sort of overwatching where I hang out, when I've popped into the scene, it's like I realized by the response of some of the, well, by one particular woman, but actually that I feel like I even know where, I have to go back and look, but I feel like I know where this person got so disturbed by my presence. And, you know, it's a microcosm of what we're talking about here. Like, you know, she looked for some sort of confirmation bias, I think, to support her jealousy, in her admiration and desire to impress a content creator. And I'm presuming that now. I guess I know my voice. I can talk a lot. I've been given audience on people's channels where maybe people don't want to hear me. I've seen that before, but that's between me and the content creator, you know, like, but my point is that, I do appreciate that, because it is my nature to want to please everybody. And out here, that's impossible, you know?
And
like
further, further, you know, it's not like, you know, you're talking to everybody at the same time, or even worse, it's like and you don't leave the streams up, so there is a dynamic there. But, you know, the reality is, you know, we're not, when we're addressing everyone at once, my opinion is, and my experience is, the more that you try to please everybody, now everybody's mad. Like, nobody's happy. See what I'm saying? Now, I can only speak for myself and my own channel. There's certain key people that I cater to. That's my choice to do that, right? So I will go against what I'm saying right here. But and I remember I told you this the other day. I said, you know what, it's at some point I just have to tell everybody to fuck off, right? Like, that does become a thing. You know, at some level, some of the folks are never going to fully respect the content creator unless the content creator is willing to walk the room. And as a comedian, I know you know what I'm talking about. At some point, you know, I've had times where I got so frustrated that I just ended the stream, and it was over this whole Bill Maher thing, where I thought I could play a Bill Maher clip, a 5-minute Bill Maher clip in 1.5x, and some people started freaking out, and then I sort of got agitated. But see, what I should have done, I should have walked the room. That they will respect that, in my experience, more than they will respect the trying to placate. So I should have just went off on everybody until it was me and two people, is what I should have done, you know, in retrospect. I missed my chance. And again, I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you this thing of trying to be, you know, all things to all people, is never going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Well, and that's why I put a very good disclaimer.
And wait a minute. Sorry. If you keep doing this, your channel's going to grow. I mean, it's beyond your control at this point.
I enjoyed it.
You're going to be doing, but sorry, you're going to be doing my numbers soon if you keep going. And not that I'm doing anything impressive, but I'm going to have to step my game up to stay ahead of you, right? You're going to be pushing me, but go ahead.
I appreciate that. I mean, I that's a feedback loop that's desirable, though. I mean, that's what the B4s do. I mean, profitable B4 channels can have B4s that's what they do, right? And we're not doing a B4, we're doing a supportive scenario, right? And like, I do plan to link in anybody who's mentioned I'm going to go back and see and let them know, right? Maybe I should put timestamps. That might be too much. So maybe moving forward, but I do see this networking as a good thing. You know, I'm not shy to discuss. I want to talk content creators. Why wouldn't we be able to? If people can have parody channels, why can't we have discussions without?
I talk about all of it. I talk about all of it. And I want to say this real quick. You know, Truther Cop early on in my stream, and especially when I knew nothing about StreamYard, I gave Truther Cop the keys, and he would just pop in randomly and produce. So the fact is, I don't need to be on the mic here. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not asking for the keys. What I'm saying is if me and you are in communication, then what could happen is, you know, I could just be like, hey, I'm available to produce, and, you know, I could be helping out in the background while you're doing whatever you're doing, right? Like there's many ways to collaborate, and what gets me excited is the collaborative aspects. I can always go live and just talk, like that's always there, and you can do that too, right? What I find, what gets me excited is the nearly limitless possibilities for collaboration creatively, right? And I am selfish in that regard.
Yes, and I know that I'm keen to do all sorts of things, so I would be selfish in that regard as well. And I wish I actually wish I'd had this kind of interaction sooner, because I wouldn't have been so, you know, quick to be so concerned about the things that I was concerned about in terms of upsetting people. You know I have good intentions, I know I'm not the kind of person to disrespect someone I don't know, intentionally anyways. We all have our moments. And I don't want to be censoring my guests. You know, there's people out here that are just go on little panels, and you know, they hop up and they don't want to talk about anybody, right? And I get that. But then if you're going to give us an example where someone can go and see something, then why wouldn't you, right? Like, it's so silly, especially when you don't have a channel. And I get that there's a dynamic. You don't walk up onto a really big channel that you're doing a build on and start talking, oh, I saw this here and that there, and you don't know the relationships of someone, you know, on those channels. You don't know that you can put it in the back chat. You know, I learned those things by sensing discomfort, you know, not even by being told not to, you know, by seeing how unnecessary some of those things were. Because it takes time to direct the traffic to understanding the backstory. And yet, you know, also anyways, I was just it's too much social dynamics, right? Like, I just want to collaborate, do things, have fun, do my best to be respectful, knowing that I've actually had, you know, I've been threatened by a friend turned foe who blocked me, like, and then made it not, and then now she wants to make content about me. Now I was dragging a little, right? Because I was feeling watched. And sure enough, boom, up comes the channel, and boom, there's talking to me. Now, granted, I listened, okay? And she taught me, you know, thank you for that. I was going to grab that link and put it in my chat. I can direct in my first video I only have 2 or 3. I only have 2 out there. So my first video, you can actually link to his channel too through the description. There's a link to a video there to Steve's channel. So yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, and I look forward to.
It's my pleasure. Don't mention it.
I won't.
I'm doing what I'm doing because I want to do it. I'm not doing it out of any other reason. And I'm not trying to be rude to you, but I am allergic to all. And I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just saying I don't operate on any levels of codependency. I don't do things for specific reactions. I'm just doing what I'm doing. The reality is, Tommy has given me the business very harshly and repeatedly over time. And me and him are able to work together at times, and at times we're not. And the fact is, I hate to backstage Tommy. He almost, from my perspective, he almost makes me do it. Like, he knows that I don't want to he knows I hate to do that. It's an absolute last resort, but he wasn't even letting you talk on your own broadcast. I can't stand that. It just drives me nuts when he does that. But he gets in a mode, and it's what he does. And he'll try to spin it like he's calm, cool, and collected, but he gets locked in, and that's just what Tommy does. And, you know, I'm not here to massage and maneuver and try to influence Tommy necessarily, but he tries to do it to me to some extent. But I appreciate his feedback. I mean, I'm glad that I have a person like Tommy who will just tell me what he thinks. I mean, I think it's great. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's about your channel, right? I feel like I've got my thing under wraps for now. So
yeah, but
I'm trying to help other people, but go ahead.
Yeah. And I appreciate that. And even beyond the helping of the channel aspect, I appreciate you coming in this morning when you did. Yeah. So I don't know where I was going with that.
I don't either. But I think it'd be all right to just kind of chill out for a moment and just sort of, you know, because that was pretty cool, I think, because I can remember the first couple of times that somebody connected to my broadcast, and it's fun, you know, having all those dynamics. And then I don't know if you saw real quick. I don't know if you saw my birthday stream, but, you know, Paul came in at a certain point. Paul showed up, and we did like 9.5 hours, and you know, it was pretty epic. But then I had to go to the store for batteries for the microphone, and Paul ran the show. And when I came back, I just produced in the background. I let him run everything. I love doing stuff like that on my own channel. You know, he hosted, and I just you know, played the background, and it worked great. So, you know, I want to master all the dynamics of this. You know, I'm attending the Benton School of Broadcasting, and I've had an experience that that other people are also attending their own version of a broadcasting school. So some of what I'm doing is I'm working on my own chops here, right? So and I appreciate you, you know, giving me the opportunity to sort of, you know, flex a little bit, or at least stretch my legs. Let's put it that way.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you see it that way because, like when it comes to the keys, for instance, as people refer to them, like I said, as much as this is my stream, I started it, it still is, it is, what's it called? Simulcasting, it is both of us. We started it together,
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
yeah. So, that I really appreciate that you took control of that. Cause I know I was trying to send you I did, you let McCoy up. I didn't see your message in the back chat, just to see if I knew him. Yeah.
Well, and
I
I don't even read the private chat usually. So,
yeah.
So I know that sometimes people don't read the chat, but what I wanted to say was that, actually I lost my point. So go ahead, please.
Well, that's when my phone crashed. Interesting. That's when, I was typing in the back chat. It was taking so long and I kept making mistakes and I was losing listening to people because I usually can do that, but was a lot going on. And it's funny because it looks like I did hop out right as, the people that I know are being talked about, and it was not the case, but divine, no leaf falls randomly, friends. I'll go back and listen, just so I understand. Because I know that any advice that's been given to me in any kind of direction by any other content creators is well-intended, and I do have close relationships. I have a close relationship with London McLovin, and I didn't really hear what Tommy had said. And, yet I know all of these people. The only reason I'm here, right, is because of London McLovin, not just because he and Phil, amongst us are predators, had, we had a scenario where, won't get into the background, but they actually helped me see that I was like sort of supporting an occultist, right? Like, whether he wanted it or not, we helped make him be that. And it was a not that big a channel, big enough, bigger than you or myself, but we had a little chat. His chat was never big. I've had as big a chat as he had, 2.5 years in, through at least starting out many of my broadcasts, and have, had up to 28, 30 people, 32 people in my room at times. They don't stay, they pop in. But still, it's nice, right? Nice to have that kind of support when you never saw it on someone else's channel who must have been doing some other crossover content into other social media apps that gives you subs, because that's one way people do that. I don't know if you know about that, but Cage explained it to me. Cage Reality explained it to me, how you can basically have some shorts running on TikTok or Facebook, or I don't know, TikTok for sure, but I watch some videos on Facebook. That's the only other social media I use. And when I go to see my subscriptions, there's always like 50 fucking subscriptions I never sub to, but that's what happens when you follow someone, because you saw their short on Facebook, right? So, and some people don't come out of those social media apps. They only watch those shorts on those apps. So it translates to a sub in YouTube, right? And that's how some of the content creators can have such big channels and also have, they're still way bigger chats, but like compared to, 70,000 with only 400 people in the live chat, know that they're.
And I hate to do this to you, Bexx, but Cage seems to think he's an authority on everything. He goes live to 6 people, which is okay, but it never seems to grow, right? Your channel's growing. The reality is he's telling you stuff that he can't even do himself. So what's the good of listening? I'm only speaking for myself. What's the good of listening to Cage? But I personally dislike Cage, so I'll just put that out there.
Yes. No, and that's fine. I do understand. I understand. I can see the aspects of Cage that, definitely rub people the wrong way.
Well, and I have to do this. Yeah. I've got 14 people watching right now. I had 45 earlier. So the reality is a large portion of the audience that would watch me during the daytime is going to go watch Paul, period, end of story. And I am going to show that respect, whether Tommy likes it or not. And he doesn't like it, and that's just too bad. And I'm also wanted to say that I keep remembering what I wanted to say, and then I keep forgetting it. But, just Steve getting a few subscribers. That's what I'm into. I like to see people, we're all, again, and then back to what I talk about with the internet ghettos, and we're all, segregated and shunted off into the corner. somewhere, and it is difficult to find out about all these channels. So, I want to facilitate that as much as I'm able to, because other people have done that for me, right? And I don't think that's really Tommy's MO, and it's not supposed to be Tommy's MO. So,
well, yeah, and until you have, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I think I think there is an aspect of it is easier to understand what people are doing when you do it yourself, right? Like I know I'm a good study of what people do. But I panel walked. Okay. Actually, I panel hopped for a while. I felt like I was panel walking, maybe not with the same mission. But I definitely decided to, I guess, brand myself. I'm pretty authentic. Like, I mean, I branded Becky as Bexx, but there's more to it than that, right? Because actually I'm evolving as a person while I do this. Anyways, I've learned a lot. And when you do your own and you host a panel, that's why I'd love for Illumitomy, if he wants to host that on my channel. I'm not trying to gain subs or whichever. I plan to reach out to the Sanity Machine to see if he wants to come chat about some stuff that Tommy brought up. And I don't know if he'll want to come. That doesn't matter. My point is like, you don't know unless you reach out. You don't know unless you tag people, and you'll get a response or you won't. But I say that because he's a channel who's grown really quickly, and he's a parody channel. He's a call out channel. He's got more than that. He's a soul trap recycling. I might not be getting it right there, but he's a kind-hearted, in my opinion, I might be using the word wrong, but I think he's a relatively kind-hearted, good meaning cynic, right? Like, and that's where people get these tones in people's voices. And anyways, doesn't matter. My point is like, even just from, in some situations, just because I know someone with a smaller channel, anyways, doesn't matter. I'm just saying that the whole point of this game is to network, and I worked for a Chinese food restaurant that didn't care if people complained. He was like, any advertising is good advertising. People will decide. The most thing I just won't say it. I'm just saying that the only things I don't like is indecent exposure, indecent suggestions, unnecessary indecent suggestions. And I've been blessed to not have that much of that. You know what I mean? So that's, other than that, everything else can fly.
Woo, man, this has been a great day. Thanks, Bexx, for the collaboration, right? It's good stuff. It's good stuff indeed. But the optics are high indeed, Snafu. Indeed.
What sleep schedule are you on typically?
Oh, I like to lay down about 5:30 p.m. and then fall asleep, usually around 6, but sometimes I can go a little later. And actually in the summer, I generally sort of make myself stay up a little later, but you may not know this, although maybe you will. I have spent a few summers living outdoors when in the South, especially. It's so hot in the summer, I would pretty much have to stay up until the sun went down. But I love going to sleep early. But here's the thing. Because for those who may not know, I'd mentioned earlier to Bexx, and I really try not to give people specific critiques or advice, but sometimes I can't help myself. And my opinion is that Bexx, it would be to her benefit to get on a regular sleep schedule, meaning going to bed approximately the same time in a 24-hour period. And then even if that's 4.5 hours. And I want to ask you, have you ever experimented with a polyphasic sleep cycle?
No.
Okay, well, I want to address that in a moment because I know quite a bit about that. Because it's not, a person doesn't have to get all their sleep in one period, right? But putting that aside for now, I just think it'll be better for you, and I think it'll be better for everybody. But again, it's none of my business. If you want to keep doing what you've been doing, have at it. It's none of my concern on some level, but so for me, let me bottom line this. I've just found out that that's what my body responds to the best, is going to bed at that time. For some folks, it's stay up until 2 a.m. and then get up at 7 or 8 or whatever. But whatever that is for you, I found, especially with the truck driving, and let's not forget that I've leveled up on the sleeping, because with the truck driving Sometimes I have no control over when I go to sleep, when I am truck driving, right? So that even reinforces the importance of knowing when, when is the most beneficial time for me to go to sleep. And for me, it's really, if I sleep from 6 p.m. to midnight, I'm good. Or if I sleep from 5:30 to 11:30, but that's me, right? It's going to be different for you potentially. Like my father is 68. He does best staying up till, I don't know, 10 p.m., 11 p.m., maybe even midnight, and then sleeping in until 8:30 in the morning, right?
Yeah.
That's what works for him. So, I would implore you, if it's any of my business, to figure out, well, what does my body respond to? Now, the polyphasic is very interesting, and I've done this before, where your main, basically it's multiple sleep periods within a 24-hour period. So your main bulk of sleep could be as short as 3 hours potentially. Well, and real quick, 3 hours or 4.5 hours. And do you know about the 90-minute sleep cycles? I'm not sure if you know about that.
That's what I was just going to say. I had they're 90-minute cycles, right? I had heard that.
Yeah, and I learned about that truck driving. So, 93, 1 hour and a half, 3 hours, 4.5 hours, 6 hours, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, so that, and then with the polyphasic, if you were doing 4.5, even if you did 3, well, now you get into add a couple of 20-minute naps. Right. And you might say, well, I'm not able to nap. Well, if you get on a polyphasic sleep cycle, because I find it very difficult to nap in the daytime, but if you get on that polyphasic sleep cycle, you'll find that your body just sort of, and I can't speak for you, but it seems like this is the way it works with most folks. Your body will sort of figure it out, and your body will, our body is more wise than we are in some ways. It'll figure out, oh, this is my time to get my rest, and it'll just get the rest, even if that's, setting the alarm for 30 minutes or whatever and taking a 30-minute nap. So like, 4.5 hours and 2 30-minute naps, or 3 hours and 2 30-minute naps. Because I can see that you're wanting to keep it seems to me like you want to keep streaming and you want to keep doing long streams. And, you are going to be more effective, in my opinion, by getting whatever that is that you got to get for your brain. And not that your brain isn't working, but I can definitely detect a difference in you from what I've normally experienced.
Yes.
Exactly.
I agree. I agree.
So please take it away. That's all I wanted to say about that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I know I'm someone who typically optimizes around 6 hours of sleep. When I'm in a good routine, I don't know if my sleep schedule has been for a long time on a schedule, and I do prefer to be up early in the morning rather than up late at night. Now, that being said, I have gotten quite accustomed to sleeping during the day. Hadn't done that before. And I can do that. I can do whatever I want actually with my time, and I'm blessed to have that scenario, So that's been fun, and I look forward to playing around with that. I learned a long time ago not to get frustrated. It always took me so long to fall asleep. Not anymore, but for like so many years, thinking about every word I said and everything I could have said differently. And then you get to the point where you understand, like, you go through these mantras. They're not thinking about you, right? They're not losing sleep over you, right? They're not thinking about what you said, and eventually you learn to get past that. But when I was younger, that I would really lose a lot of sleep, getting very frustrated, trying to fall asleep, but trying to settle my mind. And I learned to just never fight it. If you can't sleep, you just lay there with your eyes closed and enjoy the rest, and because of that, I am.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Lay there and get frustrated, on that note, then also don't be a crammer. Don't be someone who leaves everything to the last minute when you're studying, or you will be stressed. You won't sleep. You will have a worser exam the next day. Although I learned mantras for that too, which is put the shit down like 15 minutes before the test, sit down at the desk or be ready. And all you can do is keep saying to yourself, I would actually literally say, I'm so smart, right? I'm so smart. I know everything I need to know for this test. Right. Instead of like cramming to the last minute, because I do thrive under pressure, but sleep deprivation was something I probably suffered from a lot due to unnecessary anxiety. And I have developed great habits to deal with that. And now I don't have those same anxieties, even though I might have some different ones. Really, they are metaversal, not real life. Right. Which this is a lot of my real life, but actually it is metaversal, and it's a good lesson.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good lesson.
Yeah, absolutely. I just realized I didn't notice, but at some point I turned my microphone all the way up on my, I have this, I don't, have you ever seen my microphone? Have I ever shown you my microphone that I use?
I'm not sure. I'm not
All right,
sure.
hang on.
Okay.
I have this thing here.
Just a sec. I'm just saying goodnight to Jax. And I can't see the screen. Okay, I'm ready. Oh, yeah. I don't think you have shown me that. Although I may have seen bits, I may have seen the microphone in. I think you were going to show it to me, but you were out walking and it's strapped to something or. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I had accidentally turned my volume all the way up, but I guess it's okay. StreamYard handles a lot of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and some of the StreamYard stuff you only really learn by doing it, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
Again, I feel like it's valuable experience for you to sort of get, your feet wet in those dynamics. Oh, I remembered what I wanted to say earlier. Tommy, I can't speak for what Tommy does because he's definitely very much a mystery and an enigma to me in many ways. But I could tell, and I think I typed something to this effect in the private chat, was that on some level the assembled masses, the assembled crowd needed that. They need that outlet of the personality politics, of the drama. They need that on a regular basis, myself
Mm-hmm.
included, right? So, and this is where my friend, I know him in real life, Highly Suspect, he was on my channel and he was on the panel, and then he doesn't really understand the panel dynamics because he's not here, he's not in these streets very often. So what ended up happening was Snafu was up here and this Mad Mystic came through, and then they had like a 5-minute just back and forth, freaking damn near a screaming match. And so then later on, Highly Suspect was confused and he's wanting to take me to task for like, how could you have that on your channel? But I'm like, look, man, when I agreed, it's sort of an unwritten agreement that, I am going to service the community and the lore at a certain level. Like sometimes this is just what the people need. And it's, I can't speak for you, but my view of it is it's our job, or at least my job, to sort of facilitate that. Now, here's the thing is, it's up to you to read your group. Like if you feel like you've got a group that doesn't want the drama, right? That doesn't want to see this, then that's where you would have to judge, well, do I want to have, an environment where that's going to be facilitated? See what I'm saying? It's up to you. I knew when I stepped into what I've been doing, I was sort of agreeing to also take that on at times,
Well,
come what may, by the way.
I knew that I was doing that when Illumitami left me a message on London McLovin's community panel saying, "Hey Bexx, I hear you don't put I haven't popped by because you don't leave your streams up. I'm going to be over here, on Friday night, come on down." Right. And now I was on London's panel that night. And I like to close out the show. That's sort of I'm known to do it. So I saw it had started and I was excited. I was excited to go hang out with Steve and Illumitami. He told me that's where he was on Friday nights. I'd popped in a few Friday nights and watched bits of the stream and hadn't commented in the chat yet. Didn't want to, wanted to go when I was going to hop up and say hi. And then it came an invite, so I went over there and we had such a great time that I came back and I'd made a new friend of a chat. Well, I actually had gotten to know a chatter better that I knew and in behind the scenes, and we decided to go live because I told her, my evening had, that whole day was just great. It was just a great day. And so I went on to go live and just do my usual thing. And I think on the stream, we were like, hey, should I invite him? Right. Yeah. And so I just add Illumitami, and like 3 minutes later, he showed up and it was just great, So I knew when I add Illumitami, that I was getting involved in this, Well, I didn't have to. I could leave it down, but actually Illumitami said he wanted it left up. And I was like, okay. Right. And in fact, I kind of feel like, I don't think people realize how, you guys probably do, but there's a lot of women my age, right, and older that watch this. I've got friends that came out of the panel, or out of Commander Lou's channel, and they were already watching some of these, some of this go down in sort of fringe areas of the community that I wasn't really in. And all I'm trying to say is, like, lots of my friends watch this, So I do think I was shying away from it because of the politics, but I had so much fun. The one time I have talked to Christos behind the scenes, man, he had no idea. I'm really good. I'm neurodivergent. I make up nicknames for people, whether it's someone on a panel with me till I really know her. There's like Headache Lady, there's like Dragon Guy, there's like Electric Guy. You know what I mean? All these people became my acquaintances, or I guess professional, in some ways, some of them became friends and other ones became, a bit more than that, going on their channels and stuff. Right. But my point is that, why, again, it comes down to, like, I probably needed that, I've needed this. I needed the I needed to go over to Steve's, right? Like, I just mean, I did get not sucked into this, but I did wander, to do research. And the next thing I knew, I couldn't stay away from it all. Right. And I don't watch a lot of the afternoon shows, but I do afterwards go and usually hop through and see who was there, Yeah,
go ahead.
So I am, even if my point was, even if the audience I have so far this isn't so much their thing, for the amount of time I've been putting in, it's not hard for me to do more than one thing. I had a situation on my panel today with a very good friend who's probably upset with me right now because I just can't handle it. I couldn't handle the fact that he was, saying the same thing. You actually hopped up, right? I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to listen to it anymore. And then on top of it, I know after you hopped down, I actually felt emboldened to speak my mind and say to my friend, and I should have said it behind the scenes, but I didn't. And it's going to, I don't know, it'll be up because we had the flasher. But that being said, I definitely, said to him straight up, I said, you empathize with this guy who claims he lost people, right? I've been your friend for 2 years. You've never talked to me about any death in your family ever, right? So what are you saying, right? And I don't expect him to tell me that stuff, but to me, I felt like it was a out and out lie, right? You're going to sit on my channel and just toe the line, right? What next then? Now, I could not know him well, and he could be like, actually, it was an elderly blah, blah. We could talk later, but I know that I have a panel link down there. I have friends who come in and think because we hang out over on a panel that just where people build and chat, and it's a really nice, wonderful place to be. Charles was. That's because I have a link down there. That's what it is. And it's my mistake of actually not, asking people questions before they hop up. Like, hey, did you watch the last 2.5 hours of me ranting? Right? Because, do you watch some of the people that talk to the screen and maybe have a link and never let someone up? Now, I don't know if there's people behind the scenes when people don't let someone up and have a link there, but I assume sometimes there's some people show up and people are just ignoring them, And so for me, it's just that, and that's something I learned very quickly coming onto these panel scenes, and I didn't always follow it. But to catch up, like, you're just going to hop on and be like, hey, I'm here. You don't even know what you're interrupting, So my point is,
I understand what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
And I guess my point is I welcome this content. And I also, I do know I have the ability to do variety. I also know that I have a lot of friends that want to talk what Marcel and Timo were talking about. Even Tim understood. He hopped down and stayed in the chat. He's like, no problem, right? But Marcel is probably a little upset. And honestly, that's part of why we kind of spread out from Charles' channel as well. McCoy wanted to do his own thing. I wanted to do my own thing. We complement each other very well. We didn't intend to stream at the same time. He offered, one time I was on his panel, he offered to shut it down so everyone could go over there. I'm like, your audience isn't my audience, my friend. I've post-wounded enough to stay here because this is the one of the few panels I feel like I can hop up on. I'm usually just watching because it's very focused talks, right? But just that he would do that, because I encourage him to stream at the same time I'm streaming, because then I can send my friends who are looping that way, not looping, but because I know McCoy isn't per se, you know? So anyways, it's great. It's great. You know, there's 2 million YouTube channels, you know? I don't know how many people are out there.
Yeah, and what I've noticed is I'm pretty good. I'm terrible with predictions, but I'm very good at noticing trends. So this is one of my favorite channels. Joe Does Stuff, and this guy, his main channel was After Prison Show. He was one of the very first prison YouTubers, and I enjoy that genre. But see, he's recently, in the last few days, started doing live streams. He did what I'm pretty sure is his first live stream, at least on this channel, I believe yesterday. And I think I might have sent him his first super chat on that channel. And I said, hey, man, I hope you please do more live streams. But then I see that he just did another one an hour ago, right? So what I can see from this is live streaming is blowing the fuck up right now. So, it's this is my opinion only. It's only to my benefit and your benefit and other people's benefit to continue to create in this space. Because the reality is, as dare I say, creative types, the reality is, we can do other things, Bexx. We don't have to be here streaming on YouTube. And now I want to tie that into, some of these interpersonal dynamics you're talking about. And I refer to that as personality politics. The reality is, and this is my opinion only, if you are providing them value, to borrow, the vernacular of Mr. Paul Enslaved, where are they going to go? If you're live every day at a certain time and you're providing in a way, don't even say providing, you're facilitating a place to come, have some sort of communal, even if it's virtual, a communal setting, and you are the one who's guiding and steering that, well, that means on some level you're going to be not more important, but like it's going to have more to do with you necessarily. And the reality is, I just don't believe there's a world in which, because you didn't behave correctly or, things didn't unfold properly, now they're going to turn on you, right? And the reality is, I want to wrap up on this, and I mean wrap up on this idea. When I first had Tommy on my channel, the chat damn near staged a mutiny. And I basically just told him, look, I don't know what to tell you. I want to talk to Tommy, and it is what it is. And I said, furthermore, the fact that he has a certain reputation, that doesn't mean anything to me. And the fact is, the people who were going to rock with me in the long run, they're going to rock with me, not despite my certain flaws of character, arguably, or certain aspects of my personality. It's actually the opposite. They're going to rock with me for those reasons. So that's why, and Tommy kind of had his own thing going, so he didn't agree with me. But, when I put the comment up there that you talk a lot, my thing is like, yeah, do it more, right? So when I look back on the past, it's not the times when maybe I shoot my mouth off. That's not the problem. The problem is not when I shoot my mouth off. The problem is when I don't shoot my mouth off, but I should have. See, it's actually, I never suffer. I suffer from not doing the thing they're complaining about enough. Back to that time, I should have just walked the whole room. I should have just went off on the whole concept until everybody just left. And I just sat here with me and Gary Baxter and Music Holds a Secret, laughing, and we'll just laugh at each other at that point. Yeah. So anyway, I'd like to give it back to you, but that's all I wanted to say about that.
I appreciate it.
Well, and real quick, I don't have to go, but I have to make my food. So this would, for tomorrow. So this would probably be a really good time for you to monologue if you're into that.
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
Sweet.
I'll do my
best.
It.
And I'll still be here, by the way. I'll be on my phone. So.
Okay. What shall I monologue about, though? What shall I talk about? Let's see what's going on in the chat here. What's going on in the chat? I like this comment. I like this comment a lot. I know. I saw that Canadummy questioned who's going to watch a 12-hour stream. I think I know that people hop through and look for key characters in some streams, especially if I've tagged them. And so watching parts of a stream is fine. I actually expect some of that. That's why I looked at how long my monologues were at the end of my streams, and I was like, yeah, the usual 3 to 5 hour wrap up monologue of Bexx. Maybe label what I read and stuff like that. But the thing about this Canadummy, and I know that was Canadummy that asked the question, you get a lot of viewable, get a lot of the watch time while you're live, and I know that I wouldn't know how much watch time I got from the videos that I didn't leave up. But I also know I created a bit of an enigma. I already was out there with no channel, being everywhere, and having my given name in the chat, and my name on stage was Bexx. I'd be in the chat, half the people wouldn't know that's who's up on stage, because I didn't have a matching avatar. And yet I'd hop into these places and I'd get these people, Bexx, and it made me feel like better than Cher, and I really enjoyed it. And so when I went but I knew when I started my channel, I didn't want to be using my name. And I knew this Bexx thing had something going for it. And so I went Pythagoras Bexx, sort of going with the whole, haha, you still can't find my channel, and it was fun. It was fun hopping around still, and people couldn't say my name. But that wasn't easy for getting subs. No one could find me. I realized that I wasn't, there's a part of this structure to this infrastructure or structure to this app, that part of the structure to this app that I'll be right with you, Grim. A part of the structure to this app that you want to, of course. Why wouldn't you use all the tools at your disposal? So I changed my name, and it's actually very fitting. And welcome, Grim. Welcome to Bexx and Benton Hangout.
What's going on, everybody?
Things are good. How are you?
A little disturbed. A little disturbed.
You're disturbed?
Yeah, I'm a little disturbed because I rewind your show back to catch up to figure out what y'all was talking about. And I noticed that my name is popping up. And it didn't pop up, but it popped up. And I just want to confront the situation since Lyndon did reach out to McCoy and asked him where we could talk in private about the situation, even though it became public. He never responded back. And then with Illuma Tommy saying that I'm trying to take over Lyndon's show. First of all, I'm not trying to take over Lyndon's show. I just enjoy being over there, just like everybody else do. I don't see why when I share the things that I share, it's an issue. But when everybody else share what they share, it's not an issue. Second of all, McCoy, the reason why I had confronted you on Lyndon's show, because you brought a situation over to Bexx's show, and I didn't say anything that night because I said Bexx just started her channel. I'm not gonna do that to her over here. I'm gonna wait and take it back to where it all started. When I first came on Lyndon's show, you and Paula were attacking me over what I had said. Paula was attacking me in the back chat while you jumped on a panel and was attacking me in front of everybody. And I defended myself. No, not this ain't got nothing to do with you, Bexx.
Okay,
I'm confronting McCoy because he's trying to make it seem as if I'm just this troublemaker or whatever, but I'm bringing it to where it really all started. And that's when I first came to Lyndon's show. We were talking about I was saying that we are the enemies and that there's no enemies, how we say, like the elite and stuff. So Paula's in the back saying, I ain't do this to myself. Then McCoy jumped on and said, you the one did this, Grim. You're accusing Paula. Both of them were attacking me. So I didn't say no, I didn't get mad at McCoy. I answered it the best way that I could, and it still wasn't enough. So even everybody was saying, well, damn, McCoy, what do you want her to say? So that's why there's an issue. And so that day when he came on London panel, yes, I told London, yes, forgive me for that. I could have approached this situation better. So I do fault myself on that. But what I'm not gonna put up with is that we already discussed how I feel. I feel we're the enemies, and it should have been left alone. Why when we get to Bexx panel, as soon as I say no, there ain't no enemies, you want to keep nudging at it. So I said to not start an argument, I'ma just agree with him so we could just all move on. Because I don't feel like that right now. I thought we were all past that. So that is the problem. I'm not doing anything to anybody, and that's why I felt he was being phony when he said, I'm just asking because I didn't know. Yes, you do. You was on a panel attacking me because I said we was the enemy. So you do know. And the other thing, I don't know McCoy. So for him to say, well, everybody know me, and everybody know I talk about the enemy, I don't know that because I'm new to the whole situation. So you can't get mad at me for not knowing that that's what your expertise is about. So that day when him, Flow State, well, I think it was Flow State and Smith, they were going to talk about the numbers. That was going to be the first time I've ever heard McCoy really talk about anything. And I was like, hey, yeah, y'all talk, but somebody had the floor the whole damn time, so we couldn't hear them even converse about that. So and I don't go to everybody's channel. I don't even talk about McCoy. I don't talk about Tommy because, first of all, Tommy is very disrespectful. He's done it twice to me. He's called me a bitch. McCoy pointed that out. And he always want to use this color shit, which I don't do that on nobody panel. I don't even come on your channel and talk about them. I don't go to nobody else's channel talking about them. So for them to still keep feeling however they feeling is like little kid ass shit. When London extended you the hand to hit him up so we could talk about it, you didn't extend your hand back, McCoy. So you might as well just be done with that conversation, because you calling me a girl and stuff and talking about, oh, I told London how I feel about her. First of all, you didn't even give me a chance. You came up with your own idea in your mind about who I was. I don't think shit about nobody on none of those channels. I enjoy myself conversing with everybody back and forth. Yes, we all are going to have disagreements, and I'm fine with that. But for y'all to be fucking nitpicking and boohoo crying on other people's channels about me is a little fucked up, because when I tried to talk to you, you didn't have shit to say. And Tommy, you just too disrespectful for me. I did feel you at first, but when you want to call me bitches and you want to use color and how you was talking to Chameleon, Dark Chameleon, using that black stuff, like that shit disrespectful, especially if I'm like talking to you like that or talking about you like that. So that's all it was, Bexx. I was respecting your channel, not trying to bring it on your channel, because I thought we were all past that. So it didn't have nothing to do with you. That's why I told McCoy he was phony, because you already knew how I felt about it. Why go to somebody else's channel to bring it back up as if you're trying to start an argument or whatever you call yourself doing? Like, how am I supposed to feel? What am I supposed to feel? But you're so butthurt. When I go on London's channel now, all I do is I still enjoy conversing back and forth with whoever. I don't need to take over his channel. I want to start one, but I don't even have an idea to start it, because my life, I be doing too much. It's not even like that. Like, it never had anything to do with you, Bexx. So I was just finding a way to be respectful about your channel. That's all. Like, I'm a fucking adult. Like, I do adult shit. I don't hang with phony ass fucking people. I don't do phony ass shit. I keep it real with people. Even if I don't know how to really express myself, I still find a way to express how I feel to people, even if it might hurt me, their response. But I'm not.
Mhm.
I don't do that phony shit. Like, don't do me like that. I'm fine with disagreeing. I'm fine with everybody different ideologies and stuff. But to fucking try to keep throwing me under the goddamn bus is a fucking kid ass move, bro. Grow the fuck up. Damn. Oh, my bad. I'm done. Excuse me.
No, I hear you. I hear that. And I know I actually got kicked off the stream. I was trying to respond to a message in the back chat, and my whole phone shut down just as that conversation went down. You know, it you know, it's what happened. So but I was aware Tommy had alluded to wanting to talk to McCoy in one of our conversations on one of the last couple streams I have up. And yet he made sure, as much as we were quite comfortable talking about all sorts of things, that he'd made sure to very much allude to that in that conversation. Like not even know, if no one was listening, no one would have known. Just but I knew what was going on, sort of. I knew, yeah. So he had asked to speak to McCoy. This wasn't scheduled in any way, and I appreciate that you would come on with such force to take them on, because I know Roy had asked, does this have anything to do with me? I'd put that up there because we are streaming to 2 channels right now, Benton's channel as well. And you came out right after with this doesn't have anything to do with Bexx, right? So I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, it never had anything to do with you. They exactly know what the issue is. And Tommy, I just started ignoring him because it's one thing to be funny, make me laugh, say jokes and shit like that. But to keep going after somebody's ethnicity because you don't have shit else kind to say to them is very low. Like, I don't mind joking, kicking the shit and all of that. But all it, like, it's not cool. Even when Paul does the same fucking thing. So like, I just stay the fuck away. I don't like that I'm not on other people's channel and y'all have this space to go carrying on. But I also see that Tommy egged McCoy on to bring my name up in the matter as if, oh, we're teaming against gremlins. I'm fine with that, whatever, but allow me to be on the platform with you if you're gonna attack me like that. Because I haven't did anything. Because people behind closed doors saying shit, but the whole time I ain't saying nothing about nobody. I was cool about the whole situation about him and Paula jumping me on on London's show. I was fine with it. I left it that day when that show ended. I left it alone. I didn't even call London and say, "Hey, what's up with your boy?" I didn't do anything, none of that. And that's why I told him after that, London had more shows, and you on there, all gremlins. Oh man, you just sparked something up in me and made me come up here. That kind of shit like that. Like, so if I was that much of a problem to you, then what was all of that bullshit afterwards? That mean that you didn't really mean that shit. You just talking. I don't do shit like that. Don't be friends with me one moment and then the next moment I'm all of a sudden this fucking enemy behind closed doors to you. Because the same person,
sorry to interrupt.
My bad, Benton. No, you good.
Okay. Hey, how are you today?
I'm doing awesome, and you?
I'm well, thanks. I only interrupted because there's somebody backstage, but I don't know who that is, Bexx. I was just bringing that to your attention.
Jerry Sprung.
Oh, yeah, wow. I don't know all the characters in the Bexx verse yet. So
I ain't never heard of that person.
Bexx, are you there?
Yeah, yes, I am. Sorry, can you hear me?
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you knew that somebody.
Yeah, I didn't know if you knew them, so no, I don't know them. We can just decline for now. Let's just.
Okay, cool. That's all. So I'll please continue.
Thank you.
No, it's just I don't do none of that stuff because I'm not even gonna lie. I told London there was a lot of stuff going on and I felt it had something to do with me and I was getting a little bit uncomfortable in being on his show, but I didn't want to stop because I literally go on London's show because I want to share the things that I see. Even if people don't agree, I don't care. I'm not going on there to be agreed with, so I was feeling uncomfortable and being on there. Even from you, even with you, Bexx, I was like, dang, like are we on here to share information, or are we on here to be judging each other? You know, is there a competition or whatever? You know, I just really enjoy being on London's channel because, like he said, we all be geeked out about stuff. So, like I said, forgive me. Yes, I could have handled it a better way of approaching McCoy about the situation. Forgive me on that. I just felt that it was a little phony and I wasn't giving him that type of energy. So yeah, and Tommy, I'm still gonna ignore him. I don't care. He can say whatever he wants to. I'm not trying to take over nobody's channel. You don't know what's in my mind. You don't know what I'm thinking. You don't know what I do. So yeah, like anyway, I digress.
You all right, Bexx? Too much drama? I don't know.
And see, I don't even want to be on. I don't even want to be on her channel, even talking about it because it's very petty. Like I don't be worried about this stuff every day.
Yeah, I think Bexx might have taken a break. So,
oh, I'm sorry, guys.
She right.
Sorry, guys. I was talking the whole time trying to let someone in. So thank you, Benton. Thank you.
Oh, no worries. Yep. And I
But
gotta get
welcome.
my stuff done, so I'll be in the
Perfect.
background.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. McCoy.
Peace. Damn, Bexx, this is on fire. I stepped away and damn, I was like, yeah, salute to everybody. Peace to everybody. I'm making my second round to this today. Well, Tommy was on this, so I know this is going to stay up on Bexx. That's the requirement. If Tommy's on the screen, it's going to stay up.
Actually, all streams will stay up if people stop flashing their bits at me, and I get smarter about that because I have 2 other really good streams, and I've been my eyeballs got great, friends. My eyeballs got great. Everyone's did. All right. Anyways, I just want to say quickly, okay, you guys, I really appreciate this happening. I know what it's like to only see people in public. People think we have these behind the scenes relationships, and we have these situations where if we don't have channels, which I know McCoy and I both didn't until just a month ago. We didn't have channels we did anything on a month and a bit ago. We don't have the opportunity to at each other and have any kind of conversation that isn't in some sort of public chat or something if you can't get a hold of each other. So I appreciate the passion with which some of these things have been expressed by everyone here. We needed this, you know what I mean? So please, I know you guys know better, please have the floor, both of you.
Gremlin, how you doing? The realest McCoy is here. Because I see, yeah, I could understand. I've been trying to do my best and just moving on from the situation because that's not why I came to YouTube. But yes, I hadn't spoken to Tommy in months or a month, however long. Because over on London's channel is the only place that I saw Tommy. So he invited me up here to converse, and he was like, "Why? Where you been?" And I'm just like, "Well, I mean, I ain't been on London's," and because I felt everyone knows I felt embarrassed, and that's the only reason that I don't show myself over there. And so I didn't know Tommy was somewhat in exile also. So I'm like, "Yo, what same?" And he mentioned, yeah, because I guess there was some interaction with Gremlin also. So I guess that's his reasoning. So that's the whole gist of our conversation is that, I did feel embarrassed, but it's all right. Only thing from that interaction with you is that I just wish that you would take my word for what I say, just like I honor your word. I have no reason to lie to you when I was telling you I'm not a liar. That is my talking point. If you go over to my channel right now, as a matter of fact, what's scheduled for tomorrow? Now that we know we have an enemy, let's work on solutions. That's all my talking point is. And Bexx is here to tell you that when I ask questions, if I'm not satisfied that I don't have an answer, I will continue until I get my answer. And with you, I just felt I still was in the clouds. I didn't know which side you was on. Now you can say that that's not true. I'm telling you that's the truth. I didn't know which side you were on. And the fact is, there an enemy or there's not an enemy. And I do appreciate your perspective. If I didn't, I wouldn't even care to ask you. And so for you not to take that as truth, it just bothered me to the point where you call me a liar and a phony. And there's people who are listening who I want to gain their respect. I want them to value me at least as a truth teller. And you're here saying I'm a liar. Like, God damn. I'm like, that was embarrassing. But and I'm telling you, I still don't know what side your perspective is on the fact that whether we have an enemy or not. I'm telling you, I don't know. And it's not as if I'm taking it from one discussion to the other. My ears are perked and I heard what you said and I'm like, damn, I got an opportunity to ask her. I'm not, look, Grim, I'm not into the drama. Zero. I'm just not into it. That's not why I decided to hit a panel on January 23rd of this year for the first time. I came here to exchange information and to add to myself because I don't know everything. And I do have an appreciation for your information, your perspective. I don't know the things you know, and I don't have time to get to know the things that you know. But I also, in fairness to myself, I just feel that you're not someone that I can interact with because you're always at my head. I could say the sky is blue. Well, McCoy, I could prove that you're wrong. I could say that, yes, I think the government is something. Well, McCoy, I could show that the government. I was just like, damn, why is this woman on my head like this, man? Damn. And I'm going to land right there. I said a lot.
Well, first of all, I'm not at your head. That was you taking it however you want to take it. And second of all, I still feel that you're phony because that day we was on London Channel, I kept making it exactly clear how I felt. I never detoured from how I felt. It's as if you're looking for a specific answer, which I gave you a specific answer, but it's not according to how you want me to answer. That's not on me to figure that out. That's on you. So I don't know. I don't know how else to satisfy you. That's why I said that day on Bexx channel, I'm gonna just say, yeah, there's an enemy so we can move past, because I didn't feel like going back and forth. Because like I said, you were on a panel hit me up, and Paula was in the back chat, hit me up at the same time. So that's why I was just like, well, fuck it, whatever. And I left it alone from that day. So that's why I was just like, when you came on Bexx show and quiz me again, it's like, well, damn, like, bro, what's up? So I don't know. Like,
Bexx,
I don't know.
Bexx, what am I known for? Bexx, what a
It doesn't
no,
matter
it does.
about what you
Gremlin,
known for. It's
here's
the
where.
problem that
No, I'm not
I
asking
don't.
that. Gremlin, I'm
Okay,
not
bro.
asking that. I'm not asking that. I'm asking Bexx, because Bexx has been on panels with. As a matter of fact, Bexx and I got into the same thing where I asked her a question, and and what does Bexx continue to say to this day? She even said it yesterday in my chat, like, yeah, McCoy, I'm going to do a better answer of answering yes or no.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just that's just me, and it's all right.
Yeah.
We don't. Not everyone is for everyone, and I'm all right with that. I just have a certain way, a certain approach, and it just doesn't mess with you. I'm
Okay,
fine with
so
that.
no, it ain't me. You're trying to put your shit off on me.
No,
If I take that show, if I go back and get that show when we was on the show, and how you kept asking me, even the audience was asking, with damn McCoy, what do you want her to say? I kept answering you, and it was like,
what
because it wasn't what you wanted to hear, it wasn't enough. Go back and look and
Gremlin,
listen.
I'm fine with that.
You're
I'm not.
putting that off on me,
No,
and
I'm
it's
putting
not
it on
fair.
me.
And then for you to
Gremlin,
go, and then no,
I'm
and then
putting it
for you
on
to
me.
go to London, for you to go to London and try to make me fucking look bad to him. That
That's
was
not
the
true.
other,
That's not
bruh.
true.
You just said it today.
That's
Like,
look.
you just said it today.
But I'll
That's why
tell
I
you
said
why.
that's that
I'll tell
phony
you
shit
why.
I don't fuck with.
I'll tell
These
you why. I'll tell you why.
okay,
See,
okay, okay. Let me slow down. Forgive me.
I
Let me
ask
slow
questions.
down.
See,
Go
look,
ahead. You got it.
I don't make assumptions. I ask questions. That's what I do because I can make assumption and say, hey, well, that's why he did it. No, I knew immediately that you and London would be great together. I know what London is looking, the type of value and the type of people that London would add to London's work. And from the moment that I heard you speak, I said, this is going to be great for London. And at the same time, in fairness to London, I let him know, like, look, man, this is why I'm not hitting your panels. And I'm just letting you know out of respect for you and your channel. And I told him in the same breath, I know you have value for Gremlin. You should, because she adds to your work. But out of respect for him, though, I don't want London walking around here saying, yeah, my boys. I want him to know exactly where I stand, though, at the same time. I don't see nothing wrong with that. Out of respect for him and his
But I
channel.
never did anything to you. That's what my whole issue
Look,
is.
I'll tell you.
You
Hold on.
found
Hold on, Gremlin. I'll tell you exactly. I told you, you're just not someone that I can have a conversation with, which is fine. I'm not for everyone. I'm all
but
right with
I
that.
never did anything to
Okay.
you. Please let me
Can
know
I?
what I really did to you for you to even feel like that. That's what I'm saying. Because I only listened to 2 of your shows. Everything that I was saying, and I'm hearing people question you. I was doing the same thing, but you're not kicking them off. You're not talking shit about them or nothing. But when it comes to me, you got something to say about me. Oh, it's just the way you talking. You coming at like that shit is unfair, McCoy. That's why I said that shit is phony and it's unfair to me. You never
Gremlin,
gave one. You
No.
never gave me a chance. Y'all know I was new to
Can
London's
I?
channel. Yeah,
Bex, can
I
I
want to
just
you got it
interrupt for
back.
1 sec.
can I just
I
ask her
want
one
to
question?
interrupt because. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, McCoy.
I'll just Gremlin, if my intentions is to just put this fire out. If that's not your intentions, then it's pointless for us to have this
That's
conversation.
not
Well,
no. Oh,
let
so
me
No,
interrupt for a sec.
now it's
no,
for you to put it out, but y'all started
Okay,
it, and
but
I don't even go to
no, I'm
your channel or
asking. I'm
nobody else's channel to
asking.
okay,
say
just
anything.
just
I'm
okay,
I
asking.
came to no, I came to
Gremlin,
hold
confront the
on.
shit,
Gremlin.
and I'm just
Okay,
saying,
but
what did I even do to
Okay,
you for you to even
Gremlin.
feel however you feel
you
about
guys,
But
me?
what I'm
you
saying,
Because
guys.
when everybody else is
Okay,
on your show saying what they saying, it ain't no different from what I'm saying. So I feel backed up against the wall because it's like, damn,
what I'm
so
I didn't
saying
I'm
ever
just
is,
gonna.
do
I'm gonna.
anything
Excuse
to
me. Excuse
him.
me. I will use the mute button.
Forgive me. Yeah, forgive me.
Okay, and I
Forgive
don't
me.
mean to be rude here, but this is not a build. This is we're gonna work these things out, and I don't mean to interrupt. I love you both. I want you to know that just give me a second, okay? Just give me a second to compose myself. First of all, we have someone in the back that also would like to come on stage at some point, so I want you guys to know that, and I would like to bring him up. He has secured that he has come in peace, so I'm just saying I could pull up the chat and tell you that he plans to come calm, but Illumitami is here as well. So I want us to try and focus on a few points here. And one of them is we don't communicate outside of this space. And I don't want to get moved right now. But I know, because I've had this drama with this gentleman right here. I've had my own misunderstandings and tensions build, right? And that happened right before it happened, right before what happened with you guys, on London. So part of McCoy's desire to not have conflict with you is because of what happened when we had our conflict in public, right? And so I believe this. I don't know. I'll ask McCoy if he feels like my analysis of this a bit is true, right? So I feel like he didn't it's more likely that he is saying he can't have a conversation with you because of the energy that we have right now, right? What we're used to happening when we've had these when these kinds of situations have had, and hosts don't use the mute button, right? Because it doesn't feel good. That being said, I don't want that there's only a handful of people in the audiences that would know, and close friends that would know how real that conversation got that day, right? And how much growth and community was built as a result of what happened between me and McCoy. And so I know that it was within days, and we don't communicate behind the scenes, right? So that was still being considered as we launched our channels, you know, having both been in places where we wouldn't be where we were today if we hadn't been there. We wouldn't, you know. And so when I hear, you know, you've come in with the same message that I'm working on right now, you know, and I don't want to sort of put this contradiction, but I am working on understanding. I'm working on understanding that I think the enemy might be ourselves, right? And you know, and I know McCoy's been so focused in what he has been doing that when he starts out his shows, right, he's come with all the research that he's been having, you know, all the research that he's collected, you know. So all I'm saying, and I'm sure Tommy's in the back being like, shut up, Bexx, you know. My point is that I know that is part of the reason why even now he might sit here and defend, like, and take it all on Grimm, you know, because we would have to bring up all sorts of conversations that are just not necessary, right? And also, you know, because neither one of us, you know, because it wasn't pretty, and it was very graceful. Our getting to peace, right? It was hard, you know, and it was personal, and I won't waste time with that here, but, you know, I just want to come with the understanding that he is a very direct man. It is hard to, you know, it just as much as he may say that he struggles to hear you and your communication, or even think he might be able to get a direct answer out of you, because you haven't engaged that much, because there's always some other stuff going on, you know. You didn't get to that point, and that's why I'm here to vouch for both of you, you know, in terms of a misunderstanding that honestly the feelings were charged partly, and, you know, McCoy was wanting to not have that kind of conflict with a woman on stage again. And I don't mean my psychoanalysis. I'm going to go read Tommy's 9 messages. And
Bexx, how are you saying that when they brought it on your show today? That's what I'm. You know what? It's fine, because like I said, I've been let it go, and I got on here because it's on your channel once again to say my piece about it. I've been done with it. I don't get why it keeps being brought back up. Obviously, some people are still disturbed about it.
Well, I don't have any feelings about it at all. I'm sorry, and I don't mean to sound callous or cold. My only concern is to see that people that I care about, who I think, you know, could hear and learn from each other, you know, at least more than being shut off from each other. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying, like, the shutdown harms, you know, I think it harms you. You know, I think the misunderstanding, the miscommunication. I didn't come on. This isn't a panel build. This was Benton and Bexx, and you know, and getting together and talking about anything we want to, you know, like, without and Lumachami came up, and McCoy came up, and they had a conversation. I didn't hear it, right, but I knew what it was about, so I can't vouch for how the direction that the conversation went. But Lumachami's here, and if anything, he's probably really impatient with the way I've been talking, and he's guaranteed to come in calm. And this is once again why we acknowledge men and women must be different, and it's not bad. Yes. Okay. So is it okay if I bring Lumachami up, or is that too soon, or does either, you know? I mean, I'd like to.
Well, I'm sure if we say no, Lumachami's going to hold it over our heads, so we might as well let him through the door. But I'll say this, Grimm, I have moved on. I haven't. It's just today, Lumachami, I hadn't spoke with him, so yes, that's the, you know, I expressed that to him. But I have moved on. It's not even at the forefront of my mind. It's not on my mind. It's just Illuma Tommy, I was just letting him know that, yes, that's the last time I've been on London, over at London's. It's not as if you're the subject on, I've moved on. I'm telling you, there's so much, I've moved on. You're not the object of my anger or my frustration. I have completely moved on. And I'm asking you to take my word for it.
Shut up, Bexx. Shut up, Bexx. No, it does, I will admit, when we're sharing faults, it does increase my impatience when I'm sitting backstage and a host, not other people have done this, Bexx, when the host is like explaining that I'm backstage and saying that I'm probably getting impatient. I'm like, then just bring me up. Then just bring me up. But no, I'm constantly on this broad situation of the community, and I have noticed that it seems like to try and resolve the issues offends people as much as the issue itself. Because you're right, Trillest, I hadn't seen you since we were both kind of digressed from London Man. And the only reason I felt like my timing was almost on a spiritual level when I popped back in was right when I came in, you were saying, or she was saying, your beef with her is not proving your stuff, but that's her beef with me, that I've always said you're not being detailed and you're not citing where this is a proven thing, you know? So that's the weird triangle that your alleged beef with her is what her beef with me is.
First of all, Tommy, I did answer McCoy. You can go back and even ask everybody who was in there, kept asking him how he want me to answer. I did answer him. I don't have to say, oh, the Illuminati and all of them is the enemy. I don't have to say that. I said how I felt.
Well, that's fine.
Whatever.
I don't think that's
and please keep my name out of your mouth. I asked you that before because you have disrespected me numerous of times. I don't have anything to do with why you got kicked out of London's channel.
No, I'm not kicked out of his channel. I was just there, and that's why it surprised me to see you here, because you're usually every show over there.
Well, first of all, Bexx allows me to come over here. I didn't know that you ran her channel to tell who can come over here.
No, I'm not. I was actually surprised that she asked permission for me to come up because it is her channel.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
because you have my name in your mouth. That's why.
Well, that's
and I had came up here to confront, to figure out why were y'all talking about me when I don't worry about y'all.
I've never talked behind your back. I've used your name when I say the isness of the situation.
So I wasn't on her channel. I went on her channel earlier when y'all were talking. So why my name come up?
When I say
because you was antagonizing the situation.
No.
When you could have just said why I don't go to no, when I don't go to London's channel, it's because it is. I don't have anything to do with why you not on his channel.
Well,
so it wasn't no reason for you to bring me.
No.
Oh, so why?
The reason I don't go back.
You're a lot, bro. You just trying to side with McCoy. I'm not the reason.
I'm not siding with
because
McCoy.
You was on his channel after you was on his channel after that. So I don't have anything to do with that. And that's
when I realized
you're choosing not to go over there. You're siding with McCoy. Yeah, because you're lying.
I haven't even finished saying what you're telling me I believe and the reasoning of my actions. Yeah. The reason I don't go back very often and don't panel is because you didn't seem to be able to be like I can't say anything to you. And
so if not because you're calling me first of all, you call me remedial. You've called me a bitch on his channel, and you call me a bitch, and I still kept going on his channel and still conversing with you after that. I don't care, but I'm not being disrespectful to you. I never have been disrespectful to you on there, but you was calling me that all due to I don't agree with something you're saying.
No.
I've never disrespected you, Illuminati.
How long have you been
I was vouching for you.
Okay.
It's all good.
It's okay.
You ain't gotta worry about me coming back over here. No, because my problem is that y'all brought my name up, and now I'm telling you how I feel. It's fucked up.
Grim, give me a moment. Grim, give me a moment. Give me a moment. We cannot be in this public space without people talking our names. Okay? And that's just impossible. We cannot guarantee that. You know, I can be live streaming and someone I don't even know can be taping behind me and broadcasting me to a room full of fucking discordants on Discord. That was good. Because seriously, like you don't know, you have no idea, you know, what kind of dynamic, how if you feel vulnerable, right? How I have never intended to have anyone disrespect you on my channel, but I am trying to launch something here. And I had decided in the last few days, because I haven't kept any of my material because of this philosophy of don't keep my name and don't get my name out of your mouth, right? First of all, I would say it's people who have channels who are more concerned about that, okay? And so I get that you have other social media, right, that you can make content for and eventually maybe launch a channel here. And I would love that. And I support that, you know, but
so Bexx, let me help you out and narrow it down. I know that people are just going to say our names, and to show Gremlins some agreements, my only issue is my name is coming up on many channels as the P word. Like that's if you're not calling me a P word, you can say my name all day. I don't care. But I got a real problem with people calling me a P word everywhere. And yeah, man, names are just said, but this reiterates what I was saying. Like, we're just trying to work this out, and it seems like that's an issue just to try and air what my problem was. And I can't even have my problem aired to work it out.
Yeah, I only hit the link to just try to just resolve this issue.
And I just came in because I saw that happening. I was like, hey, we could do two birds, one conversation.
Yeah, I didn't intend for it now to just continue. I want to close this chapter. I mean, yes, that's I don't know how anyone would interpret that, but that was my only intention. Was like, all right, Grim, I heard what she was saying. I heard the frustration, whatever. I'm like, look, let's just pour water on this fire right now. What do I have to do? What do I have to say? Because I've moved on, but I want to move on. Yes, Illumin Tommy, I ain't chopped it up with him in a minute. I only seen him over there in London. It ain't like I go anywhere else that he goes. So he ain't seen me. I ain't seen him. And I've just said, yeah, man. Yeah, hey, you know, that time that Gremlin went off and called me a lie and a phony, I was embarrassed, so I don't go over there anymore. How is that I'm keeping her name in my mouth? I just explained. Do I just that
Gremlin?
Person? I don't know. I you know, forgive me if the way I said it, but that was just I was just stating a fact.
To try and take some of the accusational feels off her, Gremlin, I've just as much held London to allowing his channel to go the way it was going. Like, yes, I didn't show up because me and you were getting to the point where I can't even address your ideas without you feeling it was a hostile take. And then he's having ladies' night, backing them with no question. And I've taken that up with him. This is what men do. Like McCoy's had a problem with me before. And I was like, oh, let's address this. Let's talk it out. Because if I'm wrong, I'll correct it. And if it's not wrong, I'm sure my friends will, misunderstanding, you know? And here we are. So the only reason I came up is because when I first ran into McCoy again, I was like, oh, dude, I left because Gremlins was harshing me the same way I saw her do you. I even called it your
that's all that I said was like, yes, I just felt, yeah, she said, you brought my name up on Bexx show. Yes, I didn't bring it up, but I brought up that, yes, I confirmed that, yes.
And as she's typing the grievance, we're telling her why her name came up. It's your identity. It's to address that you're the one we're talking about.
Look, so Bexx, you know, I didn't come up here to just continue this thing. My intention was, look, hey, Gremlin, you know what? I'm here. I didn't have to hit the link. I could have just let it just continue, but I want it. It's so to me, it's unnecessary. And Bexx is a neutral channel where, you know, she'll give us that opportunity. She knows us. She has an appreciation for both of us, and she'll let us just air our grievances. Boom.
And Gremlins, you need to remind this stream.
Tommy, just Gremlin, hit the link, man. Let's get this out the way. Like, damn, Who wants to hold on to something like this if it's something that you feel can be resolved? Who wants to hold on to? She
So let
says
me
it's
help.
petty. Hold on, she says it's petty. So let's get this petty situation out the way. This is an opportunity. Then if it's that petty, that means it should be easy to resolve.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm trying to analogy why it's not.
Y'all can have it.
Because
See that?
you're talking about like you want to get past this, and we're wondering why it has to be like this. I recently got bit by a pit bull, and that hurt. But to put the 9 stitches in my hand also was not a pleasant process. But that was to fix it, and it still sucked to fix the hurt thing, you know. And that's like an analogy for this. Like, yes, to hear out how no one wants to hear how they might have not been their best self from the person they might have wronged. It does fucking suck. And half of why we brag about the community of having this penis between our legs is we're supposed to be doing that and then still dying over top of each other to take gun turrets off of fields. It's a shit world being a man. And now in the metaverse, they're like, hey, let's all get with women and say we're equal in these social conversational activities.
I just want to, address that. I don't know. I haven't been posting any of Benton's chat, and I'm just new at all this, so I wasn't sure if they were concerned that they couldn't be seen here, and I didn't mean for that to be the case. So again, sorry to do a little bit of this. Actually, I'm not sorry, but I'm new at this. Good. And I've been up for many hours, right?
So here's the thing, and I'm trying to speak like as not an individual involved, because I see this commonly. We're just trying to begin the like, let's work this out. And I don't know if she hears us because she's all ready to just type away and dismiss the channel. Like, you guys can have it. Okay, it's all good. Like, no, girl, we're trying to make it smooth again. We're trying to make it not this. But there's a process. And I met her saying, like, the first video I ever meme edited of her, she's talking about, I don't want to just talk like I know everything. And it's like, where is that? Because I'm that too. We're all trying to not act like we know everything. So let's be big kids and work this out. Unless you plan on keeping that problem.
Well, and I think that, to be honest, I think that Grim came here. If she's gone with the whole, it's all good, y'all can have it comment, then I would just like to say that she's kind of a microcosm of what we're saying out there is the macrocosm of this whole like run around and just amass a slew of people who want to have their opinion of someone regardless, you know? So
I'm being a hypocrite because I just sat up here. Hey, did anybody catch me in the chat? I'm not watching chat. I'm being a hypocrite because I just sat up here and said, yeah, I gave you London's because I wasn't going to deal with that. I was like, okay, you can have London.
Look,
so yeah, I'm being a fucking hypocrite.
This isn't, I'm sure the chat and everyone listening the same. I thought maybe this could be a moment where, this thing gets resolved live and direct right here. Other than that, then, I appreciate you, Bexx, for giving me the opportunity, and Luma Tommy, good seeing you again. And
I'm glad we're still cool. We apologize just for the chat. Just for people who aren't familiar with us, me and Trillest, we have this camaraderie because when he didn't know me, he heard me off on a channel saying nigger a bunch of times. And funny story, that's how we became friends.
I'll just say that everyone in the audience, this is not what I'm about. I'm about getting on my enemy's head. That's all I talk about. That's really what my focus is. You all, no one here in the same situation I'm in is my enemy. It's those that are trying to enforce their will upon me is who I focus on. So I apologize but I saw this as an opportunity to put a fire out so we can just move on, because we all have something that we can add and we all have value. And so, and at the same time, I'm a person that it's all right. I'm not for you and you're not for me. We can still coexist, and that's what I was hoping to.
You ready
you
for
say?
big picture? Ready for me to prove that my brain works the way I work? I will at least commend me and Cinnamon because we're both willing to at least go, all right, you can have it, as opposed to a guy who is openly saying he's coming for all keys, at which point I will be banned from anywhere I want to interact with people. Boom.
And on that, appreciate you, Bex. If the opportunity ever arises, word get on the street that want to extend the olive branch or build that bridge, somebody let me know somehow, some way. But appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day, everyone in the chat.
Thank you very much, McCoy, for coming up.
All right. Take
Y'all
care.
catch your stream.
All right.
Much love.
Dude, this platform has me so wrecked in my head because even before panels, we all know there was that issue of like mystery unsubbing. Even when you just had a video channel you like to watch, if you didn't pay attention, you'd find yourself unsubbed randomly. And now in the panelverse side, it's just got my paranoia, my troubleshooting all fucking OCD.
The sub unsub thing?
Yeah, like I could have swore I was already subbed to the trailer. And
he has two channels. They're titled very
I don't have
similarly.
either of them right now.
I can get those links to you, no problem.
Yeah, but I'll still monitor like because it's not just him. It's been various channels where I've had to ask myself, did I not sub to this? Like, how have I gone here so often if I wasn't subbed?
Mm-hmm.
No, I can't read all of Not Know's thing because I'm not monitoring
I'll leave
the
it
chat.
up.
But what I can see of it, I'll say, no, we are not each other's biggest problem. We are our own biggest problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like not to harp on Cinnamon because we all have done this, but me and Trillest, she had a problem with both of us. We're both here to fix it. And she's being her own opposition to that.
Well, yeah, and yeah. Well, and she's doing anyways, to walk off like that, to make it a big thing, like, oh, I just won't be around, and one thing is like she goes on two channels. I don't know how much of any of the other stuff she watches. I can't say. I don't see her commenting, but lots of people listen to stuff and don't comment. So, I appreciate that we tried to sort out something that was basically a community crossover, friends. Okay, it's a community crossover. And I know people may see me. I saw someone being concerned that I was a little soft. But don't worry, I'm a quick learn. And I appreciate the concern. But that being said, I am, because I could say my piece. I'll learn to say my piece, friends. Don't you worry. I don't feel like if she she's gonna hop up with that kind of energy again, beyond today. It's yeah, she's gonna hop up with that kind of energy beyond today again. She's just looking for meta drama. That's all she's looking for. She's just looking to manipulate her own emotions and manipulate all our emotions. And I don't mean to use the word manipulation, right? It's that isolation. It's, that's what it feels like. That's what it would feel like. Because I don't know what to say. Go ahead.
On her behalf, I did just say the thing that, well, I didn't say it today, but what I've said a million times is what really gets me trolled is when people backstage me and then speak for my thoughts and intentions and all that when I'm right there to say it for myself. So I'm not going to say 100% she's just here for that. It is possible, but at the same time, she's the one that didn't want to stay and speak for herself. But yeah, there's layers to it because there is issues between individuals, but I'm also trying to discern what is the obvious thing that comes with this panelverse platform. Like that's why from the get-go, it used to offend Paul, but from the get-go, I've always called this public Zoom calls. Like we're all just public Zoom calls that people can access because there's a mental there's a mental switch that flips once we call ourselves a show with an audience. It's like, oh, now you've got your Hollywood mind on it when it's just a public Zoom call. And maybe your public Zoom call can excel into a Hollywood state. Not likely the way this platform's planning and operating, but we're all having fun here. It's a good experience.
Yeah, it is, you know. And I do want to just, again, I see people might be concerned about my softness. I do want to let people know, I can tell them how tough I am. I'm like 24 plus 8 plus 4 now. So yeah, that's 36 hours into streaming with only about 3.5 hours sleep. So you can call me a junkie you want, but I think I'm managing myself very well.
Shut it the fuck down, Bexx. Shut it the fuck down and go to sleep. You're doing with panels what I used to do with meth, and you're not on meth. That's bad. Or does it show that panels are just another form of meth? Breakthrough.
Well, and it's okay. People, I've had this phone in front of me for 3 years straight, doing whatever I want to do. So I can appreciate that people are concerned, but I know I've managed myself very well today. I'm very impressed with myself. And even if I went off with a little bit of emotion in my voice, that's Bexx. You'll learn. I'll learn to manage it so it won't like ring so hard for people. Like I really will, but that's what I do. I get moved by things, and I enjoy it. You know?
Yeah, you're a female.
What I appreciate
like
about just one second.
Why you guys?
I promise. Just 1 second. 1 second, please, Tommy. This is what I appreciate about, say, Tommy and Benton right now, and just actually the general respect I've been given in every panel I've hopped on, which you can look at my playlist. There's like thousands of hours. That being said, you know, I want to speak my mind. I want to be able to talk about these things. You know, I don't want people coming on my channel and being like, you know, people said this on your channel. I'm not going to be here. I don't care then. Right. Because this is my channel, you know, and I like this community crossover, and people may think I don't know them. They may think I haven't been, you know, lurking around. I wasn't lurking on you. I promise. I was just getting to know everyone in a way that I can when I'm paneling constantly. All I can do is watch the chat. Right? Go back later and kind of I can hop through. So my point is I really appreciate this, Tommy. You know?
So on lurking.
No, I was on all sorts of channels.
Right.
Okay.
Listen, that's fine.
That's viewing. I was viewing.
This is the thing about personal responsibility. When I started joining panels, the first one was Paul. And I found him through High Impact Flicks, and I watched him for like 2 months before I ever chatted or paneled. Our personal responsibility is you must assume everyone is lurking at all times. To think that you can go on these panels and privately interact is a fallacy. So you don't have to apologize for that. The same way we say your likeness and your name can be thrown around. Yeah, that's the disclaimer you agree to when you do this.
Yeah. And that's where I'm going to say, as much as I've had a few interviews with you and a few panels, like I have like been streaming like nonstop since, you know, for 5 or 6 weeks on my own channel. I have lots and lots and lots and lots of experience in terms of what I want to do on my channel. And I was being held back, you know. Oh, sorry. So I'm sorry, I was thinking about myself.
No, I was talking to my dog. My bad. I forgot to mute. My bad.
But yeah, no, that's okay. But you feel free to take it.
So you have shown me one thing, and watch the chat for me to see if anybody reacts to this. I don't know who all is there compared to earlier. I used to get told all the time from panel to panel that I over-explain things I don't need to explain. And you show me a glimpse of what I think I might have been doing on the times I'd agree with that. Sometimes, like with the P word, I feel I very much will explain, and if it doesn't go away, I'll keep explaining because there's not enough of this community backing me up. Like, it's one thing to say don't listen to those P word accusers. It's another thing to watch them show up and everybody keep their mouth shut.
100%. 100%.
Much less I was on a new channel. It was the second time I was ever in the chat, and they showed up playing that shit, and they said, Tom, leave and take your people with you. And I was like, these ain't my people, and I ain't a P word.
Exactly.
So yeah, and even with my primary beef where I'm known as the Joker, I've even started to address more. Look, it ain't about me and him. it's about 130 people that you can't talk sense into, including Benton himself. Like, Benton's cool, we're cool, but there's a line of logic that it's like, dude, if this were Lord of the Flies, I'd have to like break off. Like, we are cool, but there's a level of loyalty and assistance there that I can't ignore that once you talk about them dropping a rock on me for trying to unite everyone or squash the beef. And it's funny that I referenced that because that dude referenced that book and he called me Piggy and he said, yeah, everybody was sick of hearing your shit, so they drop a rock on you. Like, that's not why Piggy got a rock dropped on him. But that just goes with the narrative thing I'm talking about. It's like I was on Back in the Basement last night. They were citing Jesus flipping tables, and both the liberal chick of Back in the Basement and the lady that cited Jesus flipping tables, neither of them knew why he flipped tables or the logic or the story behind it. So I kind of dropped in, like I was looking up from the dip bowl at the party. I was dipping my chip directly into the big dip bowl. I just kind of looked up like, oh, I know why Jesus was flipping the table. That's what I would do if I had been to the moon. Like, I'd be at parties listening to the guy owning the party. Everybody's listening to his story. I'd just be dipping my chip in the public bowl of death and just look up like, oh, I've been to the moon. And the party would be like, ooh, and turn to me.
I don't know if you saw me flashing a lot of the comments up here. I did my best. I'm sorry, friends. I'm 36 hours in, so multitasking not as well as I can. I am managing 2 chats, so I didn't mean to seem like I wasn't reading Benton's chat, because I have been, and I really appreciate the Deaf Freaks statement that I put up there and the response. Anyways, my point is would it be okay, Illumitami, if we just take a pause here for a moment? And I'd love to.
Let me tell you something,
I bring someone else up that's been waiting quite patiently in the back, and I'll just swap you out for a sec.
Let me tell you something, Lilu. Corbin Dallas multipass, but human brain, no multi. What's the word? Damn it, I fucked it up. What is it called? Multitask. Oh my God, it sounds like multipass too, and I fucked it up.
Multipass.
It's London's fault, because I was checking the intro to London and he was saying 420 if you got it. And I don't usually do what other men tell me to do, but I did. And now I just fucked up the multipass. God damn it. All right, well, since you're asking permission to do stuff on your channel, I guess I'll grant you permission. And mind you, I lost.
I appreciate it.
I lost like 3 points I was going to make earlier. But you did a good job. You stopped me. Like, you let me cut you off whenever you are going on. But you did stop me when you weren't done. So that's good, because you're not mad. It's just we move on.
Exactly.
The whole community will tell you all I do is talk over people, and I'm the only one that does it. And we all know that's bullshit. And I've addressed many times, I usually only interrupt people if I know they've started the whole point on a fallacy and I don't want them to continue on and waste their breath and waste our time. It's like, I'm just trying to stop you because you started wrong from the beginning, That's usually why I'm interrupting people.
Well, I appreciate it.
It has to do with the portals we're talking through, but I have noticed, because I do this too, when someone's rolling, you like to be like, right, yeah, preach, speak, but because of the portal aspect, we'll all also like stop when we hear that, because we don't realize it's just like a boost in conjecture. Like, yeah, go on. I agree. And it makes you stop because you think somebody's chiming in.
Exactly. Okay, I'm gonna put you backstage, and I'm gonna bring up.
Oh, I didn't hear you. The part about putting me back. No, go ahead.
Okay, I'll see you in a bit. Perhaps. Thank you. Okay.
Snafu Snaps. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Snafu Snaps.
So patient.
Bexx, this is Snafu Snaps.
We have met. We met on HMFRC. Steve.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
I
Mr. Steve, Mr. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Bexx. Benton supports you, and I respect Benton. And I just want you to know this metaverse is more real than you could even get it. All right. That chick that was just on here screaming, that sounded a lot like sun piss. For all you in chat know what that's all about. I want to say keep doing what you're doing, but I could tell that you're getting obsessed with the whole the streaming thing. This is new to you. It happens to all
hear
of
you.
us.
I hear you. I hear you.
And I want you to understand, if you're putting out the real shit, your channel ain't gonna last long. And just keep going at it. Because if you're putting out real shit and you're not selling out, they will censor you. I do recommend you be careful of who you believe, including myself. Like I said, there are pedophiles, criminals, traitors, frauds. One of them was just on your channel just now. Mm-hmm. So the fact is Mr. Benton told me about it. I thought I came to his show because I usually go watch his show, and he had given you reign to his show, and I didn't know really what was going on. He said, you're starting out, so I just was like being patient to kind of listen and hear, but keep doing it up. But there are certain things when you start new and you're showing signs of it, and I'm sure Benton and others could talk to you, like the obsessive wanting to stream all the time. That actually hurts your algorithm if you're on 24.
Yeah, well, and I don't have, I get it, but I also don't have any of the content linked to my channel anymore, so it's not screwing with my algorithm. I'm sure of it. I've got really
If your live is again, you're talking like you know shit. You're new. You know who Mike Strutton is?
Just because I launched a channel, though, but just because I just launched a channel doesn't mean that I don't have it.
Is used by our government. Do you get that?
It's like
you get that the channel you use, the algorithms you do. I fucking know the dudes who are running the patents on this shit. Again, Bexx, you might want to be very cautious of you saying things that you are like, oh, I know the algorithm. I know you have no clue, Cupcake. And Benton's here. Benton told me to keep the Snafu crew and everyone off your ass, but some of the things were very triggering. I'm going to respect Benton because I respect Benton, but cupcakes are cupcakes, and I would recommend try not to be Cupcake and put your truthio out there, but don't act like you know shit that you may not know. And that's all I got to say. And yes, the algorithm.
Can someone please explain to me a little bit more? Because I don't even know who Sunkissed is.
Do you really want to know more?
You don't want to know.
But Snafu, why do I feel that whatever you're trying to tell me, right, is coming like threatening from you?
Well, what if I told you I got your public records right now? Would you be freaked out? Because I do.
Well, what kind of public records could you have?
All your public records. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to teach you this metaverse is a little more real than what you're acting like it is. And I'm trying to just tell you, have fun, do it. But there are privately owned, government operated fucktards out here. There's criminal shit. Mr. Benton, I respect, and I could tell you're newbie at all this shit. Your channel, you're in the truther thing, doing what you want to do. But I could already tell just everything you've shown me. I'm just telling you, yeah, we got your public records, just like many others down the future will probably get on you. So like when you get trolling and all this other bullshit happen about this, it's more realer than you think.
But are you the troll? Are you? I'm just asking you straightforward.
Why do you think has me blocked? And the Snafu crew, like, why do you think Monograph? Some people underestimate the crew and how deep it is, but we're here to just stand against the criminals, traitors, frauds, and pedos.
I don't even, but I don't have any of those things on my record.
No, so, but you just have someone who is involved on your channel. You just have someone who is involved in that shit on your channel, which is fine.
Why are you so angry at me?
Is this angry?
It sounds really.
You better get ready for the fucking metaverse, Chica.
But what do you even mean by
you think this is angry? If you think this is angry, if you think the things I said is bad, it's just I'm trying to tell. Benton probably will be a good person to have in your corner to help you understand a little more as you continue your journey. He is a good dude. He will help you.
Did you see something in my public record that you feel could threaten me?
I got all kinds of public records. Well, you're online. You're online, public. So
but what my watch history, my credit card number, what do you mean?
So why not pull your public records? Does that make you uncomfortable? That you just
I don't even know what's in a public record.
Hey, you're a public person. You just told that Sunpiss chick. I'm gonna call her Sunpiss. I think it was Sunpiss. Anyways, you told her, oh, you're a public. You're public. So people fucking say my name. People say my name. Okay, cool. Well, you're public too, so people like us who
Yeah, but
check
can
into
you give
channels
me
or check
any
into people
indication
running
of,
them.
and I maybe you don't
public records,
understand.
does that
Yeah,
make you
maybe
feel uncomfortable?
I'm just wondering what's in the record. Just give me any one
Well, you
thing
should
that
know
might be there.
they're your records.
I
All
don't
I'm
know. I'm
trying
a
to do is make
Canadian.
a
I don't
point
even
of
understand
how
what that
real this
means.
metaverse is versus fake too. And
Yeah,
Benton,
but what? I don't have a criminal record.
Yo, what's up?
It doesn't matter if you have a criminal record or not.
So
Public records
Benton,
are public records.
can you allow Benton to answer my question, please? Just give us a moment.
Like,
what could possibly be in someone's public record that I would be worried about? I know you don't know me, but just in a general sense.
I think you've kind of answered your own question. If there's nothing to worry about, there's nothing to worry about.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to educate you that yes, it is public. It is internet.
Well, yeah.
But it's way
anyone
more
can do that at any point. Then anyone could do that at any point based on my Facebook page. So what's the deal?
Right. Oh, well, your Facebook page ain't your public records. Public records are public records.
No, but I'm just saying you could find me on Facebook and you could go do that and you could go do that and harass me on Facebook. I don't even need to be on YouTube talking for you to go grab someone's public records and go start threatening them.
Right. I am trying to tell you though, Chica, you fucking just got involved in the YouTube game right when, especially elections are coming up.
Do you know? I don't even know who Gremlin.
Pogo optics are high, and you're so naive and innocent. I feel that's why I'm kind of warning you, and that's why I even told.
I am 50 years old. I am, I appreciate it. I am 50 years old.
Concerned, believe it or not.
I do. I hear that passion, but I'm trying to understand for real. If you're holding my public record in front of you, unless I plan to go criminal.
Listen to your friends who are in this
I can tell you this much. I can tell you this much about Grim Friends because that's all I know her as. Okay, she's come on 2 of my streams. She's been 3 of my streams. Maybe she's a friend of London Man's. I only know her through London Man. I don't know her from anything except for her coming on my stream and hopping down on my stream and saying, "Oh, I only support you in London Man. I only do this." And the next thing I know, she's over there making drama for somebody else. To be honest. Right, well, so I only let her up here because people. Yeah, I don't know her.
Do you know drama sells?
Do I know that drama sells?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I understand that because I'm here having this conversation on this panel.
Welcome to the world, Chica. This is gonna the only reason I even came up, I was like curious. Why does this chick have the key or doing Benton's show, running it, because I usually just watch Benton, I'll come in and chat with him.
So we sat, you and I sat together for 2 hours last week, Snafu Snaps, and had a conversation.
We didn't talk. I didn't listen to you. I didn't hear your cupcake optics, really. And then I realized this chick really is she's gotten on the thing.
Good job.
Sorry, friends.
That was what you were supposed to do. That's what we do. Yeah.
So
thank you, Snafu. Much appreciated.
Yeah, I do appreciate the passion.
Hang on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, just so Snafu knows, it's Bexx broadcast, sir. I piggybacked off of her broadcast. He didn't quite seem to understand that, so I actually am simulcasting Snafu. So just so you know, sir. But yes. And then if you want to bring Tom back up,
yes, thank you.
The better thing. Yeah, and I'm gonna. Yeah, Tom. It's not my time to get any of that right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and. Go to the back.
Okay.
He could have stayed. I wasn't going to bitch him out. I was actually relieved because I thought he was legit trying to introduce you. Like, even though you met Snafu through that Steve thing, I thought he was like vouching for him. I'm like, Benton, what are you doing?
It's going to happen at some point. It might as well be now.
Yeah, it already happened.
Yeah,
but I was just going to say, that, it was his energy that he was coming at me with. There's just been no need for that. He came in as charged as Grim, right? And so obviously they have some sort of issue. You can find her over on London Man's stream all the fucking time, right? You want to figure out who that is? Go talk to London Man. I don't know her. She was brought on as one of London's angels. Like, I'm not trying to direct things, but seriously, I'm not trying to not vouch for Grim, but I don't know her. Right? I've been out here for 5 months, talking to all sorts of people. She hopped down,
explain to
so I'm not. Yeah, I'm just letting people know that. And
I want to explain to you.
Yeah, but give me just one moment. Give me one moment. Give me one moment, please, Illumitomi, please, because people have to admit that guy came in here like super threatening to me, And I get it. He thinks I'm naive. He thinks I have some sort of addiction. That's fine. I appreciate his concern. It did not come out in any kind of concerned tone, right? It came up, and I gave him time. I already spent time with him last week. In fact, I already figured out why he's, screaming, in my opinion, why he's screaming what he's screaming. And I'm grateful that he didn't bring that onto my stage right now, and he brought alleged concern for me. But if he didn't listen to me as some cupcake last week and he wants to come on here and give me some kind of fucking advice, right? He's the one who's fucking the drama. He's the one who's trying to be the drama, Like, seriously, it's fucking bullshit. Like some sort of concerned man, That's like, flashing yourself on the back of my screen ain't graping my eyes, okay? Like, seriously. Like, I appreciate it. And if I seem like I'm like, oh, I'm going to defend myself and, oh, now I'm going to sound threatening as a woman, or, oh, my emotions aren't in check, trust me, they're in check. That guy's energy was fucked up. That was fucked up shit. And I've seen him. So I've seen him approach you last week, and I tried to be reasonable with him. I know why he's screaming. I know why all these people are screaming that word. Go get help for your repressed memories. Okay? Stop pointing fingers at other fucking people. Stop coming in under the guise of, don't come in under the guise of 50-year-old woman like fucking know me. Okay, this is bullshit. You want to figure out who that woman was? Go talk to fucking London Man. Period. You want to sit. I want to say one more thing. He wants to sit beside me, have a conversation with me. We did engage. It's on record over there, right? I enjoyed myself last weekend sitting on Steve's stream. Period. You were the only fucking, person that I'd rather not have had there. Period. But that's fine. That's fucking fine. Do what you want with my fucking public record. At least I've got my name out here. It's always been out there.
He doesn't have it. And if I could have mentally sent you a message, the only thing I would have changed is not even telling him you're Canadian, so you could have shown him he doesn't have or know shit. He was still approaching you like he brought up the election as if this is the country you fucking live and vote in. He's retarded. He's tried to say he has Snafu crew watching my front door at all times. He is a homeless retard. But the one good thing for me about that just now interaction was now you understand why I lost my shit on him on Steve's show. Because I met your friend Cherie on Steve's show, and I was like, man, I probably look like an irate motherfucker to her, but
sorry, I didn't mean to.
The snafu thing. Huh?
Sorry, I didn't mean to put that up. That's I guess it's fine. It's one of the first criticisms we've had all afternoon. I appreciate your support. Bernie. I would also say that, it'd be worth it to go check out some of my other videos just to see if you can,
and I've
change
got
that
my
opinion.
war history with him too. All the haters. He'll be, he actually has a defining role in the trailer for how I'm pulled out of the world and transported into this LARPerverse.
Bernie does?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
And then, but no, not anymore. He's like part of the.
No, he hate watched himself into the role. like the night of the police standoff.
Hate watch.
I mean, he said the things that perfectly were usable in this fake movie trailer. So yeah, like I don't even remember what I said about his Zoo York sweater. Then his wife bought him, but he brought it up, and it goes along with like the way he could be edited to be like, yeah, these motherfuckers need to arrest Tom, and anybody that's trying to do a free Tommy movement, good luck with that. It's a masterpiece. I've held on to it. It's not the time to drop it. I was holding it till 250 subs, and then I've dropped a few videos that I'm proud of that have made people unsub. And while I'm proud of that, I don't think I can hold myself to releasing it at 250 subs. I don't know if that'll ever happen. So that's another assumption Snafu came at you with. We just got done saying these are public Zoom calls, and too many hosts want to set the narrative as we're all striving for YouTube fame. Well, no, these are just people I've met on these panels, and that's why I come back to talk to people I've met. And that's how Bernie's one of my haters is. Nobody knew if I was dead or in jail. everybody there was like 3 channels streaming it. Oh, Bernie's the one that's going to make it a pay to watch thing. Because, I don't know, disrespect and taking advantage.
Mm-hmm.
But I did make fun of his Zoo York sweater that his wife bought him. And I'm more skeptical. The room he sits in, I'm skeptical that man's married. Backhanded statement, I know.
Hey, I'm pretty much out of gas, but I'll be listening until I fall asleep. So thanks, Bexx. I had a great time. It's
Me too.
It's been pretty
Me
cool.
too.
So
yeah, thanks for bringing Snafu, I guess.
Well, I mean, look, it was going to happen eventually, so might as well get it done, right? That's the way I view it.
Right.
It's going to happen anyway. Let's just get it over with.
It would have happened eventually because it already had. We know.
I just, I'm
That's
just
my only
surprised
motivation, sir.
Yeah, I just like to say, just before you take off, Benton.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I really thought about that man this week. Like, I mean, he's gonna might take that as like, oh, she's an agent thinking about me. I don't know what that even means, but I was concerned for him. I thought about him after we met. We didn't engage much. I wasn't there for him.
Nobody
I wasn't
really
there. I mean, I was happy to meet anyone that was there, but considering who I was, what I was going there to do, it was just an unnecessary dialogue, in my opinion. But I understood why it was necessary, also in my opinion. And I had a lot of, yeah.
How long was he waiting back there, Benton?
Oh, a long ass time.
Yeah. So imagine listening to us not only having.
I gotta go, Bexx.
Yes. Good night, Benton. Have a great sleep. Thank you so much.
See you, Tom.
See ya. Imagine not only hearing us talking about the Zoom call context, but hearing my dissatisfaction of my other pedo accuser followers. And he literally came up here after you saw us, or we were all 3 together on Steve's last week. He still came up here and tried to hint, somebody you just had up here is a P word. Like, the audacity of this homeless, gruff-looking mofo.
Mm-hmm.
And the things I'm bringing in all my panelverse beef, the things I'm saying is like, why are we not all on this page? Like, if Snafu were to come around accusing anybody of being a P word, even if I didn't like that person, I would apply the same, like, how am I going to figure this out as 2 people accuse each other of anything? Or how am I going to weigh if I even need to care if it's true?
Yeah. I've received some comments in the back. There was some discussions, but I'm going to read one to you from Snafu Snaps here, okay?
I was reading some of them, but yeah, go ahead.
She gonna act hard now, but just wait till she gets crew on her. Old Polly learned quick, Mr. Benton. He may never admit it, but everyone knows crew is deep, and while Bexx wants to play, it's go time.
No, he's LARPing. He's LARPing because neither I nor Montegraph nor Polly, nobody has learned except for how ridiculous of a LARPer poser he is. Because he always says we, he always says Snafu crew, and yet there's nobody. And once again, it is true, people's records are relatively accessible. So why doesn't he? Because he's never told me my address, even though it got doxxed on police raid night. And he didn't tell you anything about you. He just wants to say he has your records because he feels like big shit. And even when I've gotten people's records, I've been like, well, it's no secret anybody can do this. If you know, you know. And I actually kicked myself. I regret that I had given Jack the 3 possible places his son might be. And then the longer I knew Jack, I was like, wait, why did I do that? Because it was not only in violation of the sources I use, but I didn't know he was being like Jack. And I also didn't know his son was 20 and can find his dad if he's looking.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I made a mistake going against my own honor and moral compass because in the moment I was feeling for Jack, and I was like, I'll tell you what I can do. I'll see if I can figure out where your son might be. And in hindsight, it's not too big a deal because Jack was too lazy to really investigate further. I'm like, okay, I gave you those addresses, and you can't tell me if he was at any of them, and you're still going to come online and say you're trying to find your son. That's how I start writing off weight, importance, like intention.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, these are the things. If I'm trying to give any value or teach anything, these are the ways you don't have to leave the planet to see if it's a globe. There's ways you can get as much truth without necessarily having to. You just have to acknowledge what you do know and what you don't know, and be honest about that.
So
to yourself.
Yeah. Now, I had 2 questions. I only remember one right now.
Same.
And that question is, my instinct, okay, from a message like that from Snafu Snaps, okay, was one of the reasons why I wasn't bookending myself here. At least not that I wasn't. Well, I knew that this might be a good little fit, but that also, okay, my question is the old Polly part of that. Okay, my instinct is Paul is not sending this man towards me. Okay.
No, he's saying that he has wrecked Paul equally, like Monograph and me, and that'll be you.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's his thing. That's who Snafu Snaps is. He's gonna get you. Gonna get you.
If Paul were to just say, "Hi, Snaps, we're cool, come on over," he'd go right over there and start hug a buddy with him. He's literally like, whenever he was cool with Paul, he'd call me a P word. And as soon as Paul was shoving him off, he'd say, "Paul's a P word supporter." And it's like, boy who cried wolf all over the panel burst to anybody who'll hear him. And that's why I was telling him last week on Steve, I'm like, you're only here because Steve's going to let you sit here and say the same loop. And see, this is the advantage of me and Carl being at odds, because if Carl says something true, I'll still back him up. And I'm assuming that 1,000,000% is off what I'm saying. If Paul says something true, I'll back him up. I'm trying to seek this truth thing. And you guys can take our petty differences and shove them, unless I'm the one with the difference, and then fuck you.
Yeah, that's why I knew, I felt like he comes in with this power of like, I'm here representing this guy, right? That's what it felt like. He's like, maybe he's representing righteousness, but because he's against you right now, he's got the force of a different content creator behind him. It's his own obsession. Paul came on the stream tonight and I met him,
Yeah, it was to come at me and to be nice to you in front of me. That's how he does.
Well, and that's fine. That's fine. But I've also, I really don't, I actually know that I'm not going to get attacked by Paul. Okay. If anyone thinks that Paul's going to attack me, that's ridiculous. Now, some fans of his, he might discuss. Yeah, we'll see. I'm Bexx. Okay. It's the Bexx factor,
but he's
I'm not trying to challenge that, obviously anyone can do anything. We've already had that conversation, but I can say, I would assume, I'm going to say that I just going to say instinctively, I know that's not how Paul would approach me. And I know that the way I plan to approach whatever I'm doing here, I don't plan to antagonize anyone. And that's probably going to piss people like Snafu Snaps off even more, because he's coming in thinking he thinks he's that guy. He actually thinks I don't know. He goes against, it's fine right now. It's coming with some kind of force.
I know.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm saying weird. I know, because this has been my journey. This is why Ian's gone, Bexx, because I showed up when Paul was on, when all these new channels were on Paul's radar. I went to Ian like, hey, I got this guy figured out. I can help the community. And he acted like he knew, and now he's MIA. And I'm telling you, if you watched London Man, you saw him do the same thing. He rolled up on London Man. Hey, London Man, me and you were the same, because he's black, right? Like, you get it. You get this street life, because he didn't know London Man was UK black, right? Thought he was US black. And he came in nice and cool. And as soon as London backed me or Z, you saw how that weekend went, of like the throwdown haymaker weekend, where Paulie Boy was scared to go on London's channel because he knows he stays in his house for the mod god powers. So that's why he doesn't go to another house when there's beef. But you watched him turn on a dime. And yeah, you're female. Yeah, you're an elder to a lot of these ages. You say the wrong thing, I guarantee you're on its radar. I'm not saying that'll happen, but don't think that you couldn't. If you wanted him to be at you, I could tell you a few key elements to speak on that you'd have him coming at you.
Honestly, I thought I was scared of him. Right? I was projecting my own paranoia. I was projecting my own paranoia, given other people telling me how to run my channel. Given the sheer numbers he had, I was projecting my own victim status, my own like little victim status in some way like that. Being on someone's radar means that, you're a threat to them somehow. I don't feel like I'm in any way a threat to Paul because I'm trying to have a conversation with Tommy. Now, I get that there's a dynamic here that people may think I'm innocent to,
Are you familiar with a channel called Morfugal TV?
I feel like it's been on my radar, but I'm not. I
don't even watch it. Yeah. But between Morfugal and Montagraph, I can't tell half the time. In Snafu's loops, I can't tell if he's with them or against them because he's changed it. Like sometimes Morfugal was his target, sometimes Morfugal was part of the Snafu crew. And then with Montagraph, shit. Every channel I've mentioned Montagraph, people say, be careful, Tommy. Spoiler alert, he lives less than 3 miles from my physical location, and I ain't worried about shit. Because he's just another guy that's being accused of Snafu of pedo. And that dude is completely doxxed online. His whole address and phone number is sitting on a website, and he ain't worried about it. Neither am I. My address has been doxxed. Carl was smart enough. He's not mad at me because I know Carl gave out his name. And so I kind of joke gagged with him, like, look, I doxed your name in my Carl video. But me and him both know he's already done that. But I was surprised because I wanted Snafu or somebody to see that and come at me about it. And to my surprise, nobody did. And props to Carl because I'm not scared of my name being out, but you see how much trouble you can save yourself to not bring it out. If it does come out, I don't care because like you, Bexx, Snafu says he has my background check. And I think we all should, in this day and age, be living a life that you don't care if everyone knows every detail to. That's why I was immediately out in this panel verse with, I used to do meth. I used to date a 17-year-old girl legally. And now that all that's out, it's like, what do you got? If there's anything else that people could use against me, I've forgotten it. What's up, Christos? I said, what's up, Christos?
I'm just changing my audio settings there. So
Heard.
Over. Yeah, what's up, guys? You guys can still hear me all right, correct? I have a setting where I can walk around, and it's not.
Yep.
I don't know. You got that Joe Cool connection, but we'll try.
Honestly, no, he's got a special type of connection, man, because he gets the buffering,
like
thing hopping up and everything.
Like Little Bus special, yeah.
Hey,
like when I look at that erotic style mirror above his bed, I have to assume he's ripping the Wi-Fi from the 7-Eleven down the street.
Oh my god! I forgot he has a fucking mirror on the.
And it's
ceiling.
the type of mirror you'd get from Family Dollar, like to see your full clothing garb. It's not the rich guy ceiling erotic mirror. He even left the frame on it. He left that balsa wood frame on it. So why didn't he just buy 3 of them? Like every swanky bedroom setting I've ever seen with a mirror on the ceiling, it's a very large span of the bed area. It's not just that that center inline. Maybe even makes the girl like shift over if they're not right under it where you can see. And I've never been one that's like, I don't get what that view is. I don't see why people like that overhead view, unless you like to pretend you're having an out-of-body experience. Maybe he likes to watch himself jerk off.
Yeah, my bad. I'm looking in my car for this fucking CBG.
Oh, okay. I better go up on panel and search my car for stuff.
Well, I made sure to bring my. I mean, honestly, I can talk right now. I'm just giving an excuse. Oh, I don't want to be rumbling too much
No, we're not
either.
gonna be rumbling. So since we're not rumbling, Christos, let me just ask you this. I was already.
I was coming up because I wanted to go ahead, but I'm just I knew we'd.
Yeah, I'm taking it off you. I'm giving you the chance to not make it it doesn't have to be about you. But when you hear me already ready to stand on the report video thing, I didn't even go as far yet to say, actually, I didn't report it at all. I'm just watching you spiral over me saying that on another panel. Even if I did report it, I don't get what the beef is, and this is how people are faulted by backing him. I don't get what the beef is, considering you guys are all free to report my videos because they don't have like aspects that would deem them removable. It's like I told him a million times, even when he didn't think I reported him, when he was bitching about other people reporting him. I said, Paul, people can report all the live long day, and if YouTube doesn't find an issue, it ain't shit. And yet the issue was notified to him. You took the footage from this monkey and looking in the mirror guy, and it wasn't until I said something that he's so sure I was reporting. And in his typical fashion, now it's plural. I'm reporting all his videos all the time.
Wait, so did you or didn't you?
No. Like I had a grounds, and he caught it like that time. I had already told Lizzo on an old London stream that it's like, dude, I copyrighted this picture. I reported his videos because I thought Paul would have seen that one. So I just told it again in a different stream more recently. But I've always been setting that motherfucker up. And none of you people listening, don't come at me about lying, because I'm an honest, honorable person. But this is Panelverse war, and that's espionage. Because I'm not actually telling a lie that damages anyone. I'm telling a lie that makes him spiral into his narcissistic bullshit. And then I'm telling him I lied so that now he's stuck. Oh, I've already spiraled. I've made the thumbnail of me fucking you in the monkey ass. What do I do when it's not true? Nothing. Like he does with every way he's fucked up, and he'll move on. And it's not about him. It's about 130 people that will still cuck the fuck up.
You know, okay, so boom. I think I even might have said this in the chat or alluded to it. But you know, I've said that Paul does seem to play steps ahead, but I know specifically, you might have been there with me and remember, I don't know, but I know I also said that I see you doing that as well, actually. And like, I was doing some analogy of like setting up mental landmines or like phrasing things in a certain way, and basically doing like mental judo on people in a way. Yeah, playing steps ahead and saying something in a way that's going to set them off in a certain direction. Because I saw him do it with the Predator guys, which I think are the same.
Predator R's
noob, Marxist noob or something, and a couple other ones that like were coming at you that one day on OTWs and like doing some weird like pedo trolling thing. And I didn't know if those were the guys that you've talked about that will like try to follow you.
Noob. Marxist
noob. Because he kind of did that shit with them where he said some shit in one way and they just didn't realize that he was doing that on purpose. I thought you were I don't mean to say this in a way where, you know, it's like, oh, you're smarter than I think. But I really didn't think. I thought you were straight up admitting that, yeah, you you struck his channel, or yeah, pulled some type of strike on him.
Well, I went with that at first. Like I held on to the ploy to see if I
Why?
could. I wanted to see if he'd understand the thing I said about it doesn't matter who reports because if you didn't do anything, it's null. And then once he wouldn't even let me finish the sentence with the backstaging, I just took it on for like, no, I didn't even report you, and now you're spurging so much that let's see how that goes. Because I know people are probably getting all standoffish, but you guys, it's been a year and a half, even before I was aware and he was aware of other channels. Like, Christos, even you are still newer than how long me and that dude have gone at it. And you're like season two-ish, mid season 2 or something. Like we had been going for months before anybody ever knew of us. And it's still going. And it's like, what do you expect? I've got like long ago, like there's got to be some kind of progression to change because maybe all this is about showing Paul that in this panel verse he is the Truman, and maybe other people don't even realize yet. Like that motherfucker is so narcissistic. It's up to all of us to wake him up if there's any saving him. Because in regular life, I'd tell anybody just to cut ties with narcissists and remove yourself. That's the thing to do. But I've stayed in this fight because he's just going to go around and keep doing it. We are just Highlanders stabbing each other in the chest. So I am doing my own LARP of like asking myself, what do you do about this if we're all lawnmower men just trapped in a tyrannical metaverse that you can't escape? How would you handle this? It is my own LARP.
So, but okay, and when you say LARP, I can't help but just it leads me to like just initially leads me to like the bit non-bit thread, which seems to be underlying a lot. I'm not claiming that you do bit non-bit like Moose. I think he's the epitome of it. That's why I'll say
Paul started the bit non-bit thing.
Okay. Well, I guess
and
we could use different terminology, but okay, yeah.
He started bit non-bit, so it's like, oh, am I in trouble? It's just a bit. Oh, did it help you? Non-bit. It's an out. But I see where it could also be in this panel verse of it is the question I was asking myself, like with different channels I went to, it's like number one, I'm trying to figure out where the true weight is of true importance versus people just LARPing or playing D&D on panels. And that is the spiritual warfare. It's like, well, we can't physically hurt each other, but there is weight and effects to some of these P-word accusations and some other things that go around. I even took up for Verily. I said, I don't agree with your decision, but I don't think dudes should be following you panel to panel, letting everybody know that you murdered that life in your stomach, you know? And I even told those dudes to their faces, like, look, guys, Jesus or not, it's not your place to do this. Like, you can choose not to do that. You can suggest people don't choose that, but you don't follow whores around and say they did that to every place they go. And that's what I say about my P-word guys, too. It's like, I don't care. I can't convince you I didn't do anything wrong. But if you're going to follow me around and just tell everybody that, to where now a channel even told me, take these guys and kick rocks, now there's some weight to that, you know? It's like everyone knows my address. So the way Snafu doesn't know lore himself, all I need is someone to see me getting accused of P-word, know my address, come kick in my door. And I'm not saying that'll happen. I don't sit and lose sleep over it. But is that not a possibility with those details being sitting here on YouTube? We're just going to ignore Tom's question mark punctuation.
Is Christos there?
He's muted. He might have lost
some
kind of connection.
Let's see. Be right back.
And like I said, he does have a Joe Cool connection.
Yeah, Yeah, and this is not the Joe Cool that's a part of a couple, right? You're talking about the Joe
No,
Cool
not.
at the
See,
other
this
end
is
of the metaverse,
confusion
right?
I had when I first started going to London Man.
Yeah.
Because I know there's a Joe Cool at London Man. This is Joe Cool, who's a cop auditor who goes to Paul and a lot of those overlapping channels of Paul. And when I first met him, I did like him. I gave him a lot of props. And as time went on, he's also bought into narrative. I also see that he defends and makes his stance of different people more off of his current standing. Like I say about Snafu, they make their standings in defense for people off of their current relations with those people rather than the information or what they're standing on. Like that's why I tell everybody, if you want to be aligned with me or be cool with me, just live the able words as best you can and it'll happen naturally. But that's why I keep trying to tell Carl, I'm not grouping up or tribing up with anybody just out of desire or like I'm my own freestanding entity, and I look for other entities that also do the able words. And you know how much of a challenge it is to do the LARPing and trolling that I do without lying or compromising my own moral compass? It is. It's a technical feat.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
I know. I'm just not Bexxing all the talk time.
No,
God bless
I was
you,
just
Bexx. Maybe I won't be known as the Ramble. Maybe it'll turn into Bexx. Bexx does that.
I don't mind.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I'm just saying good
I'm
night.
back.
Okay, perfect.
Good night. Who's saying good
How
night?
long were you
Who's
gone?
going to bed?
Benton's shutting down that side, and he's put my link in for people to find their way over here.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, but how long were you gone, Christos? I kind of addressed you with
a little over a
ending.
60 seconds. No, I was listening the whole time.
Okay.
Because you said punctuation. No one responded to the punctuation question mark.
Okay, fair game.
Vice versa.
Fair game. You got that one. I'll give you
well, I'm trying to think of originally what we were even getting at. Because you had said that you didn't strike his channel and it was basically a ploy the whole time to trigger him on into everything that came after.
The layers. At first, I was gonna see if I could explain to him why it doesn't matter.
So you called an audible.
Yeah, there's the first step of showing him that it doesn't matter how many people click report on his videos if he's not doing anything. And we all know he's on his second channel after he lost his monetized channel. And then once he was backstaging and spurging so much, I'm fine, I didn't even do it. And now prove that I did, as you're telling everybody that I did. Because I did take issue with I've been going around to channels that have been showing that obviously some